Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 41. Bhishma said, one day the chief of the celestials, assuming a form of celestial beauty, came to the retreat of the rishi, thinking that the opportunity he had been expecting had at last come. Verily, O king, having assumed a form unrivaled for comeliness and exceedingly tempting to women and highly agreeable to look at, Indra entered the ascetic's asylum. He saw the body of Vipula staying in a sitting posture, immovable as a stake, and with eyes destitute of vision, like a picture drawn on the canvas. And he saw also that Ruchi was seated there, adorned with eyes whose ends were extremely beautiful, possessed of full and rotund hips, and having a deep and swelling bosom. Her eyes were large and expansive like the petals of the lotus, and her face was as beautiful and sweet as the moon at full. Seeing Indra come in that guise, the lady wished to rise up and offer him a welcome. Her wonder having been excited at the unrivaled beauty of form which the person possessed, she very much wished to ask him as to who he was. Although, however, she wished to rise up and offer him a welcome, yet her limbs having been restrained by Vipula, who was dwelling within her, she failed, O king, to do what she wished. In fact, she was unable to move from the place where she sat. The chief of the celestials then addressed her in agreeable words uttered with a sweet voice. Indeed, he said, O thou of sweet smiles, know that I am Indra, arrived here for thy sake. Know, O sweet lady, that I am afflicted by the deity of desire provoked by thoughts of thee. O thou of beautiful brows, I have come to thy presence. Time wears off. These words that Indra spoke were heard by the ascetic Vipula. Remaining within the body of his preceptor's wife, he saw everything that occurred. The lady of faultless beauty, though she heard what Indra said, was, however, unable to rise up for welcoming or honoring the chief of the celestials. Her senses restrained by Vipula, she was unable to utter a word in reply. That scion of Bhrigu's race, of mighty energy, judging from the indications afforded by the body of his preceptor's wife that she was not unwilling to receive Indra with kindness, restrained her limbs and senses all the more effectually, O king, by his yoga powers. With yoga bonds he bound up all her senses. Beholding her seated without any indication of agitation on her person, the Lord of Sachi, abashed a little, once more addressed that lady who was stupefied by the yoga powers of her husband's disciple, in these words, Come, come, O sweet lady. Then the lady endeavored to answer him. Vipula, however, restrained the words that she intended to utter. The words, therefore, that actually escaped her lips, under the influence of Vipula, were, What is the reason of thy coming hither? These words, adorned with grammatical refinements, issued out of her mouth that was as beautiful as the moon. Subject to the influence of another, she uttered these words, but became rather ashamed for uttering them. Hearing her, Purandara became exceedingly cheerless. Observing that awkward result, the chief of the celestials, O monarch, adorned with 1,000 eyes, saw everything with his spiritual eye. He then beheld the ascetic staying within the body of the lady. Indeed, the ascetic remained within the body of his preceptor's wife like an image or reflection on a mirror. Beholding the ascetic endued with the terrible night of penances, Purandara, O monarch, fearing the rishi's curse, trembled in fright. Vipula then, possessed of high ascetic might, left the body of his preceptor's wife and returned to his own body that was lying near. He then addressed the terrified Indra in the following words. Vipula said, O wicked-souled Purandara, O thou of sinful mind, O wretch that hast no control over thy senses, neither the deities nor human beings will worship thee for any length of time. Hast thou forgotten it? O Sakra, does it not still dwell in thy remembrance that Gautama had cursed thee, in consequence of which thy body became disfigured with 1,000 sex marks, which, owing to the Rishi's compassion, were afterwards changed into organs of vision? I know that thou art of an exceedingly foolish understanding, that thy soul is uncleansed, and that thou art of an exceedingly unstable mind. O fool, know that this lady is being protected by me. O sinful wretch, go back to that place whence thou camest. O thou of foolish soul, I do not consume thee today into ashes with my energy. Verily, I am filled with compassion for thee. It is for this that I do not, O Vasva, wish to burn thee. My preceptor, endued with great intelligence, is possessed of terrible might. With eyes blazing with wrath, he would, if he saw thee, have burnt thy sinful self today. Thou shouldst not, O Sakra, do like this again. The Brahmanas should be regarded by thee. See that thou dost not, with thy sons and counselors, meet with destruction, afflicted by the might of the Brahmanas. Thou thinkest that thou art an immortal, and that, therefore, art at liberty to proceed in this way. Do not, however, disregard the Brahmanas. Know that there is nothing unattainable by penance. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the high-souled Vipula, Sakra, without saying anything, and overwhelmed with shame, made himself invisible. A moment after he had gone away, Devasarman of high ascetic merit, having accomplished the sacrifice he had intended to perform, came back to his own asylum. When his preceptor came back, Vipula, who had done an agreeable deed, gave unto him his wife of faultless beauty, whom he had successfully protected against the machinations of Indra. Of tranquil soul and full of reverence for his preceptor, Vipula respectfully saluted him and stood in his presence with a fearless heart. After his preceptor had rested a while, and when he was seated with his wife on the same seat, Vipula represented unto him everything that Sakra had done. Hearing these words of Vipula, that foremost of Munis, endued with great prowess, became highly gratified with him for his conduct and disposition, his penances, and his observances. Observing Vipula's conduct towards himself, his preceptor, and his devotion also, and noting his steadiness in virtue, the puissant Devasarman exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent!" The righteous-souled Devasarman, receiving his virtuous disciple with a sincere welcome, honored him with a boon. Indeed, Vipula, steady in virtue, obtained from his preceptor the boon that he would never swerve or fall away from righteousness. Dismissed by his preceptor, he left his abode and practiced the most severe austerities. Devasarman also, of severe penances, with his spouse, began from that day to live in those solitary woods, perfectly fearless of him who had slain Vala and Vritra. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 42. Bhishma said, one day the chief of the celestials, assuming a form of celestial beauty, came to the retreat of the Rishi, thinking that the opportunity he had been expecting had at last come. Verily, O king, having assumed a form unrivaled for comeliness and exceedingly tempting to women and highly agreeable to look at, Indra entered the ascetic's asylum. He saw the body of Vipula staying in a sitting posture, immovable as a stake, and with eyes destitute of vision, like a picture drawn on the canvas. And he saw also that Ruchi was seated there, adorned with eyes whose ends were extremely beautiful, possessed of full and rotund hips, and having a deep and swelling bosom. Her eyes were large and expansive like the petals of the lotus, and her face was as beautiful and sweet as the moon at full. Seeing Indra come in that guise, the lady wished to rise up and offer him a welcome. Her wonder having been excited at the unrivaled beauty of form which the person possessed, she very much wished to ask him as to who he was. Although, however, she wished to rise up and offer him a welcome, yet her limbs having been restrained by Vipula, who was dwelling within her, she failed, O king, to do what she wished. In fact, she was unable to move from the place where she sat. The chief of the Celestials then addressed her in agreeable words uttered with a sweet voice. Indeed, he said, O thou of sweet smiles, know that I am Indra, arrived here for thy sake. Know, O sweet lady, that I am afflicted by the deity of desire provoked by thoughts of thee. O thou of beautiful brows, I have come to thy presence. Time wears off. These words that Indra spoke were heard by the ascetic Vipula. Remaining within the body of his preceptor's wife, he saw everything that occurred. The lady of faultless beauty, though she heard what Indra said, was, however, unable to rise up for welcoming or honoring the chief of the Celestials. Her senses restrained by Vipula, she was unable to utter a word in reply. That scion of Bhrigu's race, of mighty energy, judging from the indications afforded by the body of his preceptor's wife that she was not unwilling to receive Indra with kindness, restrained her limbs and senses all the more effectually, O king, by his yoga powers. With yoga bonds he bound up all her senses. Beholding her seated without any indication of agitation on her person, the Lord of Sachi, abashed a little, once more addressed that lady who was stupefied by the yoga powers of her husband's disciple, in these words, Come, come, O sweet lady. Then the lady endeavored to answer him. Vipula, however, restrained the words that she intended to utter. The words, therefore, that actually escaped her lips, under the influence of Vipula, were, What is the reason of thy coming hither? These words, adorned with grammatical refinements, issued out of her mouth that was as beautiful as the moon. Subject to the influence of another, she uttered these words, but became rather ashamed for uttering them. Hearing her, Purandara became exceedingly cheerless. Observing that awkward result, the chief of the Celestials, O monarch, adorned with 1,000 eyes, saw everything with his spiritual eye. He then beheld the ascetic staying within the body of the lady. Indeed, the ascetic remained within the body of his preceptor's wife like an image or reflection on a mirror. Beholding the ascetic endued with the terrible might of penances, Purandara, O monarch, fearing the Rishi's curse, trembled in fright. Vipula then, possessed of high ascetic might, left the body of his preceptor's wife and returned to his own body that was lying near. He then addressed the terrified Indra in the following words. Vipula said, O wicked-souled Purandara, O thou of sinful mind, O wretch that hast no control over thy senses, neither the deities nor human beings will worship thee for any length of time. Hast thou forgotten it? O Sakra, does it not still dwell in thy remembrance that Gautama had cursed thee, in consequence of which thy body became disfigured with 1,000 sex marks, which, owing to the Rishi's compassion, were afterwards changed into organs of vision? I know that thou art of an exceedingly foolish understanding, that thy soul is uncleansed, and that thou art of an exceedingly unstable mind. O fool, know that this lady is being protected by me. O sinful wretch, go back to that place whence thou camest. O thou of foolish soul, I do not consume thee today into ashes with my energy. Verily, I am filled with compassion for thee. It is for this that I do not, O Vyasa, wish to burn thee. My preceptor, endued with great intelligence, is possessed of terrible might. With eyes blazing with wrath, he would, if he saw thee, have burnt thy sinful self today. Thou shouldst not, O Sakra, do like this again. The Brahmanas should be regarded by thee. See that thou dost not, with thy sons and counselors, meet with destruction, afflicted by the might of the Brahmanas. Thou thinkest that thou art an immortal and that, therefore, art at liberty to proceed in this way. Do not, however, disregard the Brahmanas. Know that there is nothing unattainable by penance. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the high-souled Vipula, Sakra, without saying anything, and overwhelmed with shame, made himself invisible. A moment after he had gone away, Devasarman of high ascetic merit, having accomplished the sacrifice he had intended to perform, came back to his own asylum. When his preceptor came back, Vipula, who had done an agreeable deed, gave unto him his wife of faultless beauty, whom he had successfully protected against the machinations of Indra. Of tranquil soul and full of reverence for his preceptor, Vipula respectfully saluted him and stood in his presence with a fearless heart. After his preceptor had rested a while, and when he was seated with his wife on the same seat, Vipula represented unto him everything that Sakra had done. Hearing these words of Vipula, that foremost of Munis, endued with great prowess, became highly gratified with him for his conduct and disposition, his penances, and his observances. Observing Vipula's conduct towards himself, his preceptor, and his devotion also, and noting his steadiness and virtue, the puissant Devasarman exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent!" The righteous-souled Devasarman, receiving his virtuous disciple with a sincere welcome, honored him with a boon. Indeed, Vipula, steady in virtue, obtained from his preceptor the boon that he would never swerve or fall away from righteousness. Dismissed by his preceptor, he left his abode and practiced the most severe austerities. Devasarman also, of severe penances, with his spouse, began from that day to live in those solitary woods, perfectly fearless of him who had slain Vala and Vritra. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 43. Bhishma said, beholding his disciple returned from his mission, Devasarman of great energy addressed him in words which I shall recite to thee, O king. Devasarman said, What hast thou seen, O Vipula, in course of thy progress, O disciple, through the great forest? They whom thou hast seen knew thee, O Vipula. I, as also my spouse Ruchi, know how thou hadst acted in the matter of protecting Ruchi. Vipula said, O regenerate Rishi, who are those two whom I first saw? Who also are those other 6 whom I saw subsequently? All of them know me. Who, indeed, are they to whom thou alludest in thy speech to me? Devasarman said, The first couple, O regenerate one, whom thou sawest, are day and night. They are ceaselessly moving like a circle. Both of them know the transgression of which thou hast been guilty. Those other men, 6 in number, whom, O learned Brahmana, thou sawest playing cheerfully at dice, are the 6 seasons. They also are acquainted with thy transgressions. Having committed a sin in secrecy, no sinful man should cherish the assuring thought that his transgression is known only to himself and not to anyone else. When a man perpetrates a sinful deed in secret, the seasons as also day and night behold it always. Those regions that are reserved for the sinful shall be thine, for what thou hast done, what thou hadst done thou didst not tell me. That thy sin was not known to anyone was thy belief, and this conviction had filled thee with joy. Thou didst not inform the preceptor of the whole truth, choosing to hide from him a material portion. The seasons, and day and night, whom thou hast heard speak in that strain, thought it proper to remind thee of thy transgression. Day and night and the seasons are ever conversant of all the good and the bad deeds that are in a man. They spoke to thee in that way, O regenerate one, because they have full knowledge of what thou hadst done, but which thou hadst not the courage to inform me of, fearing thou hadst done wrong. For this reason those regions that are reserved for the sinful will be thine as much. Thou didst not tell me what thou hadst done. Thou weft fully capable, O regenerate one, of protecting my spouse whose disposition by nature is sinful. In doing what thou didst not commit any sin. I was, for this, gratified with thee. O best of Brahmanas, if I had known thee to have acted wickedly, I would without hesitation have cursed thee. Women become united with men. Such union is very desirable with men. Thou hadst, however, protected my wife in a different spirit. If thou hadst acted otherwise, a curse would have been uttered upon thee. Even this is what I think. Thou hadst, O son, protected my spouse. The manner in which thou didst it hath now become known to me, as if thou hadst thyself informed me of it. I have, O son, become gratified with thee. Relieved of all anxiety, thou shalt go to heaven. Having said these words unto Vipula, the great Rishi Devasarman ascended to heaven with his wife and his disciple and began to pass his time there in great happiness. In course of conversation, O king, on a former occasion, the great ascetic Markandeya had narrated to me this history on the banks of the Ganga. I, therefore, recite to thee. Women should always be protected by thee from temptations and opportunities of every kind. Amongst them both kinds are to be seen, that is, those that are virtuous and those that are not so. Those women that are virtuous are highly blessed. They are the mothers of the universe, for they it is that cherish all creatures on every side. They it is, O king, that uphold the earth with all her waters and forests. Those women that are sinful, that are of wicked behavior, that are the destroyers of their races, and that are wedded to sinful resolves, are capable of being ascertained by indications expressive of the evil that is in them, which appear, O king, on their bodies. It is even thus that high-souled persons are capable of protecting women. They cannot, O tiger among kings, be protected in any other way. Women, O chief of men, are fierce. They are endued with fierce prowess. They have none whom they love or like so much as they that have sexual congress with them. Women are like those, Atharvan, incantations that are destructive of life. Even after they have consented to live with one, they are prepared to abandon him for entering into engagements with others. They are never satisfied with one person of the opposite sex, O son of Pandu. Men should feel no affection for them. Nor should they entertain any jealousy on account of them, O king. Having a regard only for the considerations of virtue, men should enjoy their society, not with enthusiasm and attachment, but with reluctance and absence of attachment. By acting otherwise, a man is sure to meet with destruction, O delighter of the Kurus. Reason is respected at all times and under all circumstances. Only one man, viz., Vipula, had succeeded in protecting woman. There is none else, O king, in the three worlds who is capable of protecting women. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 44. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me of that, O grandsire, which is the root of all duties, which is the root of kinsmen, of home, of the pitris, and of guests." I think this should be regarded as the foremost of all duties, viz., the marriage of one's daughter. Tell me, however, O king, upon what sort of a person should one bestow one's daughter? Bhishma said, having inquired into the conduct and disposition of the person, his learning and acquirements, his birth, and his acts, good people should then bestow their daughter upon accomplished bridegrooms. All righteous Brahmanas, O Yudhishthira, act in this way, in the matter of the bestowal of their daughters. This is known as the Brahma marriage, O Yudhishthira. Selecting an eligible bridegroom, the father of the girl should cause him to marry his daughter, having, by presents of diverse kinds, induced the bridegroom to that act. This form of marriage constitutes the eternal practice of all good Kshatriyas. When the father of the girl, disregarding his own wishes, bestows his daughter upon a person whom the daughter likes and who reciprocates the girl's sentiments, the form of marriage, O Yudhishthira, is called Gandharv by those that are conversant with the Vedas. The wise have said this, O king, to be the practice of the Asuras, viz., wedding a girl after purchasing her at a high cost and after gratifying the cupidity of her kinsmen. Slaying and cutting off the heads of weeping kinsmen, the bridegroom sometimes forcibly takes away the girl he would wed. Such wedding, O son, is called by the name of Rakshasa. Of these five, the Brahma, the Kshatriya, the Gandharv, the Asura, and the Rakshasa, 3 are righteous, O Yudhishthira, and 2 are unrighteous. The Paisacha and the Asura forms should never be resorted to. The Brahma, Kshatriya, and Gandharv forms are righteous, O Prince of Men. Pure or mixed, these forms should be resorted to, without doubt. A Brahmana can take 3 wives. A Kshatriya can take 2 wives. As regards the Vaishya, he should take a wife from only his own order. The children born of these wives should all be regarded as equal. Of the 3 wives of a Brahmana, she taken from his own order should be regarded as the foremost. Similarly, of the 2 wives permitted to the Kshatriya, she taken from his own order should be regarded as superior. Some say that persons belonging to the 3 higher orders may take, only for purposes of enjoyment, and not for those of virtue, wives from the lowest or the Sudra order. Others, however, forbid the practice. The righteous condemn the practice of begetting issue upon Sudra women. A Brahmana, by begetting children upon a Sudra woman, incurs the liability of performing an expiation. A person of 30 years of age should wed a girl of 10 years of age called an Agnika. Or, a person of 1 and 20 years of age should wed a girl of 7 years of age. That girl who has no brother nor father should not be wed, O chief of Bharata's race, for she may be intended as putrika of her sire. After the appearance of puberty, the girl, if not married, should wait for 3 years. On the 4th year, she should look for a husband herself, without waiting any longer for her kinsmen to select one for her. The offspring of such a girl do not lose their respectability, nor does union with such a girl become disgraceful. If, instead of selecting a husband for herself, she acts otherwise, she incurs the reproach of Prajapati herself. One should wed the girl who is not a Sapinda of one's mother or of the same Gotra with one's father. Even this is the usage, consistent with the sacred law, which Manu has declared. Yudhishthira said, desirous of marriage, someone actually gives a dower to the girl's kinsman. Someone says, the girl's kinsman consenting promises to give a dower. Someone says, I shall abduct the girl by force. Someone simply displays his wealth to the girl's kinsman, intending to offer a portion thereof as dower for her. Someone, again, actually takes the hand of the girl with rites of wedding. I ask thee, O grandsire, whose wife does the girl actually become? Unto its that are desirous of knowing the truth, thou art the eye with which to behold. Bhishma said, whatever acts of men have been approved or settled in consultation by the wise are seen to be productive of good. False speech, however, is always sinful. The girl himself that becomes wife, the sons born of her, the ritwiks and preceptors and disciples and upadhyayas present at the marriage all become liable to expiation if the girl bestow her hand upon a person other than he whom she had promised to wed. Some are of opinion that no expiation is necessary for such conduct. Manu does not applaud the practice of a girl living with a person whom she does not like. Living as wife with a person whom she does not like leads to disgrace and sin. No one incurs much sin in any of these cases that follow. In forcibly abducting for marriage a girl that is bestowed upon the abductor by the girl's kinsman with due rights, as also a girl for whom dower has been paid and accepted, there is no great sin. Upon the girl's kinsmen having expressed their consent, mantras and homa should be resorted to. Such mantras truly accomplish their purpose. Mantras and homa recited and performed in the case of a girl that has not been bestowed by her kinsmen do not accomplish their purpose. The engagement made by the kinsman of a girl is, no doubt, binding and sacred. But the engagement that is entered into by the wedier and wedded, with the aid of mantras, is very much more so, for it is this engagement that really creates the relationship of husband and wife. According to the dictates of the scriptures, the husband should regard his wife as an acquisition due to his own acts of a previous life or to what has been ordained by God. One, therefore, incurs no reproach by accepting for wife a girl that had been promised to another by her kinsmen or for whom dower had been accepted by them from another. Yudhishthira said, when after the receipt of dower for a girl, the girl's sire sees a more eligible person present himself for her hand, one, that is, who is endued with the aggregate of 3 in judicious proportions, does the girl's sire incur reproach by rejecting the person from whom dower had been received in favor of him that is more eligible? In such a case, either alternative seems to be fraught with fault, for to discard the person to whom the girl has been promised can never be honorable, while to reject the person that is more eligible can never be good, considering the solemn obligation there is of bestowing one's daughter on the most eligible person. I ask, how should the sire conduct himself so that he might be said to do that which is beneficial? To us, of all duties, this seems to demand the utmost measure of deliberation. We are desirous of ascertaining the truth. Thou, indeed, art our eyes. Do thou explain this to us? I am never satiated with listening to thee. Bhishma said, the gift of the dower does not cause the status of wife to attach to the girl. This is well known to the person paying it. He pays it simply as the price of the girl. Then again, they that are good never bestow their daughters, led by the dowers that others may offer. When the person desirous of wedding happens to be endued with such qualities as do not go down with the girl's kinsmen, it is then that kinsmen demand dower from him. That person, however, who won over by another's accomplishments, addresses him, saying, do thou wed my girl, adorning her with proper ornaments of gold and gems, and that person who complies with this request cannot be said to demand dower or give it, for such a transaction is not really a sale. The bestowal of a daughter upon acceptance of what may strictly be regarded as gifts of affection or love is the eternal practice. In matters of marriage, some fathers say, "I shall not bestow my daughter upon such and such a person." Some say, "I shall bestow my daughter upon such a one." Some again say with vehemence, "I must bestow my daughter upon such an individual." These declarations do not amount to actual marriage. People are seen to solicit one another for the hands of maidens, and promise and retreat. Till the hand is actually taken with due rites, marriage cannot be said to take place. It has been beared by us that even this was the boon granted to men in days of old by the Maruts in respect of maidens. The rishis have laid the command upon all men that maidens should never be bestowed upon persons unless the latter happen to be most fit or eligible. The daughter is the root of desire and of descendants of the collateral line. Even this is what I think. The practice has been known to human beings from a long time, the practice of sale and purchase of the daughter. In consequence of such familiarity with the practice, thou mayst be able, upon careful examination, to find innumerable faults in it. The gift or acceptance of dower alone could not be regarded as creating the status of husband and wife. Listen to what I say on this head. Formerly, having defeated all the Magadhas, the Kasis, and the Kosalas, I brought away by force 2 maidens for Vichitravirya. One of those 2 maidens was wedded with due rites. The other maiden was not formally wedded on the ground that she was one for whom dowry had been paid in the form of valor. My uncle of Kuru's race, viz., King Valhika, said that the maiden so brought away and not wedded with due rites should be set free. That maiden, therefore, was recommended to Vichitravirya for being married by him according to due rites. Doubting my father's words, I repaired to others for asking their opinion. I thought that my sire was exceedingly punctilious in matters of morality. I then went to my sire himself, O king, and addressed him these words from desire of knowing something about the practices of righteous people in respect of marriage. I desire, O sire, to know what in truth the practices are of righteous people. I repeated the expression of my wish several times, so great was my eagerness and curiosity. After I had uttered those words, that foremost of righteous men, viz., my sire, Valhika, answered me, saying, "If in your opinion the status of husband and wife be taken to attach on account of the gift and acceptance of dowry, and not from the actual taking of the maiden's hand with due rites, the father of the maiden, by permitting his daughter to go away with the giver of the dowry, would show himself to be the follower of a creed other than that which is derivable from the ordinary scriptures. Even this is what the accepted scriptures declare. Persons conversant with morality and duty do not allow that their words are at all authoritative who say that the status of husband and wife arises from the gift and acceptance of dowry, and not from the actual taking of the hand with due rites. The saying is well known that the status of husband and wife is created by actual bestowal of the daughter by the sire, and her acceptance by the husband with due rites. The status of wife cannot attach to maidens through sale and purchase. They who regard such status to be due to sale and the gift of dowry are persons that are certainly unacquainted with the scriptures. No one should bestow his daughter upon such persons. In fact, they are not men to whom one may marry his daughter. A wife should never be purchased, nor should a father sell his daughter. Only those persons of sinful soul who are possessed, besides, by cupidity, and who sell and purchase female slaves for making serving women, regard the status of wife as capable of arising from the gift and acceptance of a dowry. On this subject, some people on one occasion had asked Prince Satyavat the following question: if the giver of a dowry unto the kinsman of a maiden happens to die before marriage, can another person take the hand of that maiden in marriage? We have doubts on this matter. Do thou remove these doubts of ours, for thou art endued with great wisdom and art honored by the wise. Be thou the organ of vision unto ourselves that are desirous of learning the truth. Prince Satyavat answered, saying, the kinsmen of the maiden should bestow her upon him whom they consider eligible. There need be no scruples in this. The righteous act in this way without taking note of the giver of the dower, even if he be alive, while, as regards the giver that is dead, there is not the slightest doubt. Some say that the virgin wife or widow, one, that is, whose marriage has not been consummated with her husband by actual sexual congress in consequence of his absence or death, may be allowed to unite herself with her husband's younger brother or such other relation. The husband dying before such consummation, the virgin widow may either surrender herself to her husband's younger brother or betake herself to the practice of penances. In the opinion of some, the younger brother of the husband or such other relation may thus use the unused wife or widow, though others maintain that such practice, notwithstanding its prevalence, springs from desire instead of being a scriptural ordinance. They that say so are clearly of opinion that the father of a maiden has the right to bestow her upon any eligible person, disregarding the dowry previously given by another and accepted by himself. If after the hand of a maiden has been promised all the initial rites before marriage be performed, the maiden may still be bestowed upon a person other than the one unto whom she had been promised. Only the giver incurs the sin of falsehood. So far, however, as the status of wife is concerned, no injury can occur thereto. The mantras in respect of marriage accomplish their object of bringing about the indissoluble union of marriage at the seventh step. The maiden becomes the wife of him unto whom the gift is actually made with water. The gift of maidens should be made in the following way. The wise know it for certain. A superior Brahmana should wed a maiden that is not unwilling, that belongs to a family equal to his own in purity or status, and that is given away by her brother. Such a girl should be wed in the presence of fire, with due rites, causing her, amongst other things, to circumambulate for the usual number of times. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 45. Yudhishthira said, if a person, after having given dowry for a maiden, goes away, how should the maiden's father or other kinsmen who are competent to bestow her act? Do tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, such a maiden, if she happens to be the daughter of a sonless and rich father, should be maintained by the father, in view of the return of him who has given the dowry. Indeed, if the father does not return the dowry unto the kinsman of the giver, the maiden should be regarded as belonging to the giver of the dowry. She may even raise offspring for the giver, during his absence, by any of those means that are laid down in the Scriptures. No person, however, can be competent to wed her according to due rites. Commanded by her sire, the Princess Savitri had in days of old chosen a husband and united herself with him. This act of hers is applauded by some, but others conversant with the Scriptures condemn it. Others that are righteous have not acted in this way. Others hold that the conduct of the righteous should ever be regarded as the foremost evidence of duty or morality. Upon this subject, Sukratu, the grandson of the high-souled Janaka, the ruler of the Videhas, has declared the following opinion. There is the well-known declaration of the scriptures that women are incompetent to enjoy freedom at any period of their life. If this were not the path trodden by the righteous, how could this scriptural declaration exist? As regards the righteous, therefore, how can there be any question or doubt in respect of this matter? How can people condemn that declaration by choosing to conduct themselves otherwise? The unrighteous dereliction of eternal usage is regarded as the practice of the Asuras. Such practice we never hear of in the conduct of the ancients. The relationship of husband and wife is very subtle, having reference to the acquisition of destiny, and, therefore, capable of being understood with the aid of only the inspired declarations and scriptures. It is different from the natural relationship of male and female, which consists only in the desire for sexual pleasure. This also was said by the king alluded to of Janaka's race. Yudhishthira said, "Upon what authority is the wealth of men inherited by others when they happen to have daughters? In respect of her sire, the daughter should be regarded the same as the son." Bhishma said, "The son is even as one's own self, and the daughter is like unto the son. How, therefore, can another take the wealth when one lives in one's own self in the form of one's daughter? Whatever wealth is termed the utuka property of the mother forms the portion of the maiden daughter. If the maternal grandfather happens to die without leaving sons, the daughter's son should inherit it. The daughter's son offers pindas to his own father and the father of his mother. Hence, in accordance with considerations of justice, there is no difference between the son and the daughter's son. When a person has got only a daughter and she has been invested by him with the status of a son, if he then happens to have a son, such a son, instead of taking all the wealth of his sire, shares the inheritance with the daughter. When, again, a person has got a daughter and she has been invested by him with the status of a son, if he then happens to take a son by adoption or purchase, then the daughter is held to be superior to such a son, for she takes 3 shares of her father's wealth, the son's share being limited to only the remaining 2. In the following case, I do not see any reason why the status of a daughter's son should attach to the sons of one's daughter. The case is that of the daughter who has been sold by her sire. The sons born of a daughter that has been sold by her sire for actual price belong exclusively to their father, even if he do not beget them himself, but obtain them according to the rules laid down in the scriptures for the raising of issue through the agency of others. Such sons can never belong, even as daughters' sons, to their maternal grandfather in consequence of his having sold their mother for a price and lost all his rights in or to her by that act. Such sons, again, become full of malice, unrighteous in conduct, the misappropriators of other people's wealth, and endued with deceit and cunning. Having sprung from that sinful form of marriage called Asura, the issue becomes wicked in conduct. Persons acquainted with the histories of olden times, conversant with duties, devoted to the scriptures and firm in maintaining the restraints therein laid down, recite in this connection some metrical lines sung in days of yore by Yama. Even this is what Yama had sung. That man who acquires wealth by selling his own son, or who bestows his daughter after accepting a dower for his own livelihood, has to sink in 7 terrible hells one after another, known by the name of Kalasutra. There that wretch has to feed upon sweat and urine and stools during the whole time. In that form of marriage which is called Arsha, the person who weds has to give a bull and a cow, and the father of the maiden accepts the gift. Some characterize this gift as a dowry or price, while some are of opinion that it should not be regarded in that light. The true opinion, however, is that a gift for such a purpose, be it of small value or large, should, O king, be regarded as dowry or price, and the bestowal of the daughter under such circumstances should be viewed as a sale. Notwithstanding the fact of its having been practiced by a few persons, it can never be taken as the eternal usage. Other forms of marriage are sane, practiced by men, such as marrying girls after abducting them by force from amidst their kinsmen. Those persons who have sexual intercourse with a maiden after reducing her to subjection by force are regarded as perpetrators of sin. They have to sink in darkest hell. Even a human being with whom one has no relationship of blood should not form the subject of sale. What need then be said of one's own issue? With the wealth that is acquired by doing sinful deeds, no action leading to merit can be performed. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 46. Bhishma said, "They that are conversant with ancient history recite the following verse of Daksha, the son of Prachetas, that maiden, in respect of whom nothing is taken by her kinsmen in the form of dowry, cannot be said to be sold. Respect, kind treatment, and everything else that is agreeable should all be given unto the maiden whose hand is taken in marriage. Her sire and brothers and father-in-law and husband's brothers should show her every respect and adorn her with ornaments, if they be desirous of reaping benefits, for such conduct on their part always leads to considerable happiness and advantage. If the wife does not like her husband or fails to gladden him, from such dislike and absence of joy, the husband can never have issue for increasing his race. Women, O king, should always be worshipped and treated with affection. There where women are treated with respect, the very deities are said to be filled with joy. There where women are not worshipped, all acts become fruitless. If the women of a family, in consequence of the treatment they receive, grieve and shed tears, that family soon becomes extinct. Those houses that are cursed by women meet with destruction and ruin as if scorched by some unearthly right. Such houses lose their splendor. Their growth and prosperity cease. O king, man, on the eve of his departure for heaven, made over women to the care and protection of men, saying that they are weak, that they fall an easy prey to the seductive wiles of men, disposed to accept the love that is offered them, and devoted to truth. There are others among them that are full of malice, covetous of honors, fierce in disposition, unlovable, and impervious to reason. Women, however, deserve to be honored. Do ye men show them honor? The righteousness of men depends upon women. All pleasures and enjoyments also completely depend upon them. Do ye serve them and worship them? Do ye bend your wills before them? The begetting of offspring, the nursing of children already born, and the accomplishment of all acts necessary for the needs of society, behold, all these have women for their cause. By honoring women, ye are sure to attain to the fruition of all objects. In this connection, a princess of the house of Janaka, the ruler of the Videhas, sang a verse. It is this: women have no sacrifices ordained for them. There are no shraddhas which they are called upon to perform. They are not required to observe any facts. To serve their husbands with reverence and willing obedience is their only duty. Through the discharge of that duty they succeed in conquering heaven. In childhood, the sire protects her. The husband protects her in youth. When she becomes old, her sons protect her. At no period of her life does woman deserve to be free. Deities of prosperity are women. The person that desire affluence and prosperity should honor them. By cherishing women, O Bharata, one cherishes the goddess of prosperity herself, and by afflicting her, one is said to afflict the goddess of prosperity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 47. Yudhishthira said, Thou art fully conversant with the ordinances of all the scriptures. Thou art the foremost of those that are acquainted with the duties of kings. Thou art celebrated over the whole world as a great dispeller of doubts. I have a doubt, do thou explain it to me, O grandsire. As regards this doubt that has arisen in my mind, I shall not ask any other person for its solution. It behoveth thee, O thou of mighty arms, to expound as to how a man should conduct himself who is desirous of treading along the path of duty and righteousness. It has been laid down, O grandsire, that a Brahmana can take 4 wives, viz. one that belongs to his own order, one that is a Kshatriya, one that is a Vaishya, and one that is a Sudra, if the Brahmana wishes to indulge in the desire of sexual intercourse. Tell me, O best of the Kurus, which amongst those sons deserves to inherit the father's wealth one after another? Who amongst them, O grandsire, shall take what share of the paternal wealth? I desire to hear this, viz., how the distribution has been ordained amongst them of the paternal property. Bhishma said, The Brahmana, the Kshatriya, and the Vaishya are regarded as the 3 regenerate orders. To wit, in these 3 orders has been ordained to be the duty of the Brahmana, O Yudhishthira. Through erroneous judgment or cupidity or lust, O scorcher of foes, a Brahmana takes a Sudra wife. Such a wife, however, he is not competent to take according to the scriptures. A Brahmana, by taking a Sudra woman to his bed, attains to a low end in the next world. He should, having done such an act, undergo expiation according to the rites laid down in the scriptures. That expiation must be twice heavier or severer if in consequence of such an act, O Yudhishthira, the Brahmana gets offspring. I shall now tell thee, O Bharata, how the paternal wealth is to be distributed among the children of the different spouses. The son born of the Brahmana wife shall, in the first place, appropriate from his father's wealth a bull of good marks, and the best car or vehicle. What remains of the Brahmana's property, O Yudhishthira, after this should be divided into 10 equal portions. The son by the Brahmana wife shall take 4 of such portions of the paternal wealth. The son that is born of the Kshatriya wife is, without doubt, possessed of the status of a Brahmana. In consequence, however, of the distinction attaching to his mother, he shall take 3 of the 10 shares into which the property has been divided. The son that has been born of the wife belonging to the 3rd order, viz., the woman of the Vaishya caste, by the Brahmana sire, shall take, O Yudhishthira, 2 of the 3 remaining shares of the father's property. It has been said that the son that has been begotten by the Brahmana sire upon the Sudra wife should not take any portion of the father's wealth, for he is not to be considered an heir. A little, however, of the paternal wealth should be given to the son of the Sudra wife, hence the 1 remaining share should be given to him out of compassion. Even this should be the order of the 10 shares into which the Brahmana's wealth is to be divided. All the sons that are born of the same mother or of mothers of the same order shall share equally the portion that is theirs. The son born of the Sudra wife should not be regarded as invested with the status of a Brahmana in consequence of his being unskilled, and the scriptures and the duties ordained for the Brahmana. Only those children that are born of wives belonging to the three higher orders should be regarded as invested with the status of Brahmanas. It has been said that there are only 4 orders, there is no 5th that has been enumerated. The son by the Sudra wife shall take the 10th part of his sire's wealth that remains after the allotment has been made to the others in the way spoken of. That share, however, he is to take only when his sire has given it to him. He shall not take it if his sire does not give it unto him. Some portion of the sire's wealth should without doubt be given, O Bharata, to the son of the Sudra wife. Compassion is one of the highest virtues. It is through compassion that something is given to the son of the Sudra wife. Whatever be the object in respect of which compassion arises, as a cardinal virtue it is always productive of merit. Whether the sire happens to have children by his spouses belonging to the other orders, or to have no children by such spouses, unto the son by the Sudra wife, O Bharata, nothing more than a 10th part of the sire's wealth should be given. If a Brahmana happens to have more wealth than what is necessary for maintaining himself and his family for 3 years, he should with that wealth perform sacrifices. A Brahmana should never acquire wealth for nothing. The highest sum that the husband should give unto the wife is 3,000 coins of the prevailing currency. The wealth that the husband gives unto the wife, the latter may spend or dispose of as she likes. Upon the death of the childless husband, the wife shall enjoy all his wealth. She shall not, however, sell or otherwise dispose of any portion of it. The wife should never take, without her husband's knowledge, any portion of her husband's wealth. Whatever wealth, O Yudhishthira, the Brahmana wife may acquire by gift from her father, should be taken, after her death, by her daughter, for the daughter is like the son. The daughter, O king, has been ordained in the scriptures to be equal to the son, O delighter of the Kurus. Even thus hath the law of inheritance been ordained, O bull of Bharata's race. Remembering these ordinances about the distribution and disposal of wealth, one should never acquire wealth uselessly. Yudhishthira said, if the son born of a Sudra woman by a Brahmana father has been declared in the scriptures to be disentitled to any wealth, by what exceptional rule then is a 10th part of the paternal property to be given to him? A son born of a Brahmana wife by a Brahmana is unquestionably a Brahmana. One born of a Kshatriya wife or of a Vaishya wife by a Brahmana husband is similarly invested with the status of a Brahmana. Why then, O best of kings, are such sons to share the paternal wealth unequally? All of them, thou hast said, are Brahmanas, having been born of mothers that belong to the 3 higher orders equally entitled to the name of regenerate. Bhishma said, O scorcher of foes, all spouses in this world are called by the name of Dada. Although that name is applied to all, yet there is this great distinction to be observed. If, having married 3 wives belonging to the 3 other orders, a Brahmana takes a Brahmana wife, the very last of all, yet shall she be regarded as the first in rank among all the wives, and as deserving of the greatest respect. Indeed, among all the co-wives, she shall be the foremost in consideration. In her apartments should be kept all those articles that are necessary in view of the husband's baths, personal decorations, washing of teeth, and application of collyrium to the eyes. In her apartments should be kept the havya and the kavya and all else that the husband may require for the performance of his religious acts. If the Brahmana wife is in the house, no other wife is entitled to attend to these needs of the husband. Only the Brahmana wife, O Yudhishthira, should assist in these acts of the husband. The husband's food and drink and garlands and robes and ornaments, all these should be given by the Brahmana wife to the husband, for she is the foremost in rank and consideration among all the spouses of the husband. These are the ordinances of the scriptures as laid down by Manu, O delighter of the Kurus. Even this, O monarch, is seen to be the course of eternal usage. If a Brahmana, O Yudhishthira, led by lust, acts in a different way, he shall come to be regarded as a Chandala among Brahmanas. One, the son born of the Kshatriya wife has been said to be equal in status to the son born of the Brahmana wife. For all that, a distinction attaches to the son of the Brahmana wife in consequence of the superiority of the Brahmana to the Kshatriya in respect of the order of birth. The Kshatriya cannot be regarded as equal to the Brahmana woman in point of birth. Hence, O best of kings, the son born of the Brahmana wife must be regarded as the first in rank and superior to the son born of the Kshatriya wife. Because, again, the Kshatriya is not equal in point of birth to the Brahmana wife, hence the son of the Brahmana wife takes one after another all the best things, O Yudhishthira, among his father's possessions. Similarly, the Vaishya cannot be regarded as the equal of the Kshatriya in point of birth. Prosperity, kingdom, and treasury, O Yudhishthira, belong to the Kshatriya. All these have been ordained for the Kshatriya. The whole earth, O king, with her belt of seas, is seen to belong to him. By following the duties of his own order, the Kshatriya acquires an extensive affluence. The scepter of royalty is held by him. Without the Kshatriya, O king, there can be no protection. The Brahmanas are highly blessed, for they are the deities of the very deities. Following the ordinances laid down by the rishis, the Kshatriyas should worship the Brahmanas according to due rites. Even this is the eternal usage. Coveted by thieves and others, the possessions of all men are protected by Kshatriyas in the observance of the duties assigned to their order. Indeed, wealth and spouses and every other possession owned by people would have been forcibly taken away but for this protection that the Kshatriyas afford. The Kshatriya, as the king, becomes the protector or rescuer of all the others. Hence, the son of the Kshatriya wife shall, without doubt, be held to be superior to him that is born of the Vaishya wife. The son of the Kshatriya wife, for this, takes a larger share of the paternal property than the son of the Vaishya mother. Yudhishthira said, "Thou hast duly said what the rules are that apply to Brahmanas. What, however, are the rules that apply to the others?" Bhishma said, "For the Kshatriya, O delighter of the Kurus, 2 wives have been ordained. The Kshatriya may take a third wife from the Sudra order. Such practice prevails, it is true, but it is not sanctioned by the scriptures. Even this should be the order, O Yudhishthira, of the spouses of a Kshatriya. The property of a Kshatriya should, O king, be divided into 8 shares. The son of the Kshatriya wife shall take 4 of such shares of the paternal property. The son of the Vaishya wife shall take 3 of such shares. The remaining 1 or the 8th share shall be taken by the son of the Sudra wife. The son of the Sudra wife, however, shall take only when the father gives, but not otherwise. For the Vaishya only 1 wife has been ordained. A second wife is taken from the Sudra order. The practice prevails, it is true, but it is not sanctioned by the scriptures. If a Vaishya has 2 wives, one of whom is a Vaishya and the other a Sudra, there is a difference between them in respect of status. The wealth of a Vaishya, O chief of Bharata's race, should be divided into 5 portions. I shall now speak of the sons of a Vaishya by a wife of his own order and by one belonging to the inferior order, as also of the manner in which, O king, his wealth is to be distributed among those children. The son born of the Vaishya wife shall take 4 of such shares of his father's wealth. The 5th share, O Bharata, has been said to belong to the son born of the Sudra wife. Such a son, however, shall take when the father gives. He should not take anything unless the father gives it to him. The son that is begotten on a Sudra wife by persons of the 3 higher orders should always be regarded as disentitled to any share of the sire's wealth. The Sudra should have only one wife taken from his own order. He can under no circumstances take any other spouse. Even if he happens to have a century of sons by such a spouse, all of them share equally the wealth that he may leave behind. As regards all the orders, the children born of the spouse taken from the husband's own order shall, it has been laid down, share equally the father's wealth. The eldest son's share shall be greater than that of every other son, for he shall take 1 share more than each of his brothers, consisting of the best things of his father. Even this is the law of inheritance, O son of Pritha, as declared by the self-born himself. Amongst children all born of the spouse taken from the husband's own order, there is another distinction, O king. In marrying, the elder ones should always precede the younger ones. The spouses being all equal in respect of their order of birth, and the children also being all equal in respect of the status of their mothers, the son that is first born shall take 1 share more than each of his other brothers. The son that comes next in point of age shall take a share that is next in value, while the son that is youngest shall take the share that belongs to the youngest. Thus among spouses of all orders, they that belong to the same order with the husband are regarded as the first. Even this is what was declared by the great Rishi Kasyapa, the son of Marichi. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 48. Yudhishthira said, through inducements offered by wealth, or through mere lust, or through ignorance of the true order of birth, of both males and females, or through folly, intermixture happens of the several order. What, O grandsire, are the duties of persons that are born in the mixed classes, and what are the acts laid down for them? Do thou discourse to me on this. Bhishma said, in the beginning, the Lord of all creatures created the 4 orders and laid down their respective acts or duties for the sake of sacrifice. The Brahmana may take 4 wives, 1 from each of the 4 orders. In 2 of them, viz., the wife taken from his own order and that taken from the one next below, he takes birth himself, the children begotten upon them being regarded as invested with the same status as his own. Those sons, however, that are begotten by him on the 2 spouses that belong to the next 2 orders, viz., Vaishya and Sudra, are inferior, their status being determined not by that of their father, but by that of their mothers. The son that is begotten by a Brahmana upon a Sudra wife is called Parasara, implying one born of a corpse, for the Sudra woman's body is as inauspicious as a corpse. He should serve the persons of his father's race. Indeed, it is not proper for him to give up the duty of service that has been laid down for him. Adopting all means in his power, he should uphold the burden of his family. Even if he happens to be elder in age, he should still dutifully serve the other children of his father who may be younger to him in years, and bestow upon them whatever he may succeed in earning. A Kshatriya may take 3 wives. In 2 of them, viz., the one taken from his own order and the other that is taken from the order immediately below, he takes birth himself, so that those children are invested with the status of his own order. His third wife, being of the Sudra order, is regarded as very inferior. The son that he begets upon her comes to be called as an Ugra. The Vaishya may take two spouses, and both of them, viz., the one taken from his own order and the other from the lowest of the four pure orders, he takes birth himself, so that those children become invested with the status of his own order. The Sudra can take only one wife, viz., she that is taken from his own order. The son begotten by him upon her becomes a Sudra. A son that takes birth under circumstances other than those mentioned above comes to be looked upon as a very inferior one if a person of a lower order begets a son upon a woman of a superior order. Such a son is regarded as outside the pale of the four pure orders. Indeed, such a son becomes an object of censure with the four principal orders. If a Kshatriya begets a son upon a Brahmana woman, such a son, without being included in any of the four pure orders, comes to be regarded as a Sutta. The duties of a Sutta are all connected with the reciting of eulogies and encomiums of kings and other great men. The son begotten by a Vaishya upon a woman of the Brahmana order comes to be regarded as a Vedhaka. The duties assigned to him are the charge of bars and bolts for protecting the privacy of women of respectable households. Such sons have no cleansing rites laid down for them. If a Sudra unites with a woman belonging to the foremost of the four orders, the son that is begotten is called a Chandala. Endued with a fierce disposition, he must live in the outskirts of cities and towns, and the duty assigned to him is that of the public executioner. Such sons are always regarded as wretches of their race. These, O foremost of intelligent persons, are the offspring of intermixed orders. The son begotten by a Vaishya upon a Kshatriya woman becomes a Vandi or Magadha. The duties assigned to him are eloquent recitations of praise. The son begotten through transgression by a Sudra upon a Kshatriya woman becomes a Nishada, and the duties assigned to him have reference to the catching of fish. If a Sudra happens to have intercourse with a Vaishya woman, the son begotten upon her comes to be called Ayogava. The duty assigned to such a person are those of a Takshan, carpenter. They that are Brahmanas should never accept gifts from such a person. They are not entitled to possess any kind of wealth. Persons belonging to the mixed castes beget upon spouses taken from their own castes children invested with the status that is their own. When they beget children in women taken from castes that are inferior to theirs, such children become inferior to their fathers, for they become invested with the status that belongs to their mothers. Thus, as regards the four pure orders, persons beget children invested with their own status upon spouses taken from their own orders, as also upon them that are taken from the orders immediately below their own. When, however, offspring are begotten upon other spouses, they come to be regarded as invested with a status that is, principally, outside the pale of the four pure orders. When such children beget sons in women taken from their own classes, those sons take the status of their sires. It is only when they take spouse from castes other than their own that the children they beget become invested with inferior status. As an example of this, it may be said that a Sudra begets upon a woman belonging to the most superior order a son that is outside the pale of the four orders, for such a son comes to be regarded as a Chandala who is much inferior. The son that is outside the pale of the four orders, by uniting with women belonging to the four principal orders, begets offspring that are further degraded in point of status. From those outside the pale of the four orders and those again that are further outside that pale, children multiply in consequence of the union of persons with women of classes superior to their own. In this way, from persons of inferior status classes spring up, altogether 15 in number, that are equally low or still lower in status. It is only from sexual union of women with persons who should not have such union with them that mixed classes spring up. Among the classes that are thus outside the pale of the four principal or pure orders, children are begotten upon women belonging to the class called Sarandri by men of the class called Magadha. The occupation of such offspring is the adornment of the bodies of kinds and others. They are well acquainted with the preparation of unguents, the making of wreaths, and the manufacture of articles used for the decoration of the person. Though freed by the status that attaches to them by birth, they should yet lead a life of service. From the union of Magadhas of a certain class with women of the caste called Sarandri, there springs up another caste called Ayogava. Their occupation consists in the making of nets for catching fish and fowl and animals of the chase. Vaidahas, by uniting themselves with women of the Sarandri caste, beget children called Maryakas whose occupation consists in the manufacture of wines and spirits. From the Nishadas spring a caste called Madgura and another known by the name of Dasas whose occupation consists in plying boats. From the Chandala springs a race called Swapaka whose occupation consists in keeping guard over the dead. The women of the Magadhi caste, by union with these four castes of wicked dispositions, produce four others who live by practicing deceit. These are Mansa, Swadukara, Kshadra, and Saganda. From the Vaidaha springs up a cruel and sinful caste that lives by practicing deception. From the Nishadas again springs up the Madranaba caste whose members are seen to ride on cars drawn by asses. From the Chandalas springs up the caste called Pakasa whose members are seen to eat the flesh of asses, horses, and elephants. These cover themselves with the garments obtained by stripping human corpses. They are again seen to eat from broken earthenware. These three castes of very low status are born of women of the Ayogava caste, by fathers taken from different castes. The caste called Kshudra springs from the Vaidhaka. The caste called Andhra, which takes up its residence in the outskirts of towns and cities, also springs up from the Vaidhakas. Then again the Charmakara, uniting himself with a woman of Nishada caste, begets the class called Kauravara. From the Chandala again springs up the caste known by the name of Pandasapaka, whose occupation consists in making baskets and other things with cleft bamboos. From the union of the Nishada with a woman of the Vaidehi caste springs one who is called by the name of Ahindika. The Chandala begets upon a Sapaka woman, a son that does not differ from the Chandala in status or occupation. A Nishada woman, by union with a Chandala, brings forth a son who lives in the outskirts of villages and towns. Indeed, the members of such a caste live in crematoria and are regarded by the very lowest orders as incapable of being numbered among them. Thus to these mixed castes spring up from improper and sinful union of fathers and mothers belonging to different castes. Whether they live in concealment or openly, they should be known by their occupations. The duties have been laid down in the scriptures for only the four principal orders. As regards the others, the scriptures are entirely silent. Among all the orders, the members of those castes that have no duties assigned to them by the scriptures need have no fears as to what they do to earn their livelihood. persons unaccustomed to the performance or for whom sacrifices have not been laid down, and who are deprived of the company and the instructions of the righteous, whether numbered among the four principal orders or out of their pale, by uniting themselves with women of other castes, led not by considerations of righteousness but by uncontrolled lust, cause numerous mixed castes to come into existence whose occupations and abodes depend on the circumstances connected with the irregular unions to which they owe their origin. Having recourse to spots where four roads meet, or crematoria, or hills and mountains, or forests and trees, they build their habitations there. The ornaments they wear are made of iron. Living in such places openly, they betake themselves to their own occupations to earn their livelihood. They may be seen to live in this way, adorning their persons with ornaments and employed in the task of manufacturing diverse kinds of domestic and other utensils. Without doubt, by assisting kine and brahmanas, and practicing the virtues of abstention from cruelty, compassion, truthfulness of speech, and forgiveness, and, if need be, by preserving others by laying down their very lives, persons of the mixed castes may achieve success. I have no doubt, O chief of men, that these virtues become the causes of their success. He that is possessed of intelligence should, taking everything into consideration, beget offspring according to the ordinances of the Scriptures, upon women that have been declared proper or fit for him. A son begotten upon a woman belonging to a degraded caste, instead of rescuing the sire, brings him to grief, even as a heavy weight brings to grief a swimmer desirous of crossing water. Whether a man happens to be possessed of learning or not, lust and wrath are natural attributes of humanity in this world. Women, therefore, may always be seen to drag men into the wrong path. This natural disposition of women is such that man's contact with her is productive of misery to him. Hence, men possessed of wisdom do not suffer themselves to be excessively attached to women. Yudhishthira said, "There are men who belong to the mixed castes, and who are of very impure birth. Though presenting the features of respectability, they are in reality disrespectable. In consequence of these external aspects, we may not be able to know the truth about their birth. Are there any signs, O grandsire, by which the truth may be known about the origin of such men?" Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 49. Bhishma said, "A person that is born of an irregular union presents diverse features of disposition. One's purity of birth, again, is to be ascertained from one's acts, which must resemble the acts of those who are admittedly good and righteous. A disrespectable behavior, acts opposed to those laid down in the Scriptures, crookedness and cruelty, and abstention from sacrifices and other spiritual acts that lead to merit, proclaim one's impurity of origin. A son receives the disposition of either the sire or the mother. Sometimes he catches the dispositions of both. A person of impure birth can never succeed in concealing his true disposition. As the cub of a tiger or a leopard resembles its sire and dam in form and in the matter of its stripes of spots, even so a person cannot but betray the circumstance of his origin. However covered may the course of one's descent be, if that descent happens to be impure, its character or disposition is sure to manifest itself slightly or largely. A person may, for purposes of his own, choose to tread on an insincere path, displaying such conduct as seems to be righteous. His own disposition, however, in the matter of those acts that he does, always proclaims whether he belongs to a good order or to a different one. Creatures in the world are endued with diverse kinds of disposition. They are, again, seen to be employed in diverse kinds of acts. Amongst creatures thus employed, there is nothing that is so good or precious as pure birth and righteous conduct. If a person be born in a low order, that good understanding which arises from a study of the Scriptures fails to rescue his body from low acts. Absolute goodness of understanding may be of different degrees. It may be high, middling, or low. Even if it appears in a person of low extraction, it disappears like autumnal clouds without producing any consequences. On the other hand, that other goodness of understanding which, according to its measure, has ordained the status in which the person has been born, shows itself in his acts. If a person happens to belong to a superior order, but still if he happens to be divested of good behavior, he should receive no respect or worship. One may worship even a Sudra if he happens to be conversant with duties and be of good conduct. A person proclaims himself by his own good and acts and by his good or bad disposition and birth. If one's race of birth happens to be degraded for any reason, one soon raises it and makes it resplendent and famous by one's acts. For these reasons, they that are endued with wisdom should avoid those women, among these diverse castes, mixed or pure, upon whom they should not beget offspring. Yudhishthira said, "Do thou discourse to us, O sire, upon the orders and classes separately, upon different kinds of sons begotten upon different types of women, upon the person entitled to have them as sons, and upon their status in life." It is known that disputes frequently arise with respect to sons. It behoveth thee, O king, to solve the doubts that have taken possession of our minds. Indeed, we are stupefied with respect to this subject. Bhishma said, "The son of one's loins is regarded as one's own self. The son that is begotten upon one's wife by a person whom one has invited for the task is called Niruktaja. The son that is begotten upon one's wife by somebody without one's permission is Prashritaja. The son begotten upon his own wife by a person fallen away from his status is called Paditaja. There are two other sons, viz., the son given and the son made. There is another called Adhuta. The son born of a maiden in her father's house is called Kanina. Besides these, there are 6 kinds of sons called Apadwansaja and 6 others that are Apasadas. These are the several kinds of sons mentioned in the Scriptures. Learn, O Bharata. Yudhishthira said, "Who are the 6 that are called Apadwansajas? Who also are the Apasadas? It behoveth thee to explain all these to me in detail." Bhishma said, "The sons that a Brahmana begets upon spouses taken from the 3 inferior orders, those begotten by a Kshatriya upon spouses taken from the 2 orders inferior to his own, O Bharata, and the sons that a Vaishya begets upon a spouse taken from the 1 order that is inferior to his, are all called Apadwansajas. They are, as thus explained, of 6 kinds. Listen now to me as I tell thee who the Apasadas are. The son that a Sudra begets upon a Brahmana woman is called a Chandala. Begotten upon a Kshatriya woman by a person of the Sudra order, the son is called a Vratya. He who is born of a Vaishya woman by a Sudra father is called a Vaidya. These 3 kinds of sons are called Apasadas. The Vaishya, by uniting himself with a woman of the Brahmana order, begets a son that is called a Magadha, while the son that he gets upon a Kshatriya woman is called a Vamaka. The Kshatriya can beget but 1 kind of son upon a woman of a superior order. Indeed, the son begotten by a Kshatriya upon a Brahmana woman is called a Sudha. These three also are called apasadas. It cannot be said, O king, that these 6 kinds of sons are no sons. Yudhishthira said, some say that one's son is he that is born in one's soil. Some, on the other hand, say that one's son is he who has been begotten from one's seed. Are both these kinds of sons equal? Or, again, is the son to be? Do thou tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, his is the son from whose seed he has sprung. If, however, the owner of the seed abandons the son born of it, such a son then becomes his upon whose spouse he has been begotten. The same rule applies to the son called Adhuta. He belongs to the person from whose seed he has taken his birth. If, however, the owner of the seed abandons him, he becomes the son of the husband of his mother. Know that even this is what the law declares. Yudhishthira said, we know that the son becomes his from whose seed he has taken birth. Whence does the husband of the woman that brings forth the son derive his right to the latter? Similarly, the son called Adhuta should be known to be the son of him from whose seed he has sprung. How can they be sons of others by reasons of the engagement about owning and rearing them having been broken? Bhishma said, he who having begotten a son of his own loins, abandons him for some reason or other, cannot be regarded as the sire of such a son, for vital seed only cannot create sonship. Such a son must be held to belong to the person who owns the soil. When a man, desiring to have a son, weds a girl quick with child, the son born of his spouse must belong to him, for it is the fruit of his own soil. The person from whose vital seed the son has sprung can have no right to such a son. The son that is born in one's soil, but not begotten by the owner, O chief of Bharata's race, bears all the marks of the sire that has actually begotten him, and not the marks of one that is only the husband of his mother. The son thus born is incapable of concealing the evidences that physiognomy offers. He is at once known by eyesight to belong to another. As regards the son made, he is sometimes regarded as the child of the person who has made him a son and so brings him up. In his case, neither the vital seed of which he is born nor the soil in which he is born becomes the cause of sonship. Yudhishthira said, what kind of a son is that who is said to be a made son and whose sonship arises from the fact of his being taken and brought up, and in whose case neither the vital seed nor the soil of birth, O Bharata, is regarded as the cause of sonship? Bhishma said, when a person takes up and rears a son that has been cast off on the road by his father and mother, and when the person thus taking and rearing him fails to find out his parents after search, he becomes the father of such a son, and the latter becomes what is called his made son. Not having anybody to own him, he becomes owned by him who brings him up. Such a son, again, comes to be regarded as belonging to that order to which his owner or rearer belongs. Yudhishthira said, how should the purificatory rites of such a person be performed? In whose case what sort of rites are to be performed? With what girl should he be wedded? Do thou tell me all this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, the rites of purification touching such a son should be performed conformably to the usage of the person himself that raises him, for, cast off by his parents, such a son obtains the order of the person that takes him and brings him up. Indeed, O thou of unfading glory, the rearer should perform all the purificatory rites with respect to such a son according to the practices of the rearer's own race and kinsmen. As regards the girl also, O Yudhishthira, that should be bestowed in marriage upon such a son, who belongs to the order of the rearer himself, all this is to be done only when the order of sons' true mother cannot be ascertained. Among sons, he that is born of a maiden and he that is born of a mother that had conceived before her marriage, but had brought him forth subsequent to that, are regarded as very disgraceful and degraded. Even those two, however, should receive the same rites of purification that are laid down for the sons begotten by the father in lawful wedlock. With respect to the son that becomes his sire's in consequence of his birth in the sire's soil, and of those sons that are called apasadas, and those conceived by the spouse in her maidenhood, but brought forth after marriage, brahmanas and others should apply the same rites of purification that hold good for their own orders. These are the conclusions that are to be found in the scriptures with respect to the different orders. I have thus told thee everything appertaining to thy questions. What else dost thou wish to hear? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 50. Yudhishthira said, "What is the nature of the compassion or pity that is felt at the sight of another's woe? What is the nature of that compassion or sympathy that one feels for another in consequence of one's living in the companionship of that other? What is the nature and degree of the high blessedness that attaches to kind? It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to expound all this to me." Bhishma said, "I shall, in this connection, O thou of great effulgence, recite to thee an ancient narrative of a conversation between Nahusha and the Rishi Chayavana. In days of your O chief of Bharata's race, the great Rishi Chayavana of Bhrigu's race, always observant of high vows, became desirous of leading for some time the mode of life called Vyasa, and set himself to commence it. Casting off pride and wrath and joy and grief, the ascetic, pledging himself to observe that vow, set himself to live for 12 years according to the rules of Vyasa. The Rishi inspired all creatures with a happy trust. And he inspired similar confidence in all creatures living in water. The puissant ascetic resembled the moon himself in his behavior to all. Bowing unto all the deities and having cleansed himself of all sins, he entered the water at the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna, and stood there like an inanimate post of wood. Placing his head against it, he bore the fierce and roaring current of the two streams united together, the current whose speed resembled that of the wind itself. The Ganga and the Yamuna, however, and the other streams and lakes, whose waters unite together at the confluence at Prayaga, instead of afflicting the Rishi, went past him, to show him respect. Assuming the attitude of a wooden post, the great Muni sometimes laid himself down in the water and slept at ease. And sometimes, O chief of Bharata's race, the intelligent sage stood in an erect posture. He became quite agreeable unto all creatures living in water. Without the least fear, all these used to smell the Rishi's lips. In this way, the Rishi passed a long time at that grand confluence of waters. One day some fishermen came there. With nets in their hands, O thou of great effulgence, those men came to that spot where the Rishi was. They were many in number, and all of them were bent upon catching fish. Well-formed and broad-chested, endued with great strength and courage, and never returning in fear from water, those men who lived upon the earnings by their nets, came to that spot, resolved to catch fish. Arrived at the water which contained many fish, those fishermen, O chief of the Bharatas, tied all their nets together. Desirous of fish, those Kaivartas, many in number, united together and surrounded a portion of the waters of the Ganga and the Yamuna with their nets. Indeed, they then cast into water their net, which was made of new strings, capable of covering a large space, and endued with sufficient length and breadth. All of them, getting into the water, then began to drag with great force that net of theirs which was very large and had been well spread over a large space. All of them were free from fear, cheerful, and fully resolved to do one another's bidding. They had succeeded in enmeshing a large number of fish and other aquatic animals. And as they dragged their net, O king, they easily dragged up Chayavana the son of Bhrigu along with a large number of fish. His body was overgrown with the river moss. His beard and matted locks had become green, and all over his person could be seen conchs and other mollusks attached with their heads. Beholding that Rishi, who was well conversant with the Vedas, dragged up by them from water, all the fishermen stood with joined palms and then prostrated themselves on the ground and repeatedly bent their heads. Through fear and pain caused by the dragging of the net, and in consequence of their being brought upon land, the fish enmeshed in the net yielded up their lives. The ascetic, beholding that great slaughter of fishes, became filled with compassion and sighed repeatedly. The fisherman said, "We have committed this sin of dragging thy sacred self from water through ignorance. Be gratified with us. What wish of thine shall we accomplish? Command us, O great ascetic." Bhishma continued, this addressed by them, Chayawana, from among that heap of fishes around him, said, "Do ye with concentrated attention hear what my most cherished wish is? I shall either die with these fishes, or do ye sell me with them? I have lived with them for a long time within the water. I do not wish to abandon them at such a time." When he said these words unto them, the fishermen became exceedingly terrified. With pale faces they repaired to King Nahusha and informed him of all that had taken place. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 51. Bhishma said, King Nahusha, hearing the pass to which Chayavana was reduced, quickly proceeded to that spot accompanied by his ministers and priest. Having cleansed himself duly, the king, with joined palms and concentrated attention, introduced himself unto the high-souled Chayavana. The king's priest then worshipped with due ceremonies that Rishi, O monarch, who was observant of the vow of truth and endued with a high soul, and who resembled a god himself in splendor and energy. Nahusha said, "Tell me, O best of regenerate persons, what act shall we do that may be agreeable to thee? However difficult that act may be, there is nothing, O Holy One, that I shall not be able to accomplish at thy bidding." Chayavana said, "These men that live by catching fish have all been tried with labor. Do thou pay them the price that may be set upon me along with the value of these fish." Nahusha said, "Let my priest give unto these nishadas 1,000 coins as a price for purchasing these sacred one as he himself has commanded." Chayavana said, 1,000 coins cannot represent my price. The question depends upon your discretion. Give them a fair value, settling with thy own intelligence what it should be." Nahusha said, "Let, O learned Brahmana, 100,000 coins be given unto these nishadas. Shall this be thy price, O Holy One, or dost think otherwise?" Chayavana said, "I should not be purchased for 100,000 coins, O best of monarchs. Let a proper price be given unto them. Do thou consult with thy ministers." Nahusha said, "Let my priest give unto these nishadas 1 crore of coins. If even this does not represent thy price, let more be paid unto them." Chayavana said, "O king, I do not deserve to be purchased for 1 crore of coins or even more. Let that price be given unto those men which would be fair or proper. Do thou consult with the Brahmanas." Nahusha said, "Let half of my kingdom or even the whole be given away unto these nishadas. I think that would represent thy price. What, however, dost thou think, O regenerate one?" Chayavana said, "I do not deserve to be purchased with half thy kingdom or even the whole of it, O king. Let thy price which is proper be given unto these men. Do thou consult with the rishis?" Bhishma continued, "Hearing these words of the great rishi, Nahusha became afflicted with great grief. With his ministers and priests he began to deliberate on the matter. There then came unto King Nahusha an ascetic living in the woods and subsisting upon fruit and roots and born of a cow. That best of regenerate persons, addressing the monarch, O king, said these words, 'I shall soon gratify thee. The rishi also will be gratified. I shall never speak an untruth, no, not even in jest. What then need I say of other occasions? Thou shouldst, without any scruple, do what I bid thee.' Nahusha said, 'Do thou, O illustrious one, say what the price is of that great rishi of Bhrigu's race. Oh, save me from this terrible pass, save my kingdom, and save my race.' If the holy Chayavana became angry, he would destroy the three worlds. What need I say them of my poor self, who is destitute of penances, and who depends only upon the might of his arm? O great Rishi, do thou become the raft unto us that have all fallen into a fathomless ocean with all our counselors and our priest. Do thou settle what the price should be of the Rishi." Bhishma said, hearing these words of Nahusha, the ascetic born of a cow and endued with great energy spoke in this strain, gladdening the monarch and all his counselors, Brahmanas, O king, belong to the foremost of the four orders. No value, however great, can be set upon them. Cows also are invaluable. Therefore, O chief of men, do thou regard a cow as the value of the rishi." Hearing these words of the great rishi, Nahusha became, O king, filled with joy along with all his counselors and priests. Proceeding then to the presence of Bhrigu's son, Chayavana, of rigid vows, he addressed him thus, "O monarch," for gratifying him to the best of his ability. Nahusha said, "Rise, rise, O regenerate rishi, thou hast been purchased. O son of Bhrigu, with a cow as thy price. O foremost of righteous persons, even this, I think, is thy price." Chayavana said, "Yes, O king of kings, I do rise up. I have been properly purchased by thee, O sinless one. I do not, O thou of unfading glory, see any wealth that is equal to kine. To speak of kine, to hear others speak of them, to make gifts of kine, and to see kine, O king, are acts that are all applauded, O hero, and that are highly auspicious and sin-cleansing. Kine are always the root of prosperity. There is no fault in kine. Kine always afford the best food, in the form of havi, unto the deities. The sacred mantras, svaha and vashat, are always established upon kine. Kine are the chief conductresses of sacrifices. They constitute the mouth of sacrifice. They bear and yield excellent and strength-giving nectar. They receive the worship of all the worlds and are regarded as the source of nectar. On earth, kine resemble fire in energy and form. Verily, kine represent high energy and are bestowers of great happiness upon all creatures. That country where kine, established by their owners, breathe fearlessly, shines in beauty. The sins, also of that country, are all washed off. Kine constitute the stairs that lead to heaven. Kine are adorned in heaven itself. Kind are goddesses that are competent to give everything and grant every wish. There is nothing else in the world that is so high or so superior. Bhishma continued, even this is what I say unto thee on the subject of the glory and superiority of kind, O chief of Bharata's race. I am competent to proclaim a part only of the merits that attach to kind. I have not the ability to exhaust the subject. Then Nishada said, O ascetic, thou hast seen us and hast also spoken with us. It has been said that friendship with those that are good depends upon only 7 words. Do thou then, O Lord, show us thy grace. The blazing sacrificial fire eats all the oblations of clarified butter poured upon it. Of righteous soul, and possessed of great energy thou art among men, a blazing fire and energy. We propitiate thee, O thou of great learning. We surrender ourselves to thee. Do thou, for showing us favor, take back from us this cow. Chayavana said, the eye of a person that is poor or that has fallen into distress, the eye of an ascetic, or the eye of a snake of virulent poison, consumes a man with his very roots, even as a fire that, blazing up with the assistance of the wind, consumes a stack of dry grass or straw. I shall accent the cow that ye desire to present me. Ye fishermen, freed from every sin, go ye to heaven without any delay, with these fishes also that ye have caught with your nets. Bhishma continued, after this, in consequence of the energy of the great rishi of cleansed soul, those fishermen along with all those fish through virtue of those words that he had uttered, proceeded to heaven. King Nahusha, beholding the fishermen ascending to heaven with those fishes in their company, became filled with wonder, O chief of Bharata's race. After this, the 2 rishis, viz., the one born of a cow and the other who was Chayavana of Bhrigu's race, gladdened King Nahusha by granting him many boons. Then King Nahusha of great energy, that lord of all the earth, filled with joy, O best of the Bharatas, said, sufficient. Like unto a second Indra, the chief of the celestials, he accepted the boon about his own steadiness and virtue. The rishis having granted him the boon, the delighted king worshipped them both with great reverence. As regards Chayavana, his vow having been completed, he returned to his own asylum. The rishi that had taken his birth from the cow, and who was endued with great energy, also proceeded to his own retreat. The Nishadas all ascended to heaven as also the fishes they had caught, O monarch. King Nahusha, too, having obtained those valuable boons, entered his own city. I have thus, O son, told thee everything respecting what thou hadst asked me. The affection that is generated by the sight alone of others, as also by the fact of living with them, O Yudhishthira, and the high blessedness of kind too, and the ascertainment of true righteousness, are the topics upon which I have discoursed. Tell me, O hero, what else is in thy breast? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 52. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great wisdom, a doubt I have that is very great and that is as vast as the ocean itself. Listen to it, O mighty armed one, and having learnt what it is, it behoves thee to explain it unto me. I have a great curiosity with respect to Jamadagni's son, O Lord, viz., Rama, that foremost of all righteous persons. It behoveth thee to gratify that curiosity. How was Rama born, who was endued with prowess and capable of being baffled? He belonged by birth to a race of regenerate rishis. How did he become a follower of Kshatriya practices? Do thou, then, O king, recite to me in detail the circumstances of Rama's birth. How also did a son of the race of Kusika, who was Kshatriya, become a Brahmana? Great, without doubt, was the pure sense of the high-souled Rama, O chief of men, as also of Viswamitra. Why did the grandson of Richika instead of his son become a Kshatriya in conduct? Why also did the grandson of Kusika and not his son become a Brahmana? Why did such untoward incidents overtake the grandsons of both, instead of their sons? It behoveth thee to explain the truth in respect of these circumstances. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited an old history of the discourse between Chayavana and Kusika, O Bharata. Endued with great intelligence, Chayavana of Bhrigu's race, that best of ascetics, beheld, with his spiritual eye, the stain that would affect his own race, and consequence of some descendant of his becoming wedded to Kshatriya practice. Reflecting upon the merits and faults of that incident, as also its strength and weakness, Chayavana, endued with wealth of asceticism, became desirous of consuming the race of the Kusikas, for it was from that race that the stain of Kshatriya practices would, he knew, affect his own race. Repairing then to the presence of King Kusika, Chayavana said unto him, O sinless one, the desire has arisen in my heart of dwelling with thee for some time. Kusika said, O Holy One, residence together is an act which the learned ordain for girls when these are given away. They that are endued with wisdom always speak of the practice in such connection only. O Rishi endued with wealth of asceticism, the residence which thou seekest with me is not sanctioned by the ordinance. Yet, however opposed to the dictates of duty and righteousness, I shall do what thou mayst be pleased to command. Bhishma continued, ordering a seat to be placed for the great ascetic Chayavana. King Kusika, accompanied by his wife, stood in the presence of the ascetic. Bringing a little jar of water, the king offered him water for washing his feet. He then, through his servants, caused all the rites to be duly performed in honor of his high-souled guest. The high-souled Kusika, who was observant of restraints and vows, then cheerfully presented, according to due forms, the ingredients consisting of honey and the other things, to the great Rishi and induced him to accept the same. Having welcomed and honored the learned Brahmanan in this way, the king once more addressed him and said, We too await thy orders. Command us what we are to do for thee, O Holy One. If it is our kingdom or wealth or kine, O thou of rigid vows, or all articles that are given away in sacrifices, which thou wantest, tell us the word, and we shall bestow all upon thee. This palace, the kingdom, this seat of justice, await thy pleasure. Thou art the Lord of all these. Do thou rule the earth. As regards myself, I am completely dependent upon thee. Addressed in these words by the king, Chayavana of Bhrigu's race, filled with great delight, said unto Kusika these words in reply. Chayavana said, I do not, O king, covet thy kingdom, nor thy wealth, nor the damsels thou hast, nor thy kine, nor thy provinces, nor articles needed for sacrifice. Do thou listen to me? If it pleases thee and thy wife, I shall commence to observe a certain vow. I desire thee and thy wife to serve me during that period without any scruples. Thus addressed by the Rishi, the king and the queen became filled with joy, O Bharata, and answered him, saving, Be it so, O Rishi. Delighted with the Rishi's words, the king led him into an apartment of the palace. It was an excellent one, agreeable to see. The king showed him everything in that room. And the king said, This, O Holy One, is thy bed. Do thou live here as thou pleasest. O thou that art endued with wealth of asceticism, myself and my queen shall strive our best to give thee every comfort and every pleasure. While they were thus conversing with each other, the sun passed the meridian. The rishi commanded the king to bring him food and drink. King Kusika, bowing unto the rishi, asked him, saying, What kind of food is agreeable to thee? What food, indeed, shall be brought for thee? Filled with delight, the rishi answered that rule of men, O Bharata, saying, Let food that is proper be given to me. Receiving these words with respect, the king said, So be it, and then offered unto the rishi food of the proper kind. Having finished his meals, the holy Chayavana, conversant with every duty, addressed the king and the queen, saying, I desire to slumber. O puissant one, sleep hinders me now. Proceeding thence to a chamber that had been prepared for him, that best of rishis then laid himself down upon a bed. The king and the queen sat themselves down. The rishi said to them, Do not, while I sleep, awake me. Do ye keep yourselves awake and continually press my feet as long as I sleep? Without the least scruple, Kusika, conversant with every duty, said, So be it. Indeed, the king and the queen kept themselves awake all night, duly engaged in tending and serving the rishi in the manner directed. The royal couple, O monarch, accomplished the rishi's bidding with earnestness and attention. Meanwhile the holy Brahmana, having thus laid his commands upon the king, slept soundly, without changing his posture or turning even once, for a space of 21 days. The king, O delighter of the Kurus, foregoing all food, along with his wife, sat joyfully the whole time engaged in tending and serving the rishi. On the expiration of 21 days, the son of Bhrigu rose of his own accord. The great ascetic then went out of the room, without accosting them at all. Famished and toil-worn, the king and the queen followed him, but that foremost of rishis did not deign to cast a single glance upon any of them. Proceeding a little way, the son of Bhrigu disappeared in the very sight of the royal couple, making himself invisible by his yoga power. At this, the king, struck with grief, fell down on the earth. Comforted, he rose up soon, and accompanied by his queen, the monarch, possessed of great splendor, began to search everywhere for the rishi. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 53. Yudhishthira said, after the rishi had disappeared, What did the king do, and what also did highly blessed spouse do? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, having lost sight of the rishi, the king, overwhelmed with shame, toil-worn and losing his senses, returned to his palace, accompanied by his queen. Entering his mansion in a cheerless mood, he spoke not a word with anyone. He thought only of that conduct of Chayavana. With a despairing heart, he then proceeded to his chamber. There he saw the son of Bhrigu stretched as before on his bed. Beholding the rishi there, they wondered much. Indeed, they began to reflect upon that very strange incident. The sight of the rishi dispelled their fatigue. Taking their seats once more by his side, they again set themselves to gently press his feet as before. Meanwhile, the great ascetic continued to sleep soundly as before. Only, he now lay on another side. Endued with great energy, he thus passed another period measured by 21 days. Agitated by their fears, the royal couple showed no change in their attitude or sentiment towards the rishi. Awaking then from his slumber, the ascetic addressed the king and the queen, saying, Do ye rub my body with oil? I wish to have a bath. Famishing and toil-worn though they readily assented, and soon approached the rishi with a costly oil that had been prepared by boiling it 100 times. While the rishi was seated at his ease, the king and the queen, restraining speech, continued to rub him. Endued with high ascetic merit, the son of Bhrigu did not once utter the word sufficient. Bhrigu's son, however, saw that the royal couple were totally unmoved. Rising up suddenly, he entered the bathing chamber. The diverse articles necessary for a bath, and such as were fit for a king's use, were ready there. Without honoring, however, any of those articles by appropriating them to his use, the rishi once more disappeared there, and then by his yoga power, in the very sight of King Kusika and his spouse. This, however, O chief of the Bharatas, failed to disturb the equanimity of the royal couple. The next time the puissant rishi was seen seated, after a bath, on the throne. Indeed, it was from that place that he then showed himself to the king and the queen, O delighter of the Kurus. With a cheerful face, King Kusika, together with his wife, then offered the rishi cooked food with great reverence. Endued with wisdom, and with heart totally unmoved, Kusika made this offer. "Let the food be brought," were the words that were then uttered by the ascetic. Assisted by his spouse, the king soon brought thither the food. There were diverse kinds of meat and different preparations also thereof. There was a great variety of vegetables also and pot herbs. There were juicy cakes too among those viands, and several agreeable kinds of confectionery, and solid preparations of milk. Indeed, the viands offered presented different kinds of taste. Among them there was also some food, the produce of the wilderness, such as ascetics liked and took. Diverse agreeable kinds of fruit, fit to be eaten by kings, were also there. There were Vedaras and Angutas and Kasmarias and Balatakas. Indeed, the food that was offered contained such things as are taken by persons leading a domestic mode of life, as also such things as are taken by denizens of the wilderness. Through fear of the rishi's curse, the king had caused all kinds of food to be collected and dressed for his guest. All this food, brought from the kitchen, was placed before Chayavana. A seat was also placed for him, and a bed too was spread. The viands were then caused to be covered with white cloths. Soon, however, Chayavana of Bhrigu's race set fire to all the things and reduced them to ashes. Possessed of great intelligence, the royal couple showed no wrath at this conduct of the rishi, who once more, after this, made himself invisible before the very eyes of the king and the queen. The royal sage Kusika thereupon stood there in the same posture for the whole night, with his spouse by his side, and without speaking a word. Endued with great prosperity, he did not give way to wrath. Every day, good and pure food of diverse kinds, excellent beds, abundant articles needed for bath, and cloths of various kinds, were collected and kept in readiness in the palace for the rishi. Indeed, Chayavana failed to notice any fault in the conduct of the king. Then the regenerate rishi, addressing King Kusika, said unto him, "Do thou with thy spouse yoke thyself unto a car, and bear me on it to whichever place I shall direct." Without the least scruple, the king answered Chayavana, endued with wealth of asceticism, saying, "So be it," and he further inquired of the rishi, asking, "Which car shall I bring? Shall it be my pleasure car for making progress of pleasure, or shall it be my battle car?" Thus addressed by the delighted and contented monarch, the ascetic said unto him, "Do thou promptly equip that car of thine with which thou penetratest into hostile cities. Indeed, that battle car of thine, with every weapon, with its standard and flags, its darts and javelins and golden columns and poles, should be made ready. Its rattle resembles the tinkling of bells. It is adorned with numerous arches made of pure gold. It is always furnished with high and excellent weapons numbering by hundreds. The king said, "So be it," and soon caused his great battle car to be equipped. And he yoked his wife thereto on the left and his own self on the right. And the king placed on the car, among its other equipments, the goad which had 3 handles and which had a point at once hard as the thunderbolt and sharp as the needle. Having placed every requisite upon the car, the king said unto the Rishi, "O Holy One, whither shall the car proceed?" "Oh, let the son of Bhrigu issue his command. This thy car shall proceed to the place which thou mayst be pleased to indicate." Thus addressed the holy man replied unto the king, saying, "Let the car go hence, dragged slowly, step by step. Obedient to my will, do ye too proceed in such a way that I may not feel any fatigue, I should be borne away pleasantly, and let all thy people see this progress that I make through their midst. Let no person that comes to me, as I proceed along the road, be driven away. I shall make gifts of wealth unto all. Unto them amongst the Brahmanas that may approach me on the way, I shall grant their wishes and bestow upon all of them gems and wealth without stint. Let all this be accomplished, O king, and do not entertain any scruples." Hearing these words of the Rishi, the king summoned his servants and said, "Ye should, without any fear, give away whatever the ascetic will order." Then jewels and gems in abundance, and beautiful women, and pairs of sheep, and coined and uncoined gold, and huge elephants resembling hills or mountain summits, and all the ministers of the king, began to follow the Rishi as he was borne away on that car. Cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose from every part of the city, which was plunged in grief at that extraordinary sight. And the king and the queen were suddenly struck by the Rishi with that goad equipped with sharp point. Though thus struck on the back and the cheeks, the royal couple still showed no sign of agitation. On the other hand, they continued to bear the Rishi on as before. Trembling from head to foot, for no food had passed their lips for 50 nights, and exceedingly weak, the heroic couple somehow succeeded in dragging that excellent car. Repeatedly and deeply cut by the goad, the royal couple became covered with blood. Indeed, O monarch, they then looked like a couple of Kansuka trees in the flowering season. The citizens, beholding the plight to which their king and queen had been reduced, became afflicted with great grief. Filled with fear at the prospect of the curse of the Rishi, they kept silent under their misery. Gathering in knots, they said unto each other, "Behold the might of penances. Although all of us are angry, we are still unable to look at the Rishi. Great is the energy of the holy Rishi of clean soul. Behold also the endurance of the king and his royal spouse. Though worn out with toil and hunger, they are still bearing the car." The son of Bhrigu, notwithstanding the misery he caused to Kusika and his queen, failed to mark any sign of dissatisfaction or agitation in them. Bhishma continued, "The perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, beholding the king and the queen totally unmoved, began to give away very largely wealth obtained from the king's treasury, as if he were a second lord of treasures. At this act also, King Kusika showed no mark of dissatisfaction. He did as the Rishi commanded in the matter of those gifts. Seeing all this, that illustrious and best of ascetics became delighted. Coming down from that excellent car, he unharnessed the royal couple. Having freed them, he addressed them duly. Indeed, the son of Bhrigu, in a soft, deep, and delighted voice, said, I am ready to give an excellent boon unto you both. Delicate as they were, their bodies had been pierced with the goad. That best of ascetics, moved by affection, softly touched them with his hands whose healing virtues resembled those of nectar itself, O chief of the Bharatas. Then the king answered, My wife and I have felt no toil. Indeed, all their fatigue had been dispelled by the puissance of the Rishi, and hence it was that the king could say so unto the Rishi. Delighted with their conduct, the illustrious Chayavana said unto them, I have never before spoken an untruth. It must, therefore, be as I have said. This spot on the banks of the Ganga is very delightful and auspicious. I shall, observant of a vow, dwell for a little while here, O king. Do thou return to thy city? Thou art fatigued. Thou shalt come again. Tomorrow, O king, thou shalt, returning with thy spouse, behold me even here. Thou shouldst not give way to wrath or grief. The time is come when thou shalt reap a great reward. That which is coveted by thee, and which is in thy heart, shall verily be accomplished. Thus addressed by the Rishi, King Kusika, with a delighted heart, replied unto the Rishi in these words of grave import, I have cherished no wrath or grief, O highly blessed one. We have been cleansed and sanctified by thee, O Holy One. We have once more become endued with youth. Behold, our bodies have become exceedingly beautiful and possessed of great strength. I do not any longer see those wounds and cicatrices that were caused by thee on our persons with thy goad. Verily, with my spouse, I am in good health. I see my goddess become as beautiful in body as an apsara. Verily, she is endued with as much comeliness and splendor as she had ever been before. All this, O great ascetic, is due to thy grace. Verily, there is nothing astonishing in all this, O holy Rishi of puissance ever unbaffled. Thus addressed by the king, Chayavana said unto him, Thou shalt, with thy spouse, return hither tomorrow, O monarch. With these words, the royal sage Kusika was dismissed. Saluting the Rishi, the monarch, endued with a handsome body, returned to his capital like unto a second chief of the celestials. The counselors then, with the priest, came out to receive him. His troops and the dancing women and all his subjects also did the same. Surrounded by them all, King Kusika, blazing with beauty and splendor, entered his city with a delighted heart, and his praises were hymned by bards and encomiasts. Having entered his city and performed all his morning rites, he ate with his wife. Endued with great splendor, the monarch then passed the night happily. Each beheld the other to be possessed anew of youth. All their afflictions and pains having ceased, they beheld each other to resemble a celestial. Endued with the splendor they had obtained as a boon from that foremost of Brahmanas, and possessed as they were of forms that were exceedingly comely and beautiful, both of them passed a happy night in their bed. Meanwhile, the spreader of the feats of Bhrigu's race, viz., the Rishi possessed of the wealth of penances, converted, by his yoga power, that delightful wood on the bank of the Ganga into a retreat full of wealth of every kind and adorned with every variety of jewels and gems, in consequence of which it surpassed in beauty and splendor the very abode of the chief of the celestials. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 54. Bhishma said, when that night passed away, the high-souled King Kusika awoke and went through his morning rites. Accompanied by his wife, he then proceeded towards that wood which the Rishi had selected for his residence. Arrived there, The monarch saw a palatial mansion made entirely of gold, possessed of 1,000 columns, each of which was made of gems and precious stones. It looked like an edifice belonging to the Gandharvas. Kusika beheld in every part of that structure evidences of celestial design. And he beheld hills with delightful valleys, and lakes with lotuses on their bosom, and mansions full of costly and curious articles, and gateways and arches, O Bharata. And the king saw many open glades and open spots carpeted with grassy verdure, and resembling level fields of gold. And he saw many sahakaras adorned with blossoms, and katakas and udalakas, and davas and asokas, and blossoming kundas, and adamuktas. And he saw there many champakas and tilakas and bhavyas and panasas and vangelas and karnakaras adorned with flowers. And the king beheld many varanapushpas and the creepers called ashtapadika, all clipped properly and beautifully. And the king beheld trees on which lotuses of all varieties bloomed in all their beauty, and some of which bore flowers of every season. And he noticed also many mansions that looked like celestial cars or like beautiful mountains. And at some places, O Bharata, there were tanks and lakes full of cool water, and at others were those that were full of warm or hot water. And there were diverse kinds of excellent seats and costly beds, and bedsteads made of gold and gems, and overlaid with cloths and carpets of great beauty and value. Of comestible there were enormous quantities, well dressed and ready for use. And there were talking parrots and she-parrots and bringarajas and kokilas and katapatras with koyastikas and kukabas and peacocks and cocks and datuhas and jivajavakas and chakoras and monkeys and swans and sarasas and chakravakas. Here and there he beheld bevies of rejoicing apsaras and conclaves of happy Gandharvas, O monarch. And he beheld other Gandharvas at other places rejoicing with their dear spouses. The king sometimes beheld these sights and sometimes could not see them, for they seemed to disappear from before his eyes. The monarch heard also melodious strains of vocal music and the agreeable voices of preceptors engaged in lecturing to their disciples on the Vedas and the scriptures. And the monarch also heard the harmonious cackle of the geese sporting in the lakes. Beholding such exceedingly wonderful sights, the king began to reflect inwardly, saying, "Is this a dream? Or is all this due to an aberration of my mind? Or is it all real? Oh, I have, without casting off my earthly tenement, attained to the beatitude of heaven. This land is either the sacred country of the Uttarakurus, or the abode, called Amaravati, of the chief of the celestials. Oh, what are these wonderful sights that I behold?" Reflecting in this strain, the monarch at last saw that foremost of rishis. In that palace of gold, endued with columns, made of jewels and gems, lay the son of Bhrigu stretched on a costly and excellent bed. With his wife by his side, the king approached with a delighted heart the rishi as he lay on that bed. Chayavana, however, quickly disappeared at this, with the bed itself upon which he lay. The king then beheld the rishi at another part of those woods seated on a mat made of kusa grass, and engaged in mentally reciting some high mantras. By his yoga power, even thus did that Brahmana stupefy the king. In a moment that delightful wood, those bevies of apsaras, those bands of Gandharvas, those beautiful trees, all disappeared. The bank of the Ganga became as silent as usual, and presented the old aspect of its being covered with kusa grass and anthills. King Kusika with his wife having beheld that highly wonderful sight and its quick disappearance also, became filled with amazement. With a delighted heart, the monarch addressed his wife and said unto her, Behold, O amiable one, the various agreeable scenes and sights, occurring nowhere else, which we too have just witnessed. All this is due to the grace of Brigu's son and the puissance of his penances. By penances all that becomes attainable which one cherishes in one's imagination. Penances are superior to even the sovereignty over the three worlds. By penances well performed, emancipation itself may be achieved. Behold, the puissance of the high-souled and celestial Rishi Chayavana derived from his penances. He can, at his pleasure, create even other worlds than those which exist. Only Brahmanas are born in this world to attain to speech and understanding and acts that are sacred. Who else than Chayavana could do all this? Sovereignty may be acquired with ease. But the status of a Brahmana is not so attainable. It was through the puissance of a Brahmana that we were harnessed to a carve like well-broken animals. These reflections that passed through the king's brain became known to Chayavana. Ascertaining the king's thoughts, the rishi addressed him and said, Come hither quickly. Thus addressed, the king and the queen approached the great ascetic, and, bending their heads, they worshipped him who deserved worship. Uttering a benediction upon the monarch, the rishi, possessed of great intelligence, O chief of men, comforted the king and said, Sit down on that seat. After this, O monarch, the son of Brigu, without guile or insincerity of any kind, gratified the king with many soft words, and then said, O king, thou hast completely subjugated the 5 organs of action and the 5 organs of knowledge with the mind as their 6th. Thou hast for this come out unscathed from the fiery ordeal I had prepared for thee. I have been properly honored and adored, O son, by thee, O foremost of all persons possessed of speech. Thou hast no sin, not even a minute one, in thee. Give me leave, O king, for I shall now proceed to the place I came from. I have been exceedingly pleased with thee, O monarch. Do thou accept the boon I am ready to give. Kusika said, In thy presence, O Holy One, I have stayed like one staying in the midst of a fire. That I have not yet, O chief of Brigu's race, been consumed, is sufficient. Even this is the highest boon that has been obtained, O delighter of Brigu. That thou hast been gratified by me, O Brahmana, and that I have succeeded in rescuing my race from destruction, O sinless one, constitute in my case the best boons. This I regard, O learned Brahmana, as a distinct evidence of thy grace. The end of my life has been accomplished. Even this is what I regard the very end of my sovereignty. Even this is the highest fruit of my penances. If, O learned Brahmana, thou hast been pleased with me, O delighter of Brigu, then do thou expound some doubts which are in my mind. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 55. Chayavana said, Do thou accept a boon from me? Do thou also, O chief of men, tell me what the doubt is that is in thy mind. I shall certainly accomplish all thy purposes. Kusika said, If thou hast been gratified by me, O Holy One, do thou then, O son of Brigu, tell me thy object in residing in my palace for some time, for I desire to hear it. What was thy object in sleeping on the bed I assigned thee for 21 days continuously, without changing sides? O foremost of ascetics, what also was thy object, again, in going out of the room without speaking a single word? Why didst thou, again, without any ostensible reason, make thyself invisible, and once more become visible? Why, O learned Brahmana, didst thou again lay thyself down on the bed and sleep as before for 21 days? For what reason didst thou go out after thou wert rubbed by us with oil in view of thy bath? Why also, after having caused diverse kinds of food in my palace to be collected, didst thou consume them with the aid of fire? What was the cause of thy sudden journey through my city on the car? What object hadst thou in view in giving away so much wealth? What was thy motive in showing us the wonders of the forest created by the yoga puissance? What indeed was thy motive for showing, O great ascetic, so many palatial mansions made of gold and so many bedsteads supported on posts of jewels and gems? Why also did all these wonders vanish from our sight? I wish to hear the cause of all this. And thinking of all these acts of thine, O perpetuator of Briga's race, I became stupefied repeatedly. I failed to find what the certain motive was which influenced thee. O thou, that art endued with wealth of penances, I wish to hear the truth about all those acts of thine in detail.
Chayavana said, "Listen to me as I tell thee in detail the reasons which had impelled me in all these acts of mine. Asked by thee, O monarch, I cannot refuse to enlighten thee. In days past, on one occasion, when the deities had assembled together, the grandsire Brahman said some words. I heard them, O king, and shall presently repeat them to thee. In consequence of a contention between Brahmana and Kshatriya energy, there will occur an intermixture in my race. Thy grandson, O king, will become endued with great energy and puissance. Hearing this, I came hither, resolved to exterminate thy race. Indeed, I came, O Kusika, seeking the utter extermination of thy race, in fact, for consuming into ashes all thy descendants. Impelled by this motive, I came to thy palace, O monarch, and said unto thee, I shall observe some vow. Do thou attend upon me and serve me dutifully. While residing, however, in thy house I failed to find any latches in thee. It is for that reason, O royal sage, that thou art still alive, for otherwise thou wouldst have by this time been numbered with the dead. It was with this resolution that I slept for 21 days in the hope that somebody would awake me before I arose of my own accord. Thou, however, with thy wife, didst not awaken me. Even then, O best of kings, I became pleased with thee. Rising from my bed, I went out of the chamber without accosting any of you. I did this, O monarch, in the hope that thou wouldst ask me, and thus I would have an opportunity of cursing thee. I then made myself invisible, and again showed myself in the room of thy palace, and, once more betaking myself to yoga, slept for 21 days. The motive that impelled me was this. Worn out with toil and hunger, you too would be angry with me, and do what would be unpleasant to me. It was from this intention that I caused thyself and thy spouse to be afflicted with hunger. In thy heart, however, O king, the slightest feeling of wrath or vexation did not rise. For this, O monarch, I became highly delighted with thee. When I caused diverse kinds of food to be brought and then set fire to them, I hoped that thyself with thy wife wouldst give way to wrath at the sight. Even that act, however, of mine was tolerated by thee. I then ascended the car, O monarch, and addressed thee, saying, Do thou with thy wife bear me. Thou didst what I bade, without the least scruple, O king. I became filled with delight at this. The gifts of wealth I made could not provoke thy anger. Pleased with thee, O king, I created with the aid of my yoga puissance that forest which thyself with thy wife didst behold here. Listen, O monarch, to the object I had. For gratifying thee and thy queen, I caused thee to have a glimpse of heaven. All those things which thou hast seen in these woods, O monarch, are a foretaste of heaven. O best of kings, for a little while I caused thee and thy spouse to behold, and even your earthly bodies, some sights of heaven. All this was done for showing the puissance of penances and the reward that is in store for righteousness. The desire that arose in thy heart, O monarch, at the sight of those delightful objects, is known to me. Thou becamest desirous of obtaining the status of a Brahmana and the merit of penances, O Lord of earth, disregarding the sovereignty of the earth, nay, the sovereignty of very heaven. That which thou thoughtest, O king, was even this. The status of a Brahmana is exceedingly difficult to obtain. After becoming a Brahmana, it is exceedingly difficult to obtain the status of a Rishi. For even a Rishi, it is difficult to become an ascetic. I tell thee that thy desire will be gratified. From thee, O Kusika, will spring a Brahmana, who shall be called after thy name. The person that will be the third in descent from thee shall attain to the status of a Brahmana. Through the energy of the Bhrigus, thy grandson, O monarch, will be an ascetic endued with the splendor of fire. He shall always strike all men, indeed, the inhabitants of the three worlds, with fear. I tell thee the truth. O royal sage, do thou accept the boon that is now in thy mind. I shall soon set out on a tour to all the sacred waters. Time is expiring. Kusika said, even this, O great ascetic, is a high boon, in my case, for thou hast been gratified by me. Let that take place which thou hast said. Let my grandson become a Brahmana, O sinless one. Indeed, let the status of Brahmanahood attach to my race, O holy one. This is the boon I asked for. I desire to once more ask thee in detail, O Holy One. In what way, O Delighter of Bhrigu, will the status of Brahmanahood attach to my race? Who will be my friend? Who will have my affection and respect? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 56. Chayavana said, I should certainly, O chief of men, tell you everything about the circumstance for which, O monarch, I came hither for exterminating thy race. This is well known, O king, that the Kshatriyas should always have the assistance of the sons of Bhrigu in the matter of sacrifices. Through an irresistible decree of destiny, the Kshatriyas and the Bhargavas will fall out. The Kshatriyas, O king, will slay the descendants of Bhrigu. Afflicted by an ordinance of fate, they will exterminate the race of Bhrigu, not sparing even infants in their mother's wombs. There will then spring in Bhrigu's race a rishi of the name of Urva. Endued with great energy, he will in splendor certainly resemble fire or the sun. He will cherish such wrath, upon hearing of the extermination of his race, as will be sufficient to consume the three worlds. He will be competent to reduce the whole earth with all her mountains and forests into ashes. For a little while he will quell the flames of that fiery rage, throwing it into the mare's mouth that wanders through the ocean. He will have a son of the name of Richika. The whole science of arms, O sinless one, in its embodied form will come to him, for the extermination of the entire Kshatriya race, through a decree of destiny. Receiving that science by inward light, he will, by yoga puissance, communicate it to his son, the highly blessed Jamadagni of cleansed soul. That tiger of Bhrigu's race will bear that science in his mind. O thou of righteous soul, Jamadagni will wed a girl, taking her from thy race, for spreading its glory, O chief of the Bharatas. Having obtained for wife the daughter of Gadi and thy granddaughter, O king, that great ascetic will beget a regenerate son endued with Kshatriya accomplishments. In thy race will be born a son, a Kshatriya endued with the virtues of a Brahmana. Possessed of great righteousness, he will be the son of Gadi. Known by the name of Viswamitra, he will in energy come to be regarded as the equal of Vrihaspati himself, the preceptor of the celestials. The illustrious Richika will grant this son to thy race, this Kshatriya that will be endued with high penances. In the matter of this exchange of sons, viz., a Kshatriya son in the race of Bhrigu and a Brahmana son in thy race, the cause will be 2 women. All this will happen at the command of the grandsire. It will never be otherwise. Unto one that is third in descent from thee, the status of Brahmanahood will attach. Thou shalt become a relative, by marriage, of the Bhargavas. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the high-souled ascetic Chayavana, King Kusika became filled with joy, and made answer in the following words, Indeed, O best of the Bharatas, he said, so be it. Endued with high energy, Chayavana once more addressed the king, and urged him to accept a boon from himself. The king replied, Very well. From thee, O great ascetic, I shall obtain the fruition of my wish. Let my race become invested with the status of Brahmanahood, and let it always set its heart upon righteousness. The ascetic Chayavana, thus solicited, granted the king's prayer, and bidding farewell to the monarch, set out on his intended tour to the sacred waters. I have now told thee everything, O Bharata, relating to thy questions, viz., how the Bhrigus and the Kusikas became connected with each other by marriage. Indeed, O king, everything fell out as the Rishi Chayavana had said. The birth of Rama, of Bhrigu's race, and of Viswamitra, of Kusika's race, happened in the way that Chayavana had indicated. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 57. Yudhishthira said, Hearing thy words I become stupefied, O grandsire. Reflecting that the earth is now destitute of a very large number of kings, all of whom were possessed of great prosperity, my heart becomes filled with grief. Having conquered the earth and acquired kingdoms numbered by hundreds, O Bharata, I turn with grief, O grandsire, at the thought of the millions of men I have slaughtered. Alas, what will be the plight of those foremost ladies who have been deprived by us of husbands and sons and maternal uncles and brothers? Having slain those Kurus our kinsmen, that is, our friends and well-wishers, we shall have to sink in hell, beads, hanging, downwards. There is no doubt of this. I desire, O Bharata, to address my body to severe penances. With that end in view, O king, I wish to receive instructions from thee. Vaisampayana continued, the high-souled Bhishma, hearing these words of Yudhishthira, reflected upon them acutely with the aid of his understanding, and addressed Yudhishthira in reply. Bhishma said, Hear what I say unto thee. It is exceedingly wonderful, and constitutes a great mystery. The topic is the object that creatures obtain after death as the rewards of particular acts or courses of conduct they follow. One attains to heaven by penances. By penances one attains to fame. By penances, O puissant king, one attains to length of life and all articles of enjoyment. By penances one attains to knowledge, to science, to health and freedom from disease, beauty of person, prosperity, and blessedness, O chief of Bharata's race. By penances one attains to wealth. By observing the vow of taciturnity one succeeds in bringing the whole world under one's sway. By making gifts one acquires all kinds of enjoyable articles. By observing the rite of Diksha one acquires birth in a good and high family. Those that spend their lives subsisting only upon fruits and roots, and avoiding cooked food, succeed in obtaining kingdom and sovereignty. Those that live upon the leaves of plants and trees as their food succeed in attaining to heaven. One that subsists upon water only attains to heaven. By making gifts one simply increases one's wealth. By serving with reverence one's preceptor one acquires learning. By performing shraddhas every day in honor of one's pitris, manis, one acquires a large number of children. By observing diksha upon potherbs and vegetables, one acquires a large number of kine. Those that subsist upon grass and straw succeed in attaining to heaven. By bathing thrice every day with the necessary rites, one acquires a large number of spouses. By drinking water alone, one acquires residence in the regions of Prajapati. The Brahmana, who bathes every day and recites sacred mantras in the twilights, becomes possessed of the status of Daksha himself. By worshipping the deities in a wilderness or desert, one acquires a kingdom or sovereignty, and by observing the vow of casting off the body by a long fast, one ascends to heaven. One possessed of the wealth of penances and always passing his days in yoga obtains good beds and seats and vehicles. Casting off the body by entering a blazing fire, one becomes an object of reverence in the region of Brahman. Those that lie on the hard and bare ground acquire houses and beds. Those that clothe themselves in rags and barks obtain good robes and ornaments. By avoiding the several agreeable tastes, one succeeds in acquiring great prosperity. By abstaining from meat and fish, one gets long-lived children. One who passes some time in that mode of life, which is called Vyasa, becomes the very Lord of heaven. The man who speaks the truth, O best of men, succeeds in sporting happily with the deities themselves. By making gifts, one acquires great fame in consequence of one's high achievements. By abstention from cruelty, one acquires health and freedom from disease. By serving Brahmanas with reverence, one attains to kingdom and sovereignty, and the high status of a Brahmana. By making gifts of water and other drinks, one acquires eternal fame in consequence of high achievements. By making gifts of food, one acquires diverse articles of enjoyment. One who gives peace unto all creatures, by refraining from doing them any injury, becomes freed from every region. By serving the deities, one obtains a kingdom and celestial beauty. By presenting lights at places which are dark and frequented by men, one acquires a good vision. By giving away good and beautiful objects, one acquires a good memory and understanding. By giving away scents and garlands, one acquires fame that spreads over a large area. Those who abstain from shaving off their hair and beards succeed in obtaining excellent children. By observing fasts and diksha and baths, O Bharata, for 12 years, according to the ordinance, one acquires a region that is superior to that attainable by unreturning heroes. By bestowing one's daughter on an eligible bridegroom according to the Brahma form, one obtains, O best of men, male and female slaves and ornaments and fields and houses. By performing sacrifices and observing fasts, one ascends to heaven, O Bharata. The man who gives away fruits and flowers succeeds in acquiring auspicious knowledge. The man who gives 1,000 kine with horns adorned with gold succeeds in acquiring heaven. Even this has been said by the very deities in a conclave in heaven. One who gives away a Kapila cow with her calf, with a brazen pot of milking with horns adorned with gold, and possessed of diverse other accomplishments, obtains the fruition of all his wishes from that cow. Such a person, in consequence of that act of gift, resides in heaven for as many years as there are hairs on the body of the cow, and rescues in the next world, from the misery of hell, his sons and grandsons and all his race to the 7th degree. The regions of the Vasus become attainable to that man who gives away a cow with horns beautifully decorated with gold, accompanied with a brazen jar for milking, along with a piece of cloth embroidered with gold, a measure of sesame, and a sum of money as dakshina. A gift of kind rescues the giver in the next world. Then he finds himself falling into the deep darkness of hell and restrained by his own acts in this world, like a boat with sails that have caught the air, rescuing a person from being drowned in the sea. He who bestows a daughter according to the Brahma form upon an eligible person, or who makes a gift of land unto a Brahmana, or who gives food to a Brahmana according to due rites, succeeds in attaining to the region of Purandara. That man who makes a gift of a house, equipped with every kind of furniture, unto a Brahmana given to Vedic studies and possessed of every accomplishment and good behavior, acquires residence in the country of the Uttarakurus. By making gifts of draft bullocks, a person acquires the region of the Vasus. Gifts of gold lead to heaven. Gifts of pure gold lead to greater merit still. By making a gift of an umbrella, one acquires a palatial mansion. By making a gift of a pair of sandals or shoes, one acquires good vehicles. The reward attached to a gift of cloths is personal beauty, and by making gifts of scents one becomes a fragrant person in one's next life. One who gives flowers and fruits and plants and trees unto a Brahmana acquires, without any labor, palatial mansion equipped with beautiful women and full of plenty of wealth. The giver of food and drink of different tastes and of other articles of enjoyment succeeds in acquiring a copious supply of such articles. The giver, again, of houses and cloths gets articles of a similar kind. There is no doubt about it. That person who makes gifts of garlands and incense and scents and unguents and the articles needed by men after a bath and floral wreaths unto Brahmanas becomes freed from every disease and possessed of personal beauty, sports and joy in the region reserved for great kings. The man, O king, who makes unto a Brahmana the gift of a house that is stored with grain, furnished with beds full of much wealth, auspicious and delightful, acquires a palatial residence. He who gives unto a Brahmana a good bed perfumed with fragrant scents, overlaid with an excellent sheet, and equipped with pillows, wins without any effort on his part a beautiful wife, belonging to a high family and of agreeable manners. The man who takes to a hero's bed on the field of battle becomes the equal of the grandsire Brahman himself. There is no end higher than this. Even this is what the great rishis have declared. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of his grandfather, Yudhishthira, the delighter of the Kurus, became desirous of the end that is reserved for heroes and no longer expressed any disgust at leading a householder's mode of life. Then, O foremost of men, Yudhishthira, addressing all the other sons of Pandu, said unto them, Let the words which our grandfather has said command your faith. At this, all the Pandavas with the famous Draupadi amongst them applauded the words of Yudhishthira and said, Yes. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 58. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O chief of the Bharatas, to hear from thee what the rewards are which are attached, O best of the Kurus, to the planting of trees and the digging of tanks. Bhishma said, A piece of land that is agreeable to the sight, fertile, situate in the midst of delightful scenes adorned with diverse kinds of metals, and inhabited by all sorts of creatures, is regarded as the foremost of sports. A particular portion of such land should be selected for digging a tank. I shall tell thee, in due order, about the different kinds of tanks. I shall also tell thee what the merits also are that attach to the digging of tanks, with the view of drawing water for the benefit of all creatures. The man who causes a tank to be dug becomes entitled to the respect and worship of the three worlds. A tank full of water is as agreeable and beneficial as the house of a friend. It is gratifying to Surya himself. It also contributes to growth to the deities. It is the foremost of all things that lead to fame, with respect to the person who causes it to be excavated. The wise have said that the excavation of a tank contributes to the aggregate of three: righteousness, wealth, and pleasure. A tank is said to be properly excavated if it is made on a piece of land that is inhabited by respectable persons. A tank is said to be subservient to all the four purposes of living creatures. Tanks, again, are regarded as constituting the excellent beauty of a country. The deities and human beings and Gandharvas and Pitris and Uragas and Rakshasas and even immobile beings all resort to a tank full of water as their refuge. I shall, therefore, tell thee what the merits are that have been said by great rishis to be attached to tanks, and what the rewards are that are attainable by persons that cause them to be excavated. The wise have said that that man reaps the merit of an Agnihotra sacrifice in whose tank water is held in the season of the rains. The high reward in the world that is reaped by the person who makes a gift of 1,000 kine is won by that man in whose tank water is held in the season of autumn. The person in whose tank water occurs in the cold season acquires the merit of one who performs a sacrifice with plentiful gifts of gold. That person in whose tank's water occurs in the season of dew wins, the wise have said, the merits of an Agnishtoma sacrifice. That man in whose well-made tank water occurs in the season of spring acquires the merit of the Adoratra sacrifice. That man in whose tank water occurs in the season of summer acquires, the rishis say, the merits that attach to a horse sacrifice. That man rescues all his race in whose tank kine are seen to allay their thirst and from which righteous men draw their water. That man in whose tank kine slake their thirst, as also other animals and birds and human beings, acquires the merits of a horse sacrifice. Whatever measure of water is drunk from one's tank and whatever measure is taken therefrom by others for purposes of bathing, all become stored for the benefit of the excavator of the tank, and he enjoys the same for unending days in the next world. Water, especially in the other world, is difficult to obtain, O son. A gift of drink produces eternal happiness. Make gifts of sesame here. Make gifts of water. Do thou also give lamps for lighting dark places. While alive and awake, do thou sport in happiness with kinsmen. These are acts which thou shalt not be able to achieve in the other world. The gift of drink, O chief of men, is superior to every other gift. In point of merit it is distinguished above all other gifts. Therefore, do thou make gifts of water. Even thus have the rishis declared what the high merits of the excavation of tanks are. I shall now discourse to thee on the planting of trees. Of immobile objects 6 classes have been spoken of. They are vrikshas, gulmas, latas, valas, twaxaras, and trinas of diverse kinds. These are the several kinds of vegetables. Listen now to the merit that attaches to their planting. By planting trees one acquires fame in the world of men and auspicious rewards in the world hereafter. Such a man is applauded and reverenced in the world of the Pitris. Such a man's name does not perish even when he becomes a citizen of the world of deities. The man who plants trees rescues the ancestors and descendants of both his paternal and maternal lines. Do thou, therefore, plant trees, O Yudhishthira. The trees that a man plants become the planter's children. There is no doubt about this. Departing from this world, such a man ascends to heaven. Verily many eternal regions of bliss become his. Trees gratify the deities by their flowers, the Pitris by their fruits, and all guests and strangers by the shadow they give. Kinnaras and Uragas and Rakshasas and deities and Gandharvas and human beings, as also rishis, all have recourse to trees as their refuge. Trees that bear flowers and fruits gratify all men. The planter of trees is rescued in the next world by the trees he plants, like children rescuing their own father. Therefore, the man that is desirous of achieving his own good should plant trees by the side of tanks and cherish them like his own children. The trees that a man plants are, according to both reason and the scriptures, the children of the planter. That Brahmana who excavates a tank, and he that plants trees, and he that performs sacrifices, are all worshipped in heaven, even as men that are devoted to truthfulness of speech. Hence one should cause tanks to be excavated and trees to be planted, worship the deities in diverse sacrifices, and speak the truth. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 59. Yudhishthira said, amongst all those gifts that are mentioned in the treatises other than the Vedas, which gift, O chief of Kuru's race, is the most distinguished in thy opinion? O puissant one, great is the curiosity I feel with respect to this matter. Do thou discourse to me also of that gift which follows the giver into the next world. Bhishma said, an assurance unto all creatures of love and affection and abstention from every kind of injury, acts of kindness and favor done to a person in distress, gifts of articles made unto one that solicits with thirst and agreeable to the solicitor's wishes, and whatever gifts are made without the giver's ever thinking of them as gifts made by him, constitute, O chief of Bharata's race, the highest and best of gifts. Gift of gold, gift of kine, and gift of earth, these are regarded as sin-cleansing. They rescue the giver from his evil acts. O chief of men, do thou always make such gifts unto those that are righteous. Without doubt, gifts rescue the giver from all his sins. That person who wishes to make his gifts eternal should always give unto persons possessed of the requisite qualifications whatever articles are desired by all and whatever things are the best in his house. The man who makes gifts of agreeable things and who does to others what is agreeable to others always succeeds in obtaining things that are agreeable to himself. Such a person certainly becomes agreeable unto all, both here and hereafter. That man, O Yudhishthira, is a cruel wretch, who, through vanity, does not, to the extent of his means, attend to the wishes of one who is poor and helpless, and who solicits assistance. He is verily the foremost of men who shows favor unto even an helpless enemy fallen into distress when such enemy presents himself and prays for help. No man is equal to him, in merit, who satisfies the hunger of a person that is emaciated, possessed of learning, destitute of the means of support, and weakened by misery. One should always, O son of Kunti, dispel by every means in one's power the distress of righteous persons observant of vows and acts, who, though destitute of sons and spouses and plunged into misery, do not yet solicit others for any kind of assistance. Those persons who do not utter blessings upon the deities and men, in expectation of gifts, who are deserving of reverence and always contented, and who subsist upon such alms as they get without solicitation of any kind, are regarded as veritable snakes of virulent poison. Do thou, O Bharata, always protect thyself from them by making gifts unto them. They are competent to make the foremost of Ritvikas. Thou art to find them out by means of thy spies and agents. Thou shouldst honor those men by gifts of good houses equipped with every necessary article, with slaves and serving men, with good robes and vestments, O son of Kuru, and with all articles competent to contribute to one's pleasure and happiness. Righteous men of righteous deeds should make such gifts, impelled by the motive that it is their duty to act in that way and not from desire of reaping any rewards therefrom. Verily good men should act in this way so that the virtuous men described above might not, O Yudhishthira, feel any disinclination to accept those gifts sanctified by devotion and faith. There are persons bathed in learning and bathed in vows. Without depending upon anybody, they obtain their means of subsistence. These brahmanas of rigid vows are devoted to Vedic study and penances without proclaiming their practices to anyone. Whatever gifts thus mayst make unto those persons of pure behavior, of thorough mastery over their senses, and always contented with their own wedded spouses in the matter of desire, are sure to win for thee a merit that will accompany thee into all the worlds into which thou mayst go. One reaps the same merit by making gifts unto regenerate persons of restrained souls, which one wins by properly pouring libations unto the sacred fire morning and evening. Even this is the sacrifice spread out for thee, a sacrifice that is sanctified by devotion and faith, and that is endued with dakshina. It is distinguished above all other sacrifices. Let that sacrifice ceaselessly flow from thee as thou givest away. performed in view of such men, O Yudhishthira, a sacrifice in which the water that is sprinkled for dedicating gifts constitutes the oblations in honor of the Pitris, and devotion and worship rendered unto such superior men, serves to free one of the debts one owes to the deities. Those persons that do not yield to wrath and that never desire to take even a blade of grass belonging to others, as also they that are of agreeable speech, deserve to receive from us the most reverent worship. Such persons and others, because free from desire, never pay their regards to the giver. Nor do they strive for obtaining gifts. They should, however, be cherished by givers as they cherish their own sons. I bend my head unto them. From them also both heaven and hell may become ones. Ritwiks and Purohitas and preceptors, when conversant with the Vedas and when behaving mildly towards disciples, become such. Without doubt, Kshatriya energy loses its force upon a Brahmana when it encounters him. Thinking that thou art a king, that thou art possessed of great power, and that thou hast affluence, do not, O Yudhishthira, enjoy thy affluence without giving anything unto the Brahmanas. Observing the duties of thy own order, do thou worship the Brahmanas with whatever wealth thou hast, O sinless one, for purposes of adornment or sustaining thy power. Let the Brahmanas live in whatever way they like. Thou shouldst always bend thy head unto them with reverence. Let them always rejoice in thee as thy children, living happily and according to their wishes. Who else than thou, O best of the Kurus, is competent to provide the means of subsistence for such Brahmanas as are endued with eternal contentment as are thy well-wishers, and as are gratified by only a little? As women have one eternal duty, in this world, viz., dependence upon and obedient service to their husbands, and as such duty constitutes their only end, even so is the service to Brahmanas our eternal duty and end. If, at sight of cruelties and other sinful acts in Kshatriyas, the Brahmanas, O son, unhonored by us, forsake us all, I say, of what use would life be to us, in the absence of all contact with the Brahmanas, especially as we shall then have to drag on our existence without being able to study the Vedas, to perform sacrifices, to hope for worlds of bliss hereafter, and to achieve great feats? I shall, in this connection, tell thee what the eternal usage is. In days of yore, O king, the Kshatriyas used to serve the Brahmanas. The Vaishya in a similar manner used in those days to worship the royal order, and the Sudras to worship the Vaishya. Even this is what is heard. The Brahmana was like a blazing fire. Without being able to touch him or approach his presence, the Sudra used to serve the Brahmana from a distance. It was only the Kshatriya and the Vaishya who could serve the Brahmana by touching his person or approaching his presence. The Brahmanas are endued with a mild disposition. They are truthful in behavior. They are followers of the true religion. When angry, they are like snakes of virulent poison. Such being their nature, do thou, O Yudhishthira, serve and attend upon them with obedience and reverence. The Brahmanas are superior to even those that are higher than the high and the low. The energy and penances of even those Kshatriyas who blaze forth with energy and might become powerless and neutralized when they come in contact with the Brahmanas. My sire himself is not dearer to me than the Brahmanas. My mother is not dearer to me than they. My grandsire, O king, is not dearer, my own self is not dearer, my life itself is not dearer, O king, to me than the Brahmanas. On earth there is nothing, O Yudhishthira, that is dearer to me than thou. But, O chief of Bharata's race, the Brahmanas are dearer to me than even thou. I tell thee truly, O son of Pandu. I swear by this truth, by which I hope to acquire all those regions of bliss that have been Santanus. I behold those sacred regions with Brahma shining conspicuously before them. I shall repair thither, O son, and reside in them for unending days. Beholding these regions, O best of the Bharatas, with my spiritual eyes, I am filled with delight at the thought of all these acts which I have done in aid and honor of the Brahmanas, O monarch. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 60. Yudhishthira said, unto which of two Brahmanas, when both happened to be equally pure in behavior, equally possessed of learning and purity, of birth and blood, but differing from each other in only this, viz., the one solicits and the other does not, I ask, O grandsire, unto which of these two would a gift be more meritorious? Bhishma said, it has been said, O son of Pritha, that a gift made unto an unsoliciting person is productive of greater merit than one made to a person who solicits. One possessed of contentment is certainly more deserving than that person who is destitute of that virtue and is, therefore, helpless amidst the storms and buffets of the world. The firmness of a Kshatriya consists in the protection he gives to others. The firmness of a Brahmana consists in his refusal to solicit. The Brahmana possessed of steadiness and learning and contentment gladdens the deities. The wise have said that an act of solicitation on the part of a poor man is a great reproach. Those persons that solicit others are said to annoy the world like thieves and robbers. The person who solicits is said to meet with death. The giver, however, is said not to meet with death. The giver is said to grant life unto him who solicits. By an act of gift, O Yudhishthira, the giver is said to rescue his own self also. Compassion is a very high virtue. Let people make gift from compassion unto those that solicit. Those, however, that do not beg, but are plunged into poverty and distress should be respectfully invited to receive assistance. If such Brahmanas, who must be regarded as the foremost of their order, live in thy kingdom, thou shouldst regard them as fire covered with ashes. Blazing with penances, they are capable of consuming the whole earth. Such persons, O son of Kuru's race, though not generally worshipped, should still be regarded as deserving of worship in every way. Endued with knowledge and spiritual vision and penances and yoga, such persons always deserve our worship. O scorcher of foes, do thou always offer worship unto such Brahmanas. One should repair of one's own accord unto those foremost of Brahmanas that do not solicit anybody and make unto them gifts of diverse kinds of wealth in abundance. The merit that flows from properly pouring libations into the sacred fire every morning and evening is won by the person who makes gifts unto a Brahmana endued with learning, with the Vedas, and with high and excellent vows. Thou shouldst, O son of Kunti, invite those foremost of Brahmanas who are cleansed by learning in the Vedas and vows, who live in independence, whose Vedic studies and penances are hidden without being proclaimed from the housetop, and who are observant of excellent vows, and honor them with gifts of well-constructed and delightful houses equipped with servitors and robes and furniture, and with all other articles of pleasure and enjoyment. Conversant with all duties and possessed of minute vision, those foremost of Brahmanas, O Yudhishthira, may accept the gifts offered to them with devotion and respect, thinking that they should not refuse and disappoint the giver. Thou shouldst invite those Brahmanas whose wives wait for their return like tillers in expectation of rain. Having fed them well, thou shouldst make gifts of additional food unto them, so that upon their return home their expectant wives might be able to distribute that food among their children that had clamored for food, but that had been pacified with promises Brahmacarans of restrained senses, O son, by eating at one's house in the forenoon, cause the 3 sacrificial fires to be gratified with the householder at whose house they eat. Let the sacrifice of gift proceed in thy house at midday, O son, and do thou also give away kine and gold and robes unto thy guests after feeding them well. By conducting thyself in this way, thou art sure to gratify the chief of the celestials himself. That would constitute thy third sacrifice, O Yudhishthira, in which offerings are made unto the deities, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas. By such sacrifice thou art sure to gratify the Viswadevas. Let compassion unto all creatures, giving unto all creatures what is due unto them, restraining the senses, renunciation, steadiness, and truth, constitute the final bath of that sacrifice which is constituted by gift. Even this is the sacrifice that is spread out for thee, a sacrifice that is sanctified by devotion and faith, and that has a large dakshina attached to it. This sacrifice which is constituted by gift is distinguished above all other sacrifices. O son, let this sacrifice be always performed by thee. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 61. Yudhishthira said, I wish to know in detail, O Bharata, where one meets with the high rewards of gifts and sacrifices. Are those rewards earned here, or are they to come hereafter? Which amongst these two, viz., gift and sacrifice, is said to be productive of superior merit? Unto whom should gifts be made? In what manner are gifts and sacrifices to be made? When also are they to be made? I ask thee all these. O learned sire, do thou discourse to me on the duty of gifts. Do tell me, O grandsire, what leads to the highest reward, viz., gifts made from the sacrificial platform or those made out of that place. Bhishma said, O son, a kshatriya is generally employed in deeds of fierceness. In his case, sacrifices and gifts are regarded as cleansing or sanctifying him. They that are good and righteous do not accept the gifts of persons of the royal order who are given to sinful acts. For this reason, the king should perform sacrifices with abundant gifts in the form of dakshina. If the good and righteous would accept the gifts made unto them, the kshatriya, O monarch, should incessantly make gifts with devotion and faith unto them. Gifts are productive of great merit, and are highly cleansing. Observant of vows, one should perform sacrifices and gratify with wealth such brahmanas as are friends of all creatures, possessed of righteousness, conversant with the Vedas, and preeminent for acts, conduct, and penances. If such brahmanas do not accept thy gifts, no merit becomes thine. Do thou perform sacrifices with copious dakshina, and make gifts of good and agreeable food unto those that are righteous. By making an act of gift thou shouldst regard thyself as performing a sacrifice. Thou shouldst with gifts adore those brahmanas who perform sacrifices. By doing this thou wilt acquire a share in the merits of those sacrifices of theirs. Thou shouldst support such brahmanas as are possessed of children and as are capable of sending people to heaven. By conducting thyself in this way thou art sure to get a large progeny, in fact, as large a progeny as the Prajapati himself. They that are righteous support and advance the cause of all righteous acts. One should, by giving up one's all, support such men, as also those that do good unto all creatures. Thyself being in the enjoyment of affluence, do thou, O Yudhishthira, make unto brahmanas gifts of kine and bullocks and food and umbrellas, and robes and sandals or shoes do thou give unto sacrificing brahmanas clarified butter, as also food and cars and vehicles with horses harnessed thereto, and dwelling houses and mansions and beds. Such gifts are fraught with prosperity and affluence to the giver, and are regarded as pure, O Bharata. Those brahmanas that are not censurable for anything they do, and that have no means of support assigned to them, should be searched out. Covertly or publicly do thou cherish such brahmanas by assigning them the means of support. Such conduct always confers higher benefit upon kshatriyas than the rajasuya and the horse sacrifices. Cleansing thyself of sin, thou art sure of attaining to heaven. Filling thy treasury thou shouldst do good to thy kingdom. By such conduct thou art sure to win much wealth and become a brahmana in thy next life. Do thou, O Bharata, protect thy own means of support and of doing acts of righteousness, as also the means of other people's subsistence. Do thou support thy servants as thy own children. Do thou, O Bharata, protect the Brahmanas in the enjoyment of what they have, and make gifts unto them of such articles as they have not. Let thy life be devoted to the purpose of the Brahmanas. Let it never be said that thou dost not grant protection to the Brahmanas. Much wealth or affluence, when possessed by a Brahmana, becomes a source of evil to him. Constant association with affluence and prosperity is certain to fill him with pride and cause him to be stupefied in respect of his true duties. If the Brahmanas become stupefied and steeped in folly, righteousness and duties are sure to suffer destruction. Without doubt, if righteousness and duty come to an end, it will lead to the destruction of all creatures. That king who, having amassed wealth, makes it over, for safekeep, to his treasury officers and guards, and then commences again to plunder his kingdom, saying unto his officers, Do ye bring me as much wealth as you can extort from the kingdom, and who spends the wealth that is thus collected at his command under circumstances of fear and cruelty, and the performance of sacrifices, should know that those sacrifices of his are never applauded by the righteous. The king should perform sacrifices with such wealth as is willingly paid into his treasury by prosperous and unpersecuted subjects. Sacrifices should never be performed with wealth acquired by severity and extortion. The king should then perform great sacrifices with large presents in the shape of dakshina, when in consequence of his being devoted to the good of his subjects, the latter bathe him with copious showers of wealth brought willingly by them for the purpose. The king should protect the wealth of those that are old, of those that are minors, of those that are blind, and of those that are otherwise disqualified. The king should never take any wealth from his people, if they, in a season of drought, succeed in growing any corn with the aid of water obtained from wells. Nor should he take any wealth from weeping women. The wealth taken from the poor and the helpless is sure to destroy the kingdom and the prosperity of the king. The king should always make unto the righteous gifts of all enjoyable articles in abundance. He should certainly dispel the fear of famishing which those men may have. There are no men more sinful than those upon whose food children look with wistfulness without being able to eat them duly. If within thy kingdom any learned Brahmana languishes with hunger like any of those children, thou shalt then incur the sin of foeticide for having allowed such an act. King Sivi himself had said this, viz. Fie on that king in whose kingdom a Brahmana or even any other man languishes from hunger. That kingdom in which a Brahmana of the Snataka class languishes with hunger becomes overwhelmed with adversity. Such a kingdom with its king also incurs reproach. That king is more dead than alive, in whose kingdom women are easily abducted from the midst of husbands and sons, uttering cries and groans of indignation and grief. The subjects should arm themselves to slay that king who does not protect them, who simply plunders their wealth, who confounds all distinctions, who is ever incapable of taking their lead, who is without compassion, and who is regarded as the most sinful of kings. That king who tells his people that he is their protector, but who does not or is unable to protect them, should be slain by his combined subjects, like a dog that is affected with the rabies and has become mad. A fourth part of whatever sins are committed by the subjects clings to that king who does not protect, O Bharata. Some authorities say that the whole of those sins is taken by such a king. Others are of opinion that a half thereof becomes his. Bearing in mind, however, the declaration of Manu, it is our opinion that a fourth part of such sins becomes the unprotecting king's. That king, O Bharata, who grants protection to his subjects obtains a fourth part of whatever merits his subjects acquired living under his protection. Do thou, O Yudhishthira, act in such a way that all thy subjects may seek thee as their refuge as long as thou art alive, even as all creatures seek the refuge of the deity of rain, or even as the winged denizens of the air seek the refuge of a large tree. Let all thy kinsmen and all thy friends and well-wishers, O scorcher of foes, seek thee as their refuge, even as the Rakshasas seek Kuvara or the deities seek Indra as theirs. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 62. Yudhishthira said, people accept with affection the declarations of the Shrutis which say, this is to be given. This other thing is to be given. As regards kings, again, they make gifts of various things unto various men. What, however, O grandsire, is the best or foremost of all gifts? Bhishma said, of all kinds of gifts, the gift of earth has been said to be the first, and point of merit. Earth is immovable and indestructible. It is capable of yielding unto him who owns it all the best things upon which his heart may be set. It yields robes and vestments, jewels and gems, animals, paddy and barley. Amongst all creatures, the giver of earth grows in prosperity forever and ever. As long as the earth lasts, so long does the giver thereof grow in prosperity. There is no gift that is higher, O Yudhishthira, than the gift of earth. It hath been heard by us that all men have given a little quantity of earth. All men have made gifts of earth, hence all men enjoy a little of earth. Whether in this or in the next world, all creatures live under conditions dependent upon their own acts. Earth is prosperity's self. She is a mighty goddess. She makes him her lord, in next life, who makes gifts of her in this life to other people. That person, O best of kings, who gives away earth, which is indestructible, as dakshina, becomes born in next life as a man and becomes also a lord of earth. The measure of one's enjoyment in this life is commensurate with the measure of one's gifts in a previous life. Even this is the conclusion to which the scriptures point. For a kshatriya should either give away the earth in gift or cast off his life in battle. Even this constitutes the highest source of prosperity with regard to kshatriyas. It has been heard by us that earth, when given away, cleanses and sanctifies the giver. The man that is of sinful behavior, that is guilty of even the slaughter of a brahmana and of falsehood, is cleansed by a gift of earth. Indeed, such a gift rescues even such a sinner from all his sins. The righteous accept gifts of earth only and no other thing from kings that are sinful. Like one's mother, earth, when given away, cleanses the giver and the taker. This is an eternal and secret name of earth, viz., Prayadatta. Given away or accepted in gift, the name that is dear to her is Prayadatta. The gift of earth is desirable. That king who makes a gift of earth unto a learned brahmana obtains from that gift a kingdom. Upon rebirth in this world, such a man without doubt attains to a position that is equal to that of a king. Hence a king, as soon as he gets earth, should make gifts of earth unto the brahmanas. None but a lord of earth is competent to make gifts of earth. Nor should one that is not a deserving person accept a gift of earth. They who desire earth should, without doubt, conduct themselves in this way, i.e., make gifts of earth. That person who takes away earth belonging to a righteous person never gets any earth. By making gifts of earth unto the righteous, one gets good earth. A virtuous soul, such a giver acquires great fame both here and hereafter. That righteous king respecting whom the brahmanas say, we live on earth given to us by him, is such that his very enemies cannot utter the least reproach respecting his kingdom. Whatever sins a man commits from one of the means of support are all washed off by gift of only so much earth as is covered by a cowhide. Those kings that are mean in their acts or are fierce deeds should be taught that gift of earth is exceedingly cleansing and is at the same time the highest gift, and respect of merit. The ancients thought that there was always very little difference between the man who performs a horse sacrifice and him that makes a gift of earth unto one that is righteous. The learned doubt the acquisition of merit by doing all other acts of righteousness. The only act with respect to which they do not entertain doubt is the gift of earth, which, indeed, is the foremost of all gifts. The man of wisdom who makes gifts of earth gives away all these, viz., gold, silver, cloth, gems and pearls and precious stones. Penances, sacrifice, Vedic lore, good behavior, absence of cupidity, firmness in truth, worship of seniors, preceptors, and the deities, all these dwell in him who makes a gift of earth. They who ascend to the region of Brahman by leaving off their lives in battle, after having fought without any regard for themselves to secure the benefit to their masters, even they are unable to transcend the merit of those that make gifts of earth. As the mother always nourishes her own child with milk from her breast, even so doth the earth gratify with all the tastes the person that makes a gift of earth. Mrityu, Vaikinkara, Danda, Yama, fire who is possessed of great fierceness, and all heinous and terrible sins are incapable of touching the person that makes a gift of earth. That man of tranquil soul who makes a gift of earth gratifies, by that act, the Pitris dwelling in their own region and the deities also hailing from the region that is theirs. The man who makes a gift of earth unto one that is emaciated and cheerless and destitute of the means of life and languishing with weakness, and who thereby supplies one with the means of subsistence, becomes entitled to the honor and merit of performing a sacrifice. Even as an affectionate cow runs towards her calf, with full udders dropping milk, the highly blessed earth, after the same manner, runs towards the person who makes a gift of earth. That man who makes unto a Brahmana a gift of earth which has been tilled, or sown with seeds, or which contains standing crops, or a mansion well equipped with every necessary, succeeds in becoming, in next life, the accomplisher of the wishes of everybody. The man who causes a Brahmana possessed of the means of life, owning a domestic fire and of pure vows and practices, to accept a gift of earth, never falls into any danger or distress. As the moon waxes day by day, even so the merit of a gift of earth becomes enhanced every time such earth produces crops. Those conversant with ancient histories sing this verse in connection with the gift of earth. Hearing that verse, Jamadagni's son, Rama, gave away the whole earth unto Kasyapa. The verse to which I refer is this: receive me in gift. Give me away. By giving me away, thou, O giver, shall obtain me again. That which is given away in this life is reacquired in the next. That Brahmana who recites this high declaration of the Vedas at the time of a Shraddha attains to the highest reward. A gift of earth is a high expiation for the sin of those puissant men who betake themselves to earthen rites for doing injuries to others. Indeed, by making a gift of earth, one rescues 10 generations of one's paternal and maternal race. That person who is even conversant with this Vedic declaration respecting the merits of a gift of earth succeeds in rescuing 10 generations of both his paternal and maternal families. The earth is the original source of all creatures, for it is from earth that all creatures derive their sustenance. It has been said that the deity of fire is the presiding genius of the earth. After the coronation ceremony has been performed of a king, this Vedic declaration should be recited to him, so that he may make gifts of earth and may never take away earth from a righteous person. Without doubt, the entire wealth owned by the king belongs to the Brahmanas. A king well conversant with the science of duty and morality is the first requisite of the kingdom's prosperity. Those people whose king is unrighteous and atheistic in conduct and belief can never be happy. Such people can never sleep or wake in peace. In consequence of his acts of wickedness, his subjects become always filled with anxiety. Protection of what the subjects already have and new acquisitions according to lawful means are incidents that are not noticeable in the kingdom of such a ruler. Those people, again, who have a wise and righteous king, sleep happily and wake up in happiness. Through the blessed and righteous acts of such a king, his subjects become freed from anxiety. The subjects, restrained from wicked acts, grow in prosperity through their own conduct. Capable of retaining what they have, they go on making new acquisitions. That king who makes gifts of earth is regarded as well-born. He is regarded as a man. He is a friend. He is righteous in his acts. He is a giver. He is regarded as possessing prowess. Those men who make gifts of ample and fertile earth unto Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas always shine in the world, in consequence of their energy, like so many suns. As seeds scattered on the soil grow and return a goodly crop, even so all one's wishes become crowned with fruition in consequence of one's making gifts of earth. Aditya and Varuna and Vishnu and Brahman and Soma and Hudasana and the illustrious and trident-bearing Mahadeva all applaud the man that makes a gift of earth. Living creatures spring into life from the earth, and it is into the earth that they become merged when they disappear. Living creatures which are distributed into 4 classes, i.e., viviparous, oviparous, filth-born, and vegetables, have earth for their constituent essence. The earth is both the mother and father of the universe of creatures, O monarch. There is no element, O ruler of men, that can compare with earth. In this connection is cited the old narrative of a discourse between the celestial preceptor Vrihaspati and Indra the ruler of heaven, O Yudhishthira. Having adored Vishnu in 100 sacrifices, each of which was distinguished by plentiful gifts as dakshina, Maghavat put this question to Vrihaspati, that foremost of all eloquent persons. Maghavat said, O illustrious one, by what gift does one succeed in coming to heaven and attaining to beatitude? O foremost of speakers, do thou tell me of that gift which is productive of high and inexhaustible merit. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the chief of the celestials, the preceptor of the deities, viz., Vrihaspati of great energy, said these words in reply unto him of 100 sacrifices. Endued as he is with the merits that attach to the gift of earth, the region of felicity reserved for the person who makes gift of such earth as is auspicious and rich with every taste, never become exhausted. That king, O Sakra, who desires to have prosperity and who wishes to win happiness for himself, should always make gifts of earth, with due rights, unto deserving persons. If after committing numerous sins a person makes gifts of earth unto members of the regenerate class, he casts off all those sins like a snake casting off its slough. The person that makes a gift of earth is said to make gifts of everything, that is, of seas and rivers and mountains and forests. By making a gift of earth, the person is said to give away lakes and tanks and wells and streams. In consequence of the moisture of earth, one is said to give away articles of diverse tastes by making a gift of earth. The man who makes a gift of earth is regarded as giving away herbs and plants possessed of high and efficacious virtues, trees adorned with flowers and fruit, delightful woods, and hillocks. The merit that a person acquires by making a gift of earth is incapable of being acquired by the performance of even such great sacrifices as the Agnishtoma and others with plentiful gifts in the shape of dakshina. The giver of earth, it has been already said, rescues 10 generations of both his paternal and maternal races. Similarly, by taking away earth that was given away, one hurls oneself into hell and casts 10 generations of both one's paternal and maternal lines into the same place of misery. That man who, having promised to make a gift of earth, does not actually make it, or who, having made a gift, takes it back, has to pass a long time in great misery in consequence of being tied with the noose of Varuna at the command of death. Those men have never to go to Yama who honor and worship those foremost of Brahmanas that pour libations every day on their domestic fire, that are always engaged in the performance of sacrifices, that have scanty means of livelihood, and that receive with hospitality every guest seeking shelter in their abodes. The king, O Purandara, should free himself from the debt he owes to the Brahmanas and protect the helpless and the weak belonging to the other orders. The king should never resume, O chief of the deities, earth that has been given away by another unto a Brahmana, O ruler of the celestials, that is destitute of the means of life. The tears that would fall from the eyes of such cheerless and destitute Brahmanas in consequence of their lands being taken back are capable of destroying the ancestors and descendants to the third generation of the resumer. That man who succeeds by his endeavors in re-establishing a king driven away from his kingdom obtains residence in heaven and is much honored by the denizens thereof. That king who succeeds in making gifts of earth with such crops standing thereon as sugarcane or barley or wheat, or with kine and horses and other draft cattle, earth that has been won with the might of the giver's arms, that has mineral wealth in its bowels, and that is covered with every kind of wealth of the surface, wins inexhaustible regions of felicity in the next world. And such a king it is that is said to perform the earth sacrifice. That king who makes a gift of earth becomes washed of every sin and is, therefore, pure and approved of the righteous. In this world he is highly honored and applauded by all righteous men. The merit that attaches to a gift of earth increases every time the earth given away bears crops for the benefit of the owner, even as a drop of oil, falling upon water, is seen to extend on every side and cover the watery surface. Those heroic kings and ornaments of assemblies who cast off their lives in battle with faces towards the foe attain, O Sakra, to the region of Brahman. Beautiful damsels skilled in music and dancing and adorned with garlands of celestial flowers approach, O chief of the deities, the giver of earth as he comes to heaven departing from the earth. That king who makes gifts of earth with due rights unto persons of the regenerate order, sports in bliss in the celestial regions, adorned all the while by the deities and Gandharvas. A century of Apsaras, adorned with celestial garlands, approach, O chief of the deities, the giver of earth as he ascends to the region of Brahman. Flowers of excellent perfumes, an excellent conch and excellent seat, an umbrella and excellent steeds with excellent vehicles are always ready for the person who makes gifts of earth. By making gifts of earth a king can always command flowers of excellent perfumes and heaps of gold. Possessed of all kinds of wealth, the commands of such a king can never be disobeyed anywhere, and cries of victory hail him wheresoever he may approach. The rewards that attach to gifts of earth consist of residence in heaven, O Purandara, and gold, and flowers, and plants and herbs of medicinal virtue, and kusa and mineral wealth and verdant grass. A person by making a gift of earth acquires in his next life nectar yielding earth. There is no gift that is equal to a gift of earth. There is no senior worthy of greater respect than the mother. There is no duty higher than truth. There is no wealth more precious than that which is given away. Bhishma continued, hearing these words from the son of Angiras, Vyasa made a gift unto him of the whole earth with all her jewels and gems and all her wealth of diverse kinds. If these verses declaring the merit attaching to gifts of earth be recited on the occasion of a Shraddha, neither Rakshasas nor Asuras can succeed in appropriating any share of the offerings made in it. Without doubt, the offerings one makes unto the Pitris at such a Shraddha become inexhaustible. Hence, on occasions of Shraddhas, the man of learning should recite these verses on the subject of the merits that attach to gifts of earth, in the presence and hearing of the invited Brahmanas when engaged in eating. I have thus, O chief of the Bharatas, discoursed unto thee of that gift which is the foremost of all gifts. What else dost thou wish to hear? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 63. Yudhishthira said, "When a king becomes desirous of making gifts in this world, what, indeed, are those gifts which he should make, O best of the Bharatas, unto such Brahmanas as are possessed of superior accomplishments? What gift is that by which the Brahmanas become immediately gratified? What fruits do they bestow in return? O thou of mighty arms, tell me what is the high reward attainable through the merit arising from gifts? What gifts, O king, are productive of rewards both here and hereafter? I desire to hear all this from thee. Do thou discourse to me on all this in detail." Bhishma said, "These very questions were on a former occasion put by me to Narada of celestial appearance. Hear me as I recite to thee what that celestial sage told me in reply." Narada said, "The deities and all the rishis applaud food. The course of the world and the intellectual faculties have all been established on food. There has never been, nor will be any gift that is equal to the gifts of food. Hence, men always desire particularly to make gifts of food. In this world, food is the cause of energy and strength. The life breaths are established on food. It is food that upholds the wide universe, O puissant one. All classes of men, householders, and mendicants and ascetics exist, depending upon food. The life breaths depend upon food. There is no doubt in this. Afflicting, if need be, one's relatives, one is desirous of one's own prosperity, should make gifts of food unto a high-souled Brahmana or a person of the mendicant order. That man who makes a gift of food unto an accomplished Brahmana who solicits the same, secures for himself in the world to come wealth of great value. The householder who is desirous of his own prosperity should receive with reverence a deserving old man that is spent with toil while proceeding on his way far from home, when such a man honors the householder's abode with his presence. That man who, casting off wrath that overleaps every bound and becoming righteous in disposition and freed from malice, makes gifts of food, is sure to attain to happiness, O king, both here and hereafter. The householder should never disregard the man that comes to his abode, nor should he insult him by sending him away. A gift of food made unto even a Chandala or a dog is never lost. That man who makes a gift of clean food unto a person on the way who is toil-worn and unknown to the giver is sure to acquire great merit. The man who gratifies with gifts of food the Pitris, the deities, the rishis, the brahmanas, and guests arrived at his abode, acquires merit whose measure is very large. That person who, having committed even a heinous sin, makes a gift of food unto one that solicits, or unto a brahmana, is never stupefied by that heinous sin. A gift of food made unto a brahmana becomes inexhaustible. One made to a Sudra becomes productive of great merit. Even this is the difference between the merits that attach to gifts of food made unto Brahmanas and Sudras. Solicited by a Brahmana, one should not inquire about his race or conduct or Vedic lore. Asked for food, one should give food to him that asks. There is no doubt in tits, O king, that he who makes gifts of food obtains both here and hereafter many trees yielding food and every other object of desire. Like tillers expecting auspicious showers of rain, the Pitris always expect that their sons and grandsons would make offerings unto them of food and shraddhas. The Brahmana is a great being. When he comes into one's anode and solicits, saying, "Give me," the owner of the abode, whether influenced or not by the desire of acquiring merit, is sure to win great merit by listening to that solicitation. The Brahmana is the guest of all creatures in the universe. He is entitled to the first portion of every food. That house increases in prosperity to which the Brahmanas repair from desire of soliciting alms, and from which they return honored in consequence of their desires being fulfilled. The owner of such a house takes birth in his next life in a family, O Bharata, that can command all the comforts and luxuries of life. A man, by making gifts of food in this world, is sure to attain to an excellent place hereafter. He who makes gifts of sweetmeat and all food that is sweet attains to a residence in heaven where he is honored by all the deities and other denizens. Food constitutes the life breath of men. Everything is established upon food. He who makes gifts of food obtains many animals, as his wealth, many children, considerable wealth, and other shape, and a command in abundance of all articles of comfort and luxurious enjoyment. The giver of food is said to be the giver of life. Indeed, he is said to be the giver of everything. Hence, O king, such a man acquires both strength and beauty of form in this world. If food be given duly unto a Brahmana arrived at the giver's house as a guest, the giver attains to great happiness, and is adored by the very deities. The Brahmana, O Yudhishthira, is a great being. He is also a fertile field. Whatever seed is sown on that field produces an abundant crop of merit. A gift of food is visibly and immediately productive of the happiness of both the giver and the receiver. All other gifts produce fruits that are unseen. Food is the origin of all creatures. From food comes happiness and delight. O Bharata, know that religion and wealth both flow from food. The cure of disease or health also flows from food. In a former kalpa, the Lord of all creatures said that food is Amrita, or the source of immortality. Food is earth, food is heaven, food is the firmament. Everything is established on food. In the absence of food, the 5 elements that constitute the physical organism cease to exist in a state of union. From absence of food, the strength of even the strongest man is seen to fail. Invitations and marriages and sacrifices all cease in the absence of food. The very Vedas disappear when food there is none. Whatever mobile and immobile creatures exist in the universe are dependent on food. Religion and wealth, and the 3 worlds, are all dependent on food. Hence the wise should make gifts of food. The strength, energy, fame, and achievements of the man who makes gifts of food constantly increase in the 3 worlds, O king. The Lord of the life breaths, viz., the deity of wind, places above the clouds the water sucked up by the sun. The water thus borne to the clouds is caused by Sakra to be poured upon the earth, O Bharata. The sun, by means of his rays, sucks up the moisture of the earth. The deity of wind causes the moisture to fall down from the sun. When the water falls down from the clouds upon the earth, the goddess earth becomes moist, O Bharata. Then do people sow diverse kinds of crops upon whose outturn the universe of creatures depends. It is in the food thus produced that the flesh, fat, bones, and vital seed of all beings have their origin. From the vital seed thus originated, O king, spring diverse kinds of living creatures. Agni and Soma, the 2 agents living within the body, create and maintain the vital seed. Thus from food, the sun and the deity of wind and the vital seed spring and act. All these are said to constitute one element or quantity, and it is from these that all creatures spring. That man who gives food unto one who comes into his house and solicits it is said, O chief of the Bharatas, to contribute both life and energy unto living creatures. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Narada, O king, I have always made gifts of food. Do thou also, therefore, freed from malice and with a cheerful heart, make gifts of food. By making gifts of food, O king, unto deserving Brahmanas with due rights, thou mayst be sure, O puissant one, of attaining to heaven. Hear me, O monarch, as I tell thee what the regions are that are reserved for those that make gifts of food. The mansions of those high-souled persons shine with resplendence in the regions of heaven. bright as the stars in the firmament, and supported upon many columns, white as the disk of the moon, and adorned with many tinkling bells, and rosy like the newly risen sun, those palatial abodes are either fixed or movable. Those mansions are filled with hundreds upon hundreds of things and animals that live on land, and as many things and animals living in water. Some of them are endued with the effulgence of lapis lazuli, and some are possessed of the resplendence of the sun. Some of them are made of silver, and some of gold. Within those mansions are many trees capable of crowning with fruition every desire of the inmates. Many tanks and roads and halls and wells and lakes occur all around. Thousands of conveyances with horses and other animals harnessed thereto, and with wheels whose clatter is always loud, may be seen there. Mountains of food and all enjoyable articles and heaps of cloths and ornaments are also to be seen there. Numerous rivers that run milk, and hills of rice and other edibles, may also be seen there. Indeed, many palatial residences looking like white clouds, with many beds of golden splendor, occur in those regions. All these are obtained by those men that make gifts of food in this world. Do thou, therefore, become a giver of food. Verily, these are the regions that are reserved for those high-souled and righteous persons that make gifts of food in this world. For these reasons, men should always make gifts of food in this world. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 64. Yudhishthira said, I have heard the discourse regarding the ordinance about the gift of food. Do thou discourse to me now about the conjunction of the planets and the stars in relation to the subject of making gifts. Bhishma said, in this connection is recited this ancient narrative of the discourse between Devaki and Narada, that foremost of rishis. Once on a time when Narada, of godlike feature and conversant with every duty, arrived at Dvarka, Devaki asked him this question. Unto her that had asked him, the celestial rishi Narada duly answered in the following words. Do thou hear as I recite them? Narada said, by gratifying, O blessed lady, deserving brahmanas with payasa mixed with ghee, under the constellation Kritika one attains to regions of great happiness. Under the constellation Rohini, one should, for freeing oneself from the debt one owes to the brahmanas, make gift unto them of many handfuls of venison, along with rice and ghee and milk, and other kinds of edibles and drinks. One giving away a cow with a calf under the constellation called Somadivata, or Mrigasairas, proceeds from this region of human beings to a region in heaven of great felicity. One undergoing a fast and giving away chrysera mixed with sesame transcends all difficulties in the next world, including those mountains with rocks sharp as razors. By making gifts, O beautiful lady, of cakes and other food under the constellation Punarvasu, one becomes possessed of personal beauty and great fame, and takes birth in one's next life in a family in which there is abundance of food. Making a gift of wrought or unwrought gold under the constellation Pushya, one shines in effulgence like Soma himself in regions of surrounding gloom. He who makes a gift under the constellation Aslesha, of silver of a bull, becomes freed from every fear and attains to great affluence and prosperity. By making a gift under the constellation Maga, of earthen dishes filled with sesame, one becomes possessed of children and animals in this world and attains to felicity in the next. For making gifts unto brahmanas under the constellation called Purva Falguni, of food mixed with Phanita, the giver observing a fast the while, reward is great prosperity both here and hereafter. By making a gift under the constellation called Uttara Falguni, of ghee and milk with rice called Shastika, one attains to great honors in heaven. Whatever gifts are made by men under the constellation of Uttara Falguni produce great merit, which, again, becomes inexhaustible. This is very certain. observing a fast the while, the person that makes, under the constellation Asta, a gift of a car with 4 elephants, attains to regions of great felicity that are capable of granting the fruition of every wish. By making a gift, under the constellation Chitra, of a bull and of good perfumes, one sports in bliss in regions of Apsaras like the deities sporting in the woods of Nindana. By making gifts of wealth under the constellation Swati, one attains to such excellent regions as one desires and wins besides great fame. By making gifts, under constellation Visakha, of a bull, and a cow that yields a copious measure of milk, a cart full of paddy, with a prasanga for covering the same, and also cloths for wear, a person gratifies the Pitris and the deities attains to inexhaustible merit in the other world. Such a person never meets with any calamity and gratifies the Pitris and the deities and attains to inexhaustible merit in the other world. Such a person never meets with any calamity and certainly reaches heaven. By making gifts unto the Brahmanas of whatever articles they solicit, one attains to such means of subsistence as one desires, and becomes rescued from hell and every calamity that visits a sinner after death. This is the certain conclusion of the scriptures. By making gifts, under the constellation Anurata of embroidered cloth and other vestments and of food, observing a fast the while, one becomes honored in heaven for 100 yugas. By making a gift under the constellation Jyesht, of the potherb called Kalasaka with the roots, one attains to great prosperity as also to such an end as is desirable. By making unto Brahmanas a gift under the constellation Mula, of fruits and roots, with a restrained soul, one gratifies the Pitris and attains to a desirable end. By making under the constellation Purvashada a gift unto a Brahmana conversant with the Vedas and of good family and conduct, of cups filled with curds, while one is in the observance of a fast, one takes birth in one's next life in a family possessed of abundant kine. One obtains the fruition of every wish by making gifts under the constellation Uttarashada of jugs full of barley water, with ghee and inspissated juice of sugar cane in abundance. By making a gift under the conjunction called Abhijit of milk with honey and ghee unto men of wisdom, a righteous person attains to heaven and becomes an object of attention and honor there. By making under the conjunction Shravana a gift of blankets or other cloth of thick texture, one roves freely through every region of felicity, riding on a white car of pure resplendence. By making with a restrained soul, under the constellation Dhanishta, a gift of a vehicle with bulls yoked thereto, or heaps of cloths and wealth, one at once attains to heaven in one's next life. By making gifts, under the constellation Satabhasha, of perfumes with aquilaria, agaloka, and sandalwood, one attains in the next world to the companionship of Apsaras as also eternal perfumes of diverse kinds. By making gifts, under the constellation Purvabhadrapada, or Rajamasha, one attains to great happiness in the next life and becomes possessed of an abundant stock of every kind of edibles and fruits. One who makes, under the constellation Uttara, a gift of mutton, gratifies the Paris by such an act attains to inexhaustible merit in the next world. Unto one who makes a gift, under the constellation Rifti, of a cow with a vessel of white copper for milking her, the cow so given away approaches in the next world, ready to grant the fruition of every wish. By making a gift, under the constellation Ashvini, of a car with steeds yoked thereto, one is born in one's next life in a family possessed of numerous elephants and steeds and cars, and becomes endued with great energy. By making, under the constellation Bharani, a gift unto the Brahmanas of kind and sesame, one acquires in one's next life great fame and an abundance of kine. Bhishma continued, even thus did Narada discourse unto Devaki upon the subject of what gifts should be made under what constellations. Devaki herself, having listened to this discourse, recited it in her turn unto her daughters-in-law, viz., the spouses of Krishna. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 65. Bhishma said, the illustrious Atri, the son of the grandsire Brahman, said, they who make gifts of gold are said to make gifts of everything in the world. King Harishchandra said that the gift of gold is sin-cleansing, leads to long life, and becomes productive of inexhaustible merit unto the Pitris. Manu has said that a gift of drink is the best of all gifts, therefore should a man cause wells and tanks and lakes to be excavated. A well full of water, and from which diverse creatures draw water, is said to take off half the sinful acts of the person who has excavated it. The whole race of a person is rescued from hell and sin in whose well or tank or lake kind and brahmanas and righteous people constantly quench their thirst. That man transcends every kind of calamity from whose well or tank every one draws water without restraint during the summer season. Ghee is said to gratify the illustrious Rahaspati, Pushan, Bhaga, the twin Ashwins, and the deity of fire. Ghee is possessed of high medicinal virtues. It is a high requisite for sacrifice. It is the best of all liquids. The merit a gift of ghee produces is very superior. That man who is desirous of the reward of happiness in the next world, who wishes for fame and prosperity, should with a cleansed soul and having purified himself make gifts of ghee unto the Brahmanas. Upon that man who makes gifts of ghee unto the Brahmanas in the month of Ashwin, the twin Ashwins, gratified, confer personal beauty. Rakshasas never invade the abode of that man who makes gifts unto the Brahmanas of Payasa mixed with ghee. That man never dies of thirst who makes gifts unto the Brahmanas of jars filled with water. Such a person obtains every necessary of life in abundance, and has never to undergo any calamity or distress. That man, who with great devotion and restrained senses makes gifts unto the foremost of Brahmanas, is said to take a sixth part of the merits won by the Brahmanas by their penances. That man who makes presents unto Brahmanas having the means of life, of firewood for purposes of cooking as also of enabling them to drive cold, finds all his purposes and all his acts crowned with success. Such a one is seen to shine with great splendor over all his enemies. The illustrious deity of fire becomes pleased with such a man. As another reward, he never becomes divested of cattle, and he is sure to achieve victory in battles. The man who makes a gift of an umbrella obtains children and great prosperity. Such a person is never affected by any eye disease. The merits also that spring from the performance of a sacrifice become his. That man who makes a gift of an umbrella in the season of summer or rains has never to meet with any heartburning on any account. Such a man quickly succeeds in freeing himself from every difficulty and impediment. The highly blessed and illustrious Rishi Sandilya has said that, of all gifts, the gift of a car, O king, is the best. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 66. Yudhishthira said, I desire to hear, O grandsire, what the merits are of that person who makes the gift of a pair of sandals unto a Brahmana whose feet are burning or being scorched by hot sand while he is walking. Bhishma said, the man that gives unto the Brahmana sandals for the protection of their feet succeeds in crushing all thorns and gets over every kind of difficulty. Such a man, O Yudhishthira, stays over the heads of all his foes. Vehicles of pure splendor, with mules harnessed thereto, and made of gold and silver, O monarch, approach him. He who makes a gift of sandals is said to earn the merit of making the gift of a vehicle with well-broken steeds yoked thereto. Yudhishthira said, do thou tell me in detail once more, O grandsire, of the merits that attach to gifts of sesame and land and kine and food. Bhishma said, do thou hear, O son of Kunti, what the merits are that attach to the gift of sesame. Hearing me, do thou, then, O best of the Kurus, make gifts of sesame according to the ordinance. Sesame seeds were created by the self-born Brahmin as the best food for the Pitris. Hence, gifts of sesame seeds always gladden the Pitris greatly. The man who makes gifts of sesame seeds, in the month of Magha, unto the Brahmanas, has never to visit hell, which abounds with all frightful creatures. He who adores the Pitris with offerings of sesame seeds is regarded as worshipping the deities at all the sacrifices. One should never perform a shraddha with offerings of sesame seeds without cherishing some purpose. Sesame seeds sprang from the limbs of the great Rishi Kasyapa. Hence, in the matter of gifts, they have come to be regarded as possessed of high efficacy. Sesame seeds bestow both prosperity and personal beauty and cleanse the giver of all his sins. It is for this reason that the gift of sesame seeds is distinguished above the gift of every other article. Apastamba of great intelligence, and Kanka and Likit, and the great Rishi Gautama have all ascended to heaven by having made gifts of sesame seeds. Those Brahmanas that make homa with offerings of sesame, abstain from sexual intercourse, and are observant of the religion of pravriti or acts, are regarded as equal, in purity and efficacy, to bovine havi. The gift of sesame seeds is distinguished above all gifts. Amongst all gifts, the gifts of sesame is regarded as productive of inexhaustible merit. In ancient times, when havi, clarified butter, on one occasion had become unobtainable, the Rishi Kusika, O scorcher of foes, made offerings of sesame seeds to his 3 sacrificial fires and succeeded in attaining to an excellent end. I have thus said unto thee, O chief of the Kurus, what the regulations are respecting the excellent gift of sesame seeds. It is in consequence of these regulations that the gift of sesame seeds has come to be regarded as endued with very superior merit. After this, listen to what I would say. Once on a time the deities, desirous of making a sacrifice, repaired, O monarch, to the presence of the self-born Brahmin. Having met Brahman, being desirous of performing a sacrifice on earth, they begged him for a piece of auspicious earth, saying, We want it for our sacrifice. The deity said, O illustrious one, thou art the Lord of all the earth as also of all the deities. With thy permission, O highly blessed one, we desire to perform a sacrifice. The person who has not obtained by lawful means the earth whereon to make the sacrificial altar earns not the merit of the sacrifice he performs. Thou art the Lord of all the universe consisting of its mobile and immobile objects. Hence, it behoveth thee to grant us a piece of earth for the sacrifice we wish to make. Brahman said, Ye foremost of deities, I shall give you a piece of earth whereon, ye sons of Kasyapa, you shall perform your intended sacrifice. The deity said, Our wishes, O Holy One, have been crowned with fruition. We shall perform our sacrifice even here with large dakshina. Let, however, the Munis always adore the piece of earth. Then there came to that place Agastya and Kanwa and Bhrigu and Atri and Vrishakapi and Asita and Devala. The high-souled deities then, O thou of unfading glory, performed their sacrifice. Those foremost of gods concluded it in due time. Having completed that sacrifice of theirs on the breast of that foremost of mountains, Himavat, the deities attached to the gift of earth a 6th part of the merit arising from their sacrifice. The man who makes a gift of even a span of earth unto a Brahmana with reverence and faith has never to languish under any difficulty and has never to meet with any calamity. By making a gift of a house that keeps out cold, wind, and sun, and that stand upon a piece of clean land, the giver attains to the region of the deities and does not fall down even when his merit becomes exhausted. By making a gift of a residential house, the giver, possessed of wisdom, lives, O king, and happiness in the company of Sakra. Such a person receives great honors in heaven. That person in whose house a Brahmana of restrained sense, well versed in the Vedas, and belonging by birth to a family of preceptors, resides in contentment, succeeds in attaining to and enjoying a region of high felicity. After the same manner, O best of the Bharatas, by giving away a shed for the shelter of kine that can keep out cold and rain, and that is substantial in structure, the giver rescues 7 generations of his race from hell. By giving away a piece of arable earth, the giver attains to excellent prosperity. By giving a piece of earth containing mineral wealth, the giver aggrandizes his family and race. One should never give away any earth that is barren or that is burnt, arid, nor should one give away any earth that is in close vicinity to a crematorium, or that has been owned and enjoyed by a sinful person before such gift. When a man performs a shraddha in honor of the pitris on earth belonging to another person, the pitris render both the gift of that earth and the shraddha itself futile. Hence, one possessed of wisdom should buy even a small piece of earth and make a gift of it. The pinda that is offered to one's ancestors on earth that has been duly purchased becomes inexhaustible. Forests and mountains and rivers and tirthas are regarded as having no owners. No earth need be purchased here for performing shraddhas. Even this has been said, O king, on the subject of the merits of making gifts of earth. After this, O sinless one, I shall discourse to thee on the subject of the gift of kine. Kine are regarded as superior to all the ascetics. And since it is so, the divine Mahadeva for that reason performed penance in their company. Kine, O Bharata, dwell in the region of Brahman, in the company of Soma. Constituting as it does the highest end, regenerate rishis crowned with success strive to attain to that very region. Kine benefit human beings with milk, ghee, curds, dung, skin, bones, horns, and hair, O Bharata. Kine do not feel cold or heat. They always work. The season of rains also cannot afflict them at all. And since kine attain to the highest end, viz., residence in the region of Brahman, in the company of Brahmanas, therefore do the wise say that king and Brahmanas are equal. In days of yore, King Rentadeva performed a grand sacrifice in which an immense number of kine were offered up and slaughtered. From the juice that was secreted by the skins of the slaughtered animals, a river was formed that came to be called by the name of Charmanwadi. Kine no longer form animals fit for sacrifice. They now constitute animals that are fit for gift. That king who makes gifts of kine unto the foremost of Brahmanas, O monarch, is sure to get over every calamity even if he falls into it. The man who makes a gift of 1,000 kine has not to go to hell. Such a person, O ruler of men, obtains victory everywhere. The very chief of the deities had said that the milk of kine is nectar. For this reason, one who makes a gift of a cow is regarded as making a gift of nectar. Persons conversant with the Vedas have declared that the ghee manufactured from cow's milk is the very best of all libations poured into the sacrificial fire. For this reason, the man who makes a gift of a cow is regarded as making a gift of a libation for sacrifice. A bovine bull is the embodiment of heaven. He who makes the gift of a bovine bull unto an accomplished Brahmana receives great honors in heaven. Kine, O chief of Bharata's race, are said to be the life-breath of living creatures. Hence, the man who makes the gift of a cow is said to make the gift of life-breath. Persons conversant with the Vedas have said that kine constitute the great refuge of living creatures. Hence, the man who makes the gift of a cow is regarded as making the gift of what is the high refuge for all creatures. The cow should never be given away for slaughter, i.e., unto one who will kill her, nor should the cow be given unto a tiller of the soil, nor should the cow be given unto an atheist. The cow should not also, O chief of the Bharatas, be given unto one whose occupation is the keeping of kine. The wise have said that a person who gives away the cow unto any of such sinful persons has to sink into everlasting hell. One should never give unto a Brahmana a cow that is lame, or that produces calves that do not live, or that is barren, or that is diseased, or that is defective of limb, or that is worn out with toil. The man that gives away 10,000 kine attains to heaven and sports and bliss in the companionship of Indra. The man who makes gifts of kine by 100,000 acquires many regions of inexhaustible felicity. Thus have I recited to thee the merits attaching to the gift of kine and of sesame, as also to the gift of earth. Listen now to me as I discourse to thee upon the gift of food, O Bharata. The gift of food, O son of Kunti, is regarded as a very superior gift. King Rantadeva in days of yore ascended to heaven by having made gifts of food. That king, who make a gift of food unto one that is toil-worn and hungry, attains to that region of supreme felicity which is the self-born's own. Men fail to attain by gifts of gold and robes and of other thing, to that felicity to which givers of food succeed in attaining, O thou of great puissance. Food is, indeed, the first article. Food is regarded as the highest prosperity. It is from food that life springs, as also energy and prowess and strength. He who always makes gifts of food, with attention, unto the righteous, never falls into any distress. Even this has been said by Parasara. Having worshipped the deities duly, food should be first dedicated to them. It has been said, O king, that the kind of food that is taken by particular men is taken also by the deities those men worship. That man who makes a gift of food in the bright fortnight of the month of Kartika succeeds in crossing every difficulty here and attains to inexhaustible felicity hereafter. That man who makes a gift of food unto a hungry guest arrived at his abode attains to all those regions, O chief of Bharata's race, that are reserved for persons acquainted with Brahma. The man who makes gifts of food is sure to cross every difficulty and distress. Such a person comes over every sin and cleanses himself of every evil act. I have thus discoursed to thee upon the merits of making gifts of food, of sesame, of earth, and of kine. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 67. Yudhishthira said, I have heard, O sire, of the merits of the different kinds of gift upon which thou hast discoursed to me. I understand, O Bharata, that the gift of food is especially laudable and superior. What, however, are the great merits of making gifts of drink? I desire to hear of this in detail, O grandsire. Bhishma said, I shall, O chief of Bharata's race, discourse to thee upon this subject. Listen to me, O thou of unbaffled prowess, as I speak to thee. I shall, O sinless one, discourse unto thee of gifts beginning with that of drink. The merit that a man acquires by making gifts of food and drink is such that the like of it, I think, is incapable of being acquired through any other gift. There is no gift, therefore, that is superior to that of either food or drink. It is no food that all living creatures are able to exist. For this reason, food is regarded as a very superior object in all the worlds. From food the strength and energy of living creatures constantly increases. Hence, the Lord of all creatures has himself said that the gift of food is a very superior gift. Thou hast heard, O son of Kunti, what the auspicious words are of Savitri herself on the subject of the gift of food. Thou knowest for what reason those words were said, what those words were, and how they were said in course of the sacred mantras, O thou of great intelligence. A man, by making a gift of food, really makes a gift of life itself. There is no gift in this world that is superior to the gift of life. Thou art not unacquainted with this saying of Lomesa, O thou of mighty arms. The end that was attained in former days by King Sivi in consequence of his having granted life to the pigeon is acquired by him, O monarch, who makes a gift of food unto a Brahmana. Hence, it has been heard by us that they that give life attain to very superior regions of felicity in afterlife. Food, O best of the Kurus, may or may not be superior to drink. Nothing can exist without the aid of what springs from water. The very Lord of all the planets, viz., the illustrious Soma, has sprung from water. Amrita and Sudha and Svadha and milk, as also every kind of food, the deciduous herbs, O monarch, and creepers, medicinal and of other virtues, spring from water. From these, O king, the life-breath of all living creatures flows. The deities have nectar for their food. The Nagas have Sudha. The Pitris have Svadha for theirs. The animals have herbs and plants for their food. The wise have said that rice, etc., constitute the food of human beings. All these, O chief of men, spring from water. Hence, there is nothing superior to the gift of water or drink. If a person wishes to secure prosperity for himself, he should always make gifts of drink. The gift of water is regarded as very praiseworthy. It leads to great fame and bestows long life on the giver. The giver of water, O son of Kunti, always stays over the heads of his enemies. Such a person obtains the fruition of all his wishes and earns everlasting fame. The giver, O chief of men, becomes cleansed of every sin and obtains unending felicity hereafter as he proceeds to heaven, O thou of great splendor. Man himself has said that such a person earns regions of inexhaustible bliss in the other world. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 68. Yudhishthira said, Do thou discourse to me once again, O grandsire, upon the merits attaching to gifts of sesame and of lamps for lighting darkness, as also of food and robes. Bhishma said, In this connection, O Yudhishthira, is recited the narrative of the discourse that took place in ancient times between a Brahmana and Yama. In the country lying between the rivers Ganga and Yamuna, at the foot of the hills called Yamuna, there was a large town inhabited by Brahmanas. The town was celebrated under the name of Parnasala and was very delightful in appearance, O king. A large number of learned Brahmanas lived in it. One day, Yama, the ruler of the dead, commanded a messenger of his, who was clad in black, endued with blood-red eyes and hair standing erect, and possessed of feet, eyes, and nose, all of which resembled those of a crow, saying, Go thou to the town inhabited by Brahmanas, and bring hither the person known by the name of Sarmin and belonging by birth to the race of Agastya. He is intent on mental tranquility and possessed of learning. He is a preceptor engaged in teaching the Vedas, and his practices are well known. Do not bring me another person belonging to the same race and living in the same neighborhood. This other man is equal unto him I want, in virtues, study, and birth. With respect to children and conduct, this other resembles the intelligent Sarmin. Do thou bring the individual I have in view. He should be worshipped with respect, instead of being dragged hither with irreverence. The messenger, having come to the place, did the very reverse of what he had been bidden to do. Attacking that person, he brought him who had been forbidden by Yama to be brought. Possessed of great energy, Yama rose up at the sight of the Brahmana and worshipped him duly. The king of the dead then commanded his messenger, saying, Let this one be taken back, and let the other one be brought to me. When the great judge of the dead said these words, that Brahmana addressed him and said, I have completed my study of the Vedas and am no longer attached to the world. Whatever period may yet remain of my mortal existence, I wish to pass, dwelling even here, O thou of unfading glory. Yama said, I cannot ascertain the exact period, ordained by time, of one's life, and hence, unurged by time, I cannot allow one to take up one's residence here. I take note of the acts of righteousness, or otherwise, that one does in the world. Do thou, O learned Brahmana of great splendor, return immediately to thy abode. I tell me what also is in thy mind, and what I can do for thee, O thou of unfading glory. The Brahmana said, Do thou tell me what those acts are by accomplishing which one may earn great merit. O best of all beings, thou art the foremost of authorities on the subject, even in the three worlds. Yama said, Do thou hear, O regenerate Rishi, the excellent ordinances regarding gifts. The gift of sesame seeds is a very superior one. It produces everlasting merit. O foremost of regenerate ones, one should make gifts of as much sesame as one can. By making gifts of sesame every day, one is sure to attain the fruition of one's every wish. The gift of sesame at Shraddhas is applauded. Verily, the gift of sesame is a very superior one. Do thou make gifts of sesame unto the Brahmanas according to the rites ordained in the scriptures. One should on the day of the full moon of the month of Vaisakha make gifts of sesame unto the Brahmanas. They should also be made to eat and to touch sesame on every occasion that one can afford. They that are desirous of achieving what is beneficial to them should, with their whole souls, do this in their houses. Without doubt, men should similarly make gifts of water and establish resting places for the distribution of drinking water. One should cause tanks and lakes and wells to be excavated. Such acts are rare in the world, O best of regenerate persons. Do thou always make gifts of water. This act is fraught with great merit. O best of regenerate persons, thou shouldst establish resting places along the roads for the distribution of water. After one has eaten, the gift unto one should especially be made of water for drink. Bhishma continued, after Yama had said these words unto him, the messenger who had borne him from his abode conveyed him back to it. The Brahmana, on his return, obeyed the instructions he had received. Having thus conveyed him back to his abode, the messenger of Yama fetched Sarmin, who had really been sought by Yama. Taking Sarmin unto him, he informed his master. Possessed of great energy, the judge of the dead worshipped that righteous Brahmana, and having conversed with him a while, dismissed him for being taken back to his abode. Unto him also Yama gave the same instructions. Sarmin, too, coming back into the world of men, did all that Yama had said. Like the gift of water, Yama, from a desire of doing good to the Pitris, applauds the gift of lamps to light dark places. Hence, the giver of a lamp for lighting a dark place is regarded as benefiting the Pitris. Hence, O best of the Bharatas, one should always give lamps for lighting dark spots. The giving of lamps enhances the visual power of the deities, the Pitris, and one's own self. It has been said, O king, that the gift of gems is a very superior gift. The Brahmana, who, having accepted a gift of gems, sells the same for performing a sacrifice, incurs no fault. The Brahmana, who, having accepted a gift of gems, makes a gift of them unto Brahmanas, acquires inexhaustible merit himself and confers inexhaustible merit upon him from whom he had originally received them. Conversant with every duty, Manu himself has said that he, who, observant of proper restraints, makes a gift of gems unto a Brahmana observant of proper restraints earns inexhaustible merit himself and confers inexhaustible merit upon the recipient. The man who is content with his own wedded wife and who makes a gift of robes earns an excellent complexion and excellent vestments for himself. I have told thee, O foremost of men, what the merits are that attach to gifts of kine, of gold, and the sesame agreeably to deserve precepts of the Vedas and the scriptures. One should marry and raise offspring upon one's wedded wives. Of all acquisitions, O son of Kuru's race, that of male issue is regarded as the foremost. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 69. Yudhishthira said, Do thou, O foremost one of Kuru's race, discourse unto me once again of the excellent ordinance regarding gifts, with a special reference, O thou of great wisdom, to the gift of earth. A Kshatriya should make gifts of earth unto a Brahmana of righteous deeds. Such a Brahmana should accept the gift with due rights. None else, however, than a Kshatriya is competent to make gifts of earth. It behoves thee now to tell me what these objects are that persons of all classes are free to bestow if moved by the desire of earning merit. Thou shouldst also tell me what has been said in the Vedas on this subject. Bhishma said, There are 3 gifts that go by the same name and that are productive of equal merits. Indeed, these 3 confer the fruition of every wish. The 3 objects whose gifts are of such a character are kind, earth, and knowledge. That person who tells his disciple words of righteous import drawn from the Vedas acquires merit equal to that which is won by making gifts of earth and kind. Similarly are kind praised as objects of gifts. There is no object of gift higher than they. Kind are supposed to confer merit immediately. They are also, O Yudhishthira, such that a gift of them cannot but lead to great merit. Kind are the mothers of all creatures. They bestow every kind of happiness. The person that desires his own prosperity should always make gifts of kind. No one should kick at kind or proceed through the midst of kind. Kind are goddesses and homes of auspiciousness. For this reason, they always deserve worship. Formerly, the deities, while tilling the earth whereon they performed a sacrifice, used the goad for striking the bullocks yoked to the plow. Hence, in tilling earth for such a purpose, one may, without incurring censure or sin, apply the goad to bullocks. In other acts, however, bullocks should never be struck with the goad or the whip. When kine are grazing or lying down, no one should annoy them in any way. When the cows are thirsty and they do not get water, in consequence of any one obstructing their access to the pool or tank or river, they, by merely looking at such a person, can destroy him with all his relatives and friends. What creatures can be more sacred than kine when with the very dung of kine altars whereon shraddhas are performed in honor of the Pitris, or those whereon the deities are worshipped, are cleansed and sanctified? That man, who, before eating himself gives every day, for a year, only a handful of grass unto a cow belonging to another, is regarded as undergoing a vow or observance which bestows the fruition of every wish. Such a person acquires children and fame and wealth and prosperity, and dispels all evils and dreams. Yudhishthira said, What should be the indications of those kind that deserve to be given away? What are those kind that should be passed over in the matter of gifts? What should be the character of those persons unto whom kind should be given? Who, again, are those unto whom kind should not be given? Bhishma said, A cow should never be given unto one that is not righteous in behavior, or one that is sinful, or one that is covetous, or one that is untruthful in speech, or one that does not make offerings unto the Pitris and deities. A person, by making a gift of 10 kine unto a Brahmana learned in the Vedas, poor in earthly wealth, possessed of many children, and owning a domestic attains to numerous regions of great felicity. When a man performs any act that is fraught with merit assisted by what he has got in gift from another, a portion of the merit attaching to that act becomes always his with whose wealth the act has been accomplished. He that procreates a person, he that rescues a person, and he that assigns the means of sustenance to a person are regarded as the 3 sires. Services dutifully rendered to the preceptor destroys sin. Pride destroys even great fame. The possession of 3 children destroys the reproach of childlessness, and the possession of 10 kine dispels the reproach of poverty. unto one that is devoted to the Vedanta, that is endued with great learning, that has been filled with wisdom, that has a complete control over his senses, that is observant of the restraints laid down in the Scriptures, that has withdrawn himself from all worldly attachments, unto him that says agreeable words unto all creatures, unto him that would never do an evil act even when impelled by hunger, unto one that is mild or possessed of a peaceful disposition, unto one that is hospitable to all guests, verily unto such a Brahmana should a man, possessed of similar conduct and owning children and wives, assign the means of sustenance. The measure of merit that attaches to the gift of kind unto a deserving person is exactly the measure of the sin that attaches to the act of robbing a Brahmana of what belongs to him. Under all circumstances should the spoliation of what belongs to a Brahmana be avoided, and his spouses kept at a distance. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 70. Bhishma said, in this connection, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, is recited by the righteous the narrative of the great calamity that overtook King Raga in consequence of his spoliation of what had belonged to a Brahmins. Some time before, certain young men of Yadu's race, while searching for water, had come upon a large well covered with grass and creepers. Desirous of drawing water from it, they labored very much for removing the creepers that covered its mouth. After the mouth had been cleaned, they beheld within the well a very large lizard residing within it. The young men made strong and repeated efforts for rescuing the lizard from that situation. Resembling a very hill in size, the lizard was sought to be freed by means of cords and leathern tongs. Not succeeding in their intention, the young men then went to Janardana. Addressing him, they said, covering the entire space of a well, there is a very large lizard to be seen. Notwithstanding our best efforts, we have not succeeded in rescuing it from that situation. Even this was what they represented unto Krishna. Vasudeva then proceeded to the spot and took out the lizard and questioned it as to who it was. The lizard said that it was identical with the soul of King Raga, who had flourished in days of old and who had performed many sacrifices. Unto the lizard that said those words, Madhava spoke, Thou didst perform many righteous acts. No sin didst thou commit. Why, then, O king, hast thou come to such a distressful end? Do thou explain what this is, and why it has been brought about? We have heard that thou didst repeatedly make gifts unto the Brahmanas of hundreds upon hundreds of thousands, and once again 8 times hundreds upon hundreds of 10,000s of kine. Why, therefore, has this end overtaken thee? Nraga then replied unto Krishna, saying, on one occasion a cow belonging to a Brahmana who regularly worshipped his domestic fire, escaping from the owner's abode while he was absent from home, entered my flock. The keepers of my cattle included that cow in their tale of 1,000. In time that cow was given away by me unto a Brahmana, acting as I did from desire of happiness in heaven. The true owner, returning home, sought for his lost cow and at last saw it in the house of another. Finding her, the owner said, This cow is mine. The other person contested his claim, till both, disputing and excited with wrath, came to me. Addressing me, one of them said, Thou hast been the giver of this cow. The other one said, Thou hast robbed me of this cow, she is mine. I then solicited the Brahmana unto whom I had given that cow, to return the gift in exchange for hundreds upon hundreds of other kind. Without acceding to my earnest solicitations, he addressed me, saying, The cow I have got is well suited to time and place. She yields a copious measure of milk, besides being very quiet and very fond of us. The milk she yields is very sweet. She is regarded as worthy of every praise in my house. She is nourishing, besides, a weak child of mine that has just been weaned. She is incapable of being given up by me. Having said these words, the Brahmana went away. I then solicited the other Brahmana, offering him an exchange, and saying, "Do thou take 100,000 kine for this one cow?" The Brahmana, however, replied unto me, saying, "I do not accept gifts from persons of the kingly order. I am able to get on without help. Do thou then, without loss of time, give me that very cow which was mine." Even thus, O slayer of Madhu, did that Brahmana speak unto me. I offered to make gifts unto him of gold and silver and horses and cars. That foremost of Brahmanas refused to accept any of these as gift and went away. Meanwhile, urged by time's irresistible influence, I had to depart from this world. Wending to the region of the Pitris, I was taken to the presence of the king of the dead. Worshipping me duly, Yama addressed me, saying, "The end cannot be ascertained, O king, of thy deed. There is, however, a little sin which was unconsciously perpetrated by thee. Do thou suffer the punishment for that sin now or afterwards as it pleases thee. Thou hadst, upon thy accession to the throne, sworn that thou wouldst protect all persons in the enjoyment of their own. That oath of thine was not rigidly kept by thee. Thou tookest also what belonged to a Brahmana. Even this has been the twofold sin thou hast committed." I answered, saying, "I shall first undergo the distress of punishment, and when that is over, I shall enjoy the happiness that is in store for me, O Lord." After I had said those words unto the king of the dead, I fell down on the earth. Though fallen down, I still could hear the words that Yama said unto me very loudly. Those words were, "Janardana the son of Vasudeva will rescue thee. Upon the completion of a full 1,000 years, when the demerit will be exhausted of thy sinful act, thou shalt then attain to many regions of inexhaustible felicity that have been acquired by thee through thy own acts of righteousness." Falling down, I found myself, with head downwards, within this well, transformed into a creature of the intermediate order. Memory, however, did not leave me. By thee I have been rescued today. What else can it testify to than the puissance of thy penances? Let me have thy permission. O Krishna, I desire to ascend to heaven. Permitted then by Krishna, King Raga bowed his head unto him and then mounted a celestial car and proceeded to heaven. After Nraga had thus proceeded to heaven, O best of the Bharatas, Vasudeva recited this verse, O delighter of the Kurus. No one should consciously appropriate anything belonging to a Brahmana. The property of a Brahmana, if taken, destroys the taker even as the Brahmana's cow destroyed King Nraga. I tell thee, again, O Partha, that a meeting with the good never proves fruitless. Behold, King Nraga was rescued from hell through meeting with one that is good. As a gift is productive of merit, even so an act of spoliation leads to demerit. Hence also, O Yudhishthira, one should avoid doing any injury to kine. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 71. Yudhishthira said, "Thee sinless one, do thou discourse to me more in detail upon the merits that are attainable by making gifts of kine. O thou of mighty arms, I am never satiated with thy words." Bhishma said, "In this connection is recited the old history of the discourse between the Rishi Uddalaki and his son called Nachiketa. Once on a time the Rishi Uddalaki, endued with great intelligence, approaching his son Nachiketa, said unto him, Do thou wait upon and serve me. Upon the completion of the vow he had observed, the great Rishi once more said unto his son, Engaged in performing my ablutions and deeply taken up with my Vedic study, I have forgotten to bring with me the firewood, the kusa blades, the flowers, the water jar, and the potterbs I had gathered. Do thou bring me those things from the riverside? The son proceeded to the spot indicated, but saw that all the articles had been washed away by the current. Coming back to his father, he said, I do not see the things. Afflicted as he then was with hunger, thirst, and fatigue, the Rishi Udalaki of high ascetic merit, in a sudden wrath, cursed his son, saying, "Do thou meet with Yama today." Thus struck by his sire with the thunder of his speech, the son, with joined palms, said, "Be appeased with me." Soon, however, he fell down on the earth, deprived of life. Beholding Nachiketa prostrated upon the earth, his sire became deprived of his senses through grief. He, too, exclaiming, "Alas, what have I done?" fell down on the earth. Filled with grief, as he indulged in lamentations for his son, the rest or that day passed away and night came. Then Nachiketa, O son of Kuru's race, drenched by the tears of his father, gave signs of returning life as he lay on a mat of kusa grass. His restoration to life under the tears of his sire resembled the sprouting forth of seeds when drenched with auspicious showers. The son just restored to consciousness was still weak. His body was smeared with fragrant unguents, and he looked like one just awaking from a deep slumber. The Rishi asked him, saying, "Hast thou, O son, acquired auspicious regions by thy own acts? By good luck, thou hast been restored to me. Thy body does not seem to be human." Thus asked by high-souled father, Nachiketa, who had seen everything with his own eyes, made the following answer unto him in the midst of the rishis: "In obedience to thy command, I proceeded to the extensive region of Yama, which is possessed of a delightful effulgence. There I beheld a palatial mansion which extended for thousands of yojanas and emitted a golden splendor from every part. As soon as Yama beheld me approaching with face towards him, he commanded his attendants, saying, 'Give him a good seat. Verily, the king of the dead, for thy sake worshipped we with the aragya and the other ingredients.' Thus worshipped by Yama and seated in the midst of his counselors, I then said mildly, 'I have come to thy abode, O judge of the dead. Do thou assign me those regions which I deserve for my acts.' Yama then answered me, saying, 'Thou art not dead, O amiable one. Endued with penances, thy father said unto thee, Do thou meet with Yama. The energy of thy sire is like that of a blazing fire. I could not possibly falsify that speech of his. Thou hast seen me. Do thou go hence, O child. The author of thy body is indulging in lamentations for thee. Thou art my dear guest. What wish of thine cherished by thee in thy heart shall I grant thee? Solicit the fruition of whatever desire thou mayst cherish.' Thus addressed by him, I replied unto the king of the dead, saying, 'I have arrived within thy dominions from which no traveler ever returns. If I really be an object deserving of thy attentions, I desire, O king of the dead, to have a sight of those regions of high prosperity and happiness that have been reserved for doers of righteous deeds.' Thus addressed by me, Yama caused me to be mounted upon a vehicle of splendor as effulgent as that of the sun, and unto which were harnessed many excellent steeds. Bearing me on that vehicle, he showed me, O foremost of regenerate persons, all those delightful regions that are reserved for the righteous. I beheld in those regions many mansions of great resplendence intended for high-souled persons. Those mansions are of diverse forms, and are adorned with every kind of gem. Bright as the disk of the moon, they are ornamented with rows of tinkling bells. Hundreds among them are of many stories. Within them are pleasant groves and woods and transparent bodies of water. Possessed of the effulgence of lapis lazuli in the sun, and made of silver and gold, their complexion resembles the color of the morning sun. Some of them are immovable and some movable. Within them are many hills of viands and enjoyable articles and robes and beds in abundance. Within them are many trees capable of granting the fruition of every wish. There are also many rivers and roads and spacious halls and lakes and large tanks. Thousands of cars with rattling wheels may be seen there, having excellent steeds harnessed unto them. Many rivers that run milk, many hills of ghee, and large bodies of transparent water occur there. Verily, I beheld many such regions, never seen by me before, of happiness and joy, approved by the King of the dead. Beholding all those objects, I addressed the ancient and puissant judge of the dead, saying, For whose use and enjoyment have these rivers with eternal currents of milk and ghee been ordained? Yama answered me, saying, These streams of milk and ghee, know thou, are for the enjoyment of those righteous persons that make gifts in the world of men. Other eternal worlds there are which are filled with such mansions free from sorrow of every kind. These are reserved for those persons that are engaged in making gifts of kind. The mere gift of kind is not worthy of praise. There are considerations of propriety or otherwise about the person unto whom kind should be given, the time for making those gifts, the kind of kind that should form the object of gifts, and the rites that should be observed in making the gifts. Gifts of kind should be made after ascertaining the distinctive qualifications of both brahmanas who are to receive them and the kind themselves, which are to be given away. Kind should not be given unto one in whose abode they are likely to suffer from fire or the sun. That brahmana who is possessed of Vedic lore, who is of austere penances, and who performs sacrifices, is regarded as worthy of receiving kind and gift. Those kind that have been rescued from distress situation, or that have been given by poor householders from want of sufficient means to feed and cherish them, are, for these reasons, reckoned as of high value. Abstaining from all food and living upon water alone for 3 nights and sleeping the while on the bare earth, one should, having properly fed the kind one intends to give away, give them unto brahmanas after having gratified them also with other gifts. The kind given away should be accompanied by their calves. They should, again, be such as to bring forth good calves at the proper seasons. They should be accompanied with other articles so given away. Having completed the gift, the giver should live for 3 days on only milk and forbearing from food of every other kind. He who gives a cow that is not vicious, that brings forth good calves at proper intervals, and that does not fly away from the owner's house, and accompanies such gift with a vessel of white brass for milking her, enjoys the felicity of heaven for as many years as are measured by the number of hairs on the animal's body. He who gives unto a brahmana a bull well broken and capable of bearing burdens, possessed of strength and young in years, disinclined to do any mischief, large-sized and endued with energy, enjoys those regions that are reserved for givers of kind. He is regarded as a proper person for receiving a cow in gift who is known to be mild towards kind, who takes kind for his refuge, who is grateful, and who has no means of subsistence assigned unto him. When an old man becomes ill, or when a brahmana intends to perform a sacrifice, or when one wishes to till for agriculture, or when one gets a son through the efficacy of a homa performed for the purpose, or for the use of one's preceptor, or for the sustenance of a child, born in the usual way, one should give away a beloved cow. Even these are the considerations that are applauded in the matter of making gifts of kind, in respect of place and time. The kind that deserve to be given away are those that yield copious measures of milk, or those that are well known for their docility and other virtues, or those that have been purchased for a price, or those that have been acquired as honoraria for learning, or those that have been obtained in exchange by offering other living creatures, such as sheep and goats, etc., or those that have been won by prowess of arms, or those that have been gained as marriage dower from fathers-in-law and other relations of the wife. Nachiketa continued, hearing these words of Vivaswata, I once more addressed him, saying, What are those objects by giving which, when kind are not procurable, givers may yet go to regions reserved for men making gifts of kind? Questioned by me, the wise Yama answered, explaining further what the end is that is attainable by making gifts of kind. He said, in the absence of kine, a person, by making gifts of what has been regarded as the substitute of kine, wins the merit of making gifts of kine. If, in the absence of kine, one makes a gift of a cow made of ghee, observant of a vow the while, one gets for one's use these rivers of ghee, all of which approach one like an affectionate mother approaching her beloved child. If, in the absence of even a cow made of ghee, one makes a gift of a cow made of sesame seeds, observing a cow the while, one succeeds with the assistance of that cow to get over all calamities in this world and to enjoy great happiness hereafter from these rivers of milk that thou beholdest. If in the absence of a cow made of sesame seeds, one makes a gift of a cow made of water, one succeeds in coming to these happy regions and enjoying this river of cool and transparent water, that is, besides capable of granting the fruition of every wish. The king of the dead explained to me all this while I was his guest, and, O thou of unfading glory, great was the joy that I felt at sight of all the wonders he showed me. I shall now tell thee what would certainly be agreeable to thee. I have now got a great sacrifice whose performance does not require much wealth. That sacrifice, constituted by gifts of kine, may be said to flow from me, O sire. Others will obtain it also. It is not inconsistent with the ordinances of the Vedas. The curse that thou hadst pronounced upon me was no curse, but was in reality a blessing, since it enabled me to have a sight of the great king of the dead. There I have beheld what the rewards are that attach to gifts. I shall, henceforth, O thou of great soul, practice the duty of gift without any doubt lurking in my mind respecting its rewards. And, O great Rishi, the righteous Yama, filled with joy, repeatedly told me, one, who, by making frequent gifts, has succeeded in acquiring purity of mind, should then make gifts of kine specially. This topic, about gifts, is fraught with sanctity. Do thou never disregard the duties in respect of gifts. Gifts, again, should be made unto deserving persons, when time and place are suitable. Do thou, therefore, always make gifts of kine. Never entertain any doubts in this respect. Devoted to the path of gifts, many high-souled persons in days of yore used to make gifts of kine. Fearing to practice austere penances, they made gifts according to the extent of their power. In time they cast off all sentiments of pride and vanity, and purified their souls. Engaged in performing shraddhas in honor of the Pitris and in all acts of righteousness, they used to make, according to the extent of their power, gifts of kine, and as the reward of those acts they have attained to heaven and are shining in effulgence for such righteousness. One should, on the 8th day of the moon that is known by the name of Kamyashtami, make gifts of kine, properly one, unto the Brahmanas after ascertaining the eligibility of the recipients by the ordinances already laid down. After making the gift, one should then subsist for 10 days together upon only the milk of kine, their dung and their urine, abstaining from all other food the while. The merit that one acquires by making a gift of a bull is equal to that which attaches to the divine vow. By making a gift of a couple of kine one acquires, as the reward thereof, a mastery of the Vedas. By making a gift of cars and vehicles with kine yoked thereto, one acquires the merit of baths and sacred waters. By making a gift of a cow of the Kapila species, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. Verily, by giving away even a single cow of the Kapila species that has been acquired by legitimate means, one becomes cleansed of all the sins one may have committed. There is nothing higher, in point of tastes, than the milk which is yielded by kine. The gift of a cow is truly regarded as a very superior gift. Kine, by yielding milk, rescue all the worlds from calamity. It is kine, again, that produce the food upon which creatures subsist. One, who, knowing the extent of the service that kine do, does not entertain in one's heart affection for kine, is a sinner that is certain to sink in hell. if one gives 1,000 or 100 or 10 or 5 kine, verily, if one gives unto a righteous Brahmana even a single cow which brings forth good calves at proper intervals, one is sure to see that cow approach one in heaven in the form of a river of sacred water capable of granting the fruition of every wish. In respect of the prosperity and the growth that kine confer, and the matter also of the protection that kine grant unto all creatures of the earth, kine are equal to the very rays of the sun that fall on the earth. The word that signifies the cow stands also for the rays of the sun. The giver of a cow becomes the progenitor of a very large race that extends over a large part of the earth. Hence, he that gives a cow shines like a second sun in resplendence. The disciple should, in the matter of making gifts of kine, select his preceptor. Such a disciple is sure to go to heaven. The selection of a preceptor, in the matter of the performance of pious deeds, is regarded as a high duty by persons conversant with the ordinances. This is, indeed, the initial ordinance. All other ordinances, respecting the gift of kine, depend upon it. Selecting, after examination, an eligible person among the Brahmanas, one should make unto him the gift of a cow that has been acquired by legitimate means, and having made the gift cause him to accept it. The deities and men and ourselves also, in wishing good to other, say, let the merits attaching to gifts be thine in consequence of thy righteousness. Even thus did the judge of the dead speak unto me, O regenerate Rishi. I then bowed my head unto the righteous Yama. Obtaining his permission, I left his dominions and have now come to the sole of thy feet. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 72. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to me the topic of gifts of kine, and speaking of the Rishi Nachiketa thou hast also impliedly discoursed, O puissant one, on the efficacy and preeminence of that act. Thou hast also told me, O grandsire of great intelligence, of the exceedingly afflicting character of the calamity that overtook the high-souled King Riga in consequence of a single fault of his. He had to dwell for a long time at Dwaravati, in the form of a mighty lizard, and how Krishna became the cause of his rescue from that miserable plight. I have, however, one doubt. It is on the subject of the regions of kine. I desire to hear, in detail, about those regions which are reserved for the residence of persons that make gifts of kine. Bhishma said, in this connection is recited the old narrative of the discourse between him who sprang from the primeval lotus and him who performed 100 sacrifices. Sakra said, I see, O grandsire, that those who are residents of the region of kine transcend by their resplendence the prosperity of the denizens of heaven and pass them by, as beings of an inferior station. This has raised a doubt in my mind. Of what kind, O Holy One, are the regions of kine? Tell me all about them, O Sinless One. Verily, what is the nature of those regions that are inhabited by givers of kine? I wish to know this. Of what kind are those regions? What fruits do they bring? What is the highest object there which the denizens thereof succeeds in winning? What are its virtues? How also do men, freed from every kind of anxiety, succeed in going to those regions? For what period does the giver of a cow enjoy the fruits that are borne by his gift? How may persons make gifts of many kine, and how may they make gifts of a few kine? What are the merits attaching to gifts of many kine, and what those that attach to gifts of a few only? How also do persons become givers of kine without giving any kine in reality? Do thou tell me all this? How does one making gifts of even many kine, O puissant Lord, become the equal of one that has made gift of only a few kine? How also does one who make gifts of only a few kine succeed in becoming the equal of one who has made gifts of many kine? What kind or dakshina is regarded as distinguished for preeminence in the matter of gifts of kine? It behoveth thee, O Holy One, to discourse unto me on all this agreeably to truth. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 73. The grandsire said, The questions thou hast asked me in respect of kine, beginning with their gift, are such that there is none else in the three worlds, O thou of 100 sacrifices, who could put them. There are many kinds of regions, O Sakra, which are invisible to even thee. Those regions are seen by me, O Indra, as also by those women that are chaste and that have been attached to only one husband. Rishis observant of excellent vows, by means of their deeds of righteousness and piety, and Brahmanas of righteous souls, succeed in repairing to them in even their fleshy forms. Men that are observant of excellent vows behold those regions which resemble the bright creations of dreams, aided by their cleansed minds, and by that temporary emancipation which succeeds the loss of one's consciousness of body. Listen, O thou of 1,000 eyes, to me as I tell thee what the attributes are with which those regions are endued. There the very course of time is suspended. Decrepitude is not there, nor fire which is omnipresent in the universe. There the slightest evil does not occur, nor disease, nor weakness of any kind. The kind that live there, O Vasva, obtain the fruition of every desire which they cherish in their hearts. I have direct experience of what I say unto thee. Capable of going everywhere at will and actually repairing from place to place with ease, they enjoy the fruition of wish after wish as it arises in their minds. Lakes and tanks and rivers and forests of diverse kinds, and mansions and hills and all kinds of delightful objects, delightful, that is, to all creatures, are to be seen there. There is no region of felicity that is superior to any of these of which I speak. All those foremost of men, O Sakra, who are forgiving unto all creatures, who endure everything, who are full of affection for all things, who render dutiful obedience unto their preceptors, and who are free from pride and vanity, repair to those regions of supreme felicity. He, who abstains from every kind of flesh, who is possessed of a cleansed heart, who is endued with righteousness, who worships his parents with reverence, who is endued with truthfulness of speech and conduct, who attends with obedience upon the Brahmanas, who is faultless in conduct, who never behaves with anger towards kine and towards the Brahmanas, who is devoted to the accomplishment of every duty, who serves his preceptors with reverence, who is devoted for his whole life to truth and to gifts, and who is always forgiving towards all transgression against himself, who is mild and self-restrained, who is full of reverence for the deities, who is hospitable to all guests, who is endued with compassion, verily, he, who is adorned with these attributes, succeeds in attaining to the eternal and immutable region of kine. He, who is stained with adultery, sees not such a region, nor he, who is a slayer of his preceptor, nor he, who speaks falsely or indulges in idle boasts, nor he, who always disputes with others, nor he who behaves with hostility towards the Brahmanas. Indeed, that wicked wight, who is stained with such faults fails to attain even a sight of these regions of felicity, also he that injures his friends, also he that is full of guile, also he that is ungrateful, also he that is a cheat, also he that is crooked in conduct, also he that is a disregarder of religion, also he that is a slayer of Brahmanas. Such men are incapable of beholding in even imagination the region of kine that is the abode of only those who are righteous of deeds. I have told thee everything about the region of kine in minute detail, O chief of the deities. Hear now, O thou of 100 sacrifices, the merit that is theirs who are engaged in making gifts of kine. He, who make gifts of kine, after purchasing them with wealth obtained by inheritance or acquired lawfully by him, attains, as the fruit of such an act, to many regions of inexhaustible felicity. He, who makes a gift of a cow, having acquired it with wealth won at dice, enjoys felicity, O Sakra, for 10,000 years of celestial measure, He who acquires a cow as his share of ancestral wealth is said to acquire her legitimately. Such a cow may be given away. They that make gifts of kind so acquired obtain many eternal regions of felicity that is inexhaustible. That person who, having acquired a cow in gift, makes a gift of her with a pure heart, succeeds without doubt, O Lord of Sachi, in obtaining eternal regions of beatitude. That person who, with restrained senses, speaks the truth from his birth to the time of his death, and who endures everything at the hands of his preceptor and of the Brahmanas, and who practices forgiveness, succeeds in attaining to an end that is equal to that of kind. That speech which is improper, O Lord of Sachi, should never be addressed to a Brahmana. One, again, should not, in even one's mind, do an injury to a cow. One should, in one's conduct, imitate the cow, and show compassion towards the cow. Hear, O Sakra, what the fruits are that become his, who is devoted to the duty of truth. If such a person gives away a single cow, that one cow becomes equal to 1,000 kine. If a kshatriya, possessed of such qualifications, makes a gift of a single cow, his merit becomes equal to that of a brahmanas. That single cow, listen, O Sakra, which such a kshatriya gives away becomes the source of as much merit as the single cow that a brahmana gives away under similar circumstances. Even this is the certain conclusion of the scriptures. If a Vaishya, possessed of similar accomplishments, were to make a gift of a single cow, that cow would be equal to 500 kine, in respect of the merit she would produce. If a Sudra endued with humility were to make a gift of a cow, such a cow would be equal to 125 kine, in respect of the merit it would produce, devoted to penances and truth, proficient in the scriptures and all acts, through dutiful services rendered to his preceptor, endued with forgiveness of disposition, engaged in the worship of the deities, possessed of a tranquil soul, pure in body and mind, enlightened, observant of all duties, and freed from every kind of egotism. That man who makes a gift of a cow unto a brahmana certainly attains to great merit through that act of his, viz. the gift, according to proper rites, of a cow yielding copious milk. Hence, one, with singleness of devotion, observant of truth and engaged in humbly serving one's preceptor, should always make gifts of kind. Hear, O Sakra, what the merit is of that person, who, duly studying the Vedas, shows reverence for kind, who always becomes glad at sight of kind, and who, since his birth, has always bowed his head unto kind. The merit that becomes one's by performing the Rajasuya sacrifice, the merit that becomes one's by making gifts of heaps of gold, that high merit is acquired by a person who shows such reverence for kind. Righteous rishis and high-souled persons crowned with success have said so. Devoted to truth, possessed of a tranquil soul, free from cupidity, always truthful in speech, and behaving with reverence towards kind with the steadiness of a vow, the man who, for a whole year before himself taking any food, regularly presents some food to kind, wins the merit, by such an act, of the gift of 1,000 kine. That man who takes only one meal a day and who gives away the entire quantity of his other meal unto kind, verily, that man who thus reverences kind with the steadiness of a vow and shows such compassion towards them, enjoys for 10 years unlimited felicity. That man who confines himself to only one meal a day and with the other meals saved for some time purchases a cow and makes a gift of it unto a brahmana, earns, through that gift, O thou of 100 sacrifices, the eternal merit that attaches to the gift of as many kind as there are hairs on the body of that single cow so given away. These are declarations in respect of the merit that brahmanas acquire by making gifts of kind. Listen now to the merits that kshatriyas may win. It has been said that a kshatriya, by purchasing a cow in this manner and making a gift of it unto a brahmana, acquires great felicity for 5 years. A Vaishya, by such conduct, acquires only half the merit of a Kshatriya, and a Sudra, by such conduct, earns half the merit that a Vaishya does. That man, who sells himself and with the proceeds thereof purchases kine and gives them away unto Brahmanas, enjoy felicity in heaven for as long a period as kine are seen on earth. It has been said, O highly blessed one, that in every hair of such kite as are purchased with the proceeds obtained by selling oneself, there is a region of inexhaustible felicity. That man, who having acquired kine by battle makes gifts of them unto Brahmanas, acquires as much merit as he, who makes gifts of kine after having purchased the same with the proceeds of selling oneself. That man, who, in the absence of kine, makes a gift of a cow made of sesame seeds, restraining his senses the while, is rescued by such a cow from every kind of calamity or distress. Such a man sports in great felicity. The mere gift of kine is not fraught with merit. The considerations of deserving recipients, of time, of the kind of kine, and of the ritual to be observed, should be attended to. One should ascertain the proper time for making a gift of kine. One should also ascertain the distinctive qualifications of both Brahmanas, who are to receive them, and of kine themselves, which are to be given away. Kine should not be given unto one in whose abode they are likely to suffer from fire or the sun. One, who is rich in Vedic lore, who is of pure lineage, who is endued with a tranquil soul, who is devoted to the performance of sacrifices, who fears the commission of sin, who is possessed of varied knowledge, who is compassionate towards kine, who is mild in behavior, who accords protection unto all that seek it of him, and who has no means of sustenance assigned unto him, is regarded as a proper person for receiving a gift of kine. Unto a Brahmana who has no means of sustenance, unto him while he is exceedingly afflicted for want of food, in a time of famine, for example, for purposes of agriculture, for a child born in consequence of Homa, for the purposes of his preceptor, for the sustenance of a child born, in the ordinary course, should a cow be given. Verily, the gift should be made at a proper time and in a proper place. Those kine, O Sakra, whose dispositions are well known, which have been acquired as honoraria for knowledge, or which have been purchased in exchange for other animals, such as goats, sheep, etc., or which have been who by prowess of arms, or obtained as marriage dower, or which have been acquired by being rescued from situations of danger, or which incapable of being maintained by their poor owner have been made over for careful keep to another's house are, for such reasons, regarded as proper objects of gift. Those kine which are strong of body, which have good dispositions, and which emit an agreeable fragrance, are applauded in the matter of gifts. As Ganga is the foremost of all streams, even so is a Kapila cow the foremost of all animals of the bovine breed. Abstaining from all food and living only upon water for 3 nights, and sleeping for the same period upon the bare earth, one should make gifts of kine unto Brahmanas after having gratified them with other presents. Such kine, freed from every vice, should, at the same time, be accompanied by healthy calves that have not been weaned. Having made the gift, the giver should live for the next 3 days in succession on food consisting only of the products of the cow. By giving away a cow that is of good disposition, that quietly suffers herself to be milked, that always brings forth living and hale calves, and that does not fly away from the owner's abode, the giver enjoys felicity in the next world for as many years as there are hairs on her body. Similarly, by giving unto a Brahmana a bull that is capable of bearing heavy burden, that is young and strong and docile, that quietly bears the yoke of the plow, and that is possessed of such energy as is sufficient to undergo even great labor, one attains to such regions as are his who gives away 10 kine. That person, who rescues kine and Brahmanas from danger in the wilderness, O Kausika, becomes himself rescued from every kind of calamity. Hear what his merit is. The merit such a man acquires is equal to the eternal merit of a horse sacrifice. Such a person attains to whatever end he desires at the hour of death. Many a region of felicity, in fact, whatever happiness he covets in his heart, becomes attainable to him in consequence of such an act of his. Verily, such man, permitted by kind, lives honored in every region of felicity. That man, who follows kind every day in the woods himself subsisting the while on grass and cow dung and leaves of trees, his heart freed from desire of fruit, his senses restrained from every improper object, and his mind purified of all dross, that man, O thou of 100 sacrifices, lives in joy and freed from the dominion of desire in my region or in any other region of happiness that he wishes, in the company of the deities. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 74. Indra said, I wish to know, O grandsire, what the end is that is attained by him who consciously steals a cow or who sells one from motives of cupidity. The grandsire said, Hear what the consequences are that overtake those persons that steal a cow for killing her for food or selling her for wealth or making a gift of her unto a brahmana. He who, without being checked by the restraints of the scriptures, sells a cow, or kills one, or eats the flesh of a cow, or they, who, for the sake of wealth, suffer a person to kill kind, all these, viz., he that kills, he that eats, and he that permits the slaughter, rot in hell for as many years as there are hairs on the body of the cow so slain. O thou of great puissance, those faults and those kinds of faults that have been said to attach to one that obstructs a brahmana's sacrifice are said to attach to the sale and the theft of kine. That man, who, having stolen a cow, makes a gift of her unto a brahmana, enjoys felicity in heaven as the reward of the gift, but suffers misery in hell for the sin of theft for as long a period. Gold has been said to constitute the dakshina, O thou of great splendor, in gifts of kine. Indeed, gold has been said to be the best dakshina in all sacrifices. By making a gift of kine, one is said to rescue one's ancestors to the 7th degree, as also one's descendants to the 7th degree. By giving away kine with dakshina of gold, one rescues one's ancestors and descendants of double the number. The gift of gold is the best of gifts. Gold is, again, the best dakshina. Gold is a great cleanser, O Sakra, and is, indeed, the best of all cleansing objects. O thou of 100 sacrifices, gold has been said to be the sanctifier of the entire race of him who gives it away. I have thus, O thou of great splendor, told thee in brief of dakshina. Bhishma said, Even this was said by the grandsire unto Indra, O chief of Bharata's race. Indra imparted it unto Dasaratha, and Dasaratha in his turn unto his son Rama. Rama of Raghu's race imparted it unto his dear brother Lakshmana of great fame. While dwelling in the woods, Lakshmana imparted it unto the rishis. It has then come down from generation to generation, for the rishis of rigid vows held it amongst themselves, as also the righteous kings of the earth. My preceptor, O Yudhishthira, communicated it to me. That Brahmana, who recites it every day in the assemblies of Brahmanas, and sacrifices, or at gifts of kine, or when two persons meet together, obtains hereafter many regions of inexhaustible felicity where he always resides with the deities as his companions. The holy Brahman, the Supreme Lord, had said so unto Indra on the subject of kine. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 75. Yudhishthira said, I have been greatly assured, O thou of puissance, by thee thus discoursing unto me of duties. I shall, however, give expression to the doubts I have. Do thou explain them to me, O grandsire. What are the fruits, declared in the scriptures, of the vows that men observe? Of what nature are the fruits, O thou of great splendor, of observances of other kinds? What, again, are the fruits of one studying the Vedas properly? What are the fruits of gifts, and what those of holding the Vedas in memory? What are the fruits that attach to the teaching of the Vedas? I desire to know all this. What, O grandsire, are the merits attaching to the non-acceptance of gifts in this world? What fruits are seen to attach to him who mazes gifts of knowledge? What are the merits acquired by persons that are observant of the duties of their order, as also by heroes that do not flee from battle? What are the fruits that have been declared to attach to the observance of purity and to the practice of brahmacharya? What are the merits that attach to the service of the father and of the mother? What also are the merits of serving preceptors and teachers, and what are the merits of compassion and kindness? I desire to know all these, O grandsire, truly and in detail, O thou that art conversant with all the scriptures. Great is the curiosity I feel. Bhishma said, eternal regions of felicity become his, who, having properly commenced a vrata, vow, completes its observance according to the scriptures, without a break. The fruits of niyamas, O king, are visible even in this world. These rewards that thou hast won are those of niyamas and sacrifices. The fruits that attach to the study of the Vedas are seen both here and hereafter. The person who is devoted to the study of the Vedas is seen to sport in felicity both in this world and in the region of Brahma. Listen now to me, O king, as I tell thee in detail what the fruits are of self-restraint. They that are self-restrained are happy everywhere. They that are self-restrained are always in the enjoyment of that felicity which attaches to the absence or subjugation of desire. They that are self-restrained are competent to go everywhere at will. They that are self-restrained are capable of destroying every foe. Without doubt, they that are self-restrained succeed in obtaining everything they seek. They that are self-restrained, O son of Pandu, obtain the fruition of every wish. The happiness that men enjoy in heaven through penances and prowess, and arms, through gift, and through diverse sacrifices, becomes theirs that are self-restrained and forgiving. Self-restraint is more meritorious than gift. A giver, after making a gift unto the Brahmanas, may yield to the influence of wrath. A self-restrained man, however, never yields to wrath. Hence, self-restraint is superior, in point of merit, to gift. That man, who makes gifts without yielding to wrath, succeeds in attaining to eternal regions of felicity. Wrath destroys the merit of a gift. Hence, self-restraint is superior to gift. There are various invisible places, O monarch, numbering by 10,000s, in heaven. Existing in all the regions of heaven, these places belong to the rishis. Persons, leaving this world, attain to them and become transformed into deities. O king, the great rishis repair thither, aided only by their self-restraint, and as the end of their efforts to attain to a region of superior happiness. Hence, self-restraint is superior, in efficacy, to gift. The person, who becomes a preceptor, for teaching the Vedas, and who duly worships the fire, taking leave of all his afflictions in this world, enjoys inexhaustible felicity, O king, in the region of Brahma. That man, who, having himself studied the Vedas, imparts a knowledge thereof unto righteous disciples, and who praises the acts of his own preceptor, attained to great honors in heaven. That Kshatriya, who takes to the study of the Vedas, to the performance of sacrifices, to the making of gifts, and who rescues the lives of others in battle, similarly attains to great honors in heaven. The Vaishya, who, observant of the duties of his order, makes gifts, reaps as the fruit of those gifts a crowning reward. The Sudra, who duly observes the duties of his order, which consist of services rendered to the three other orders, wins heaven as the reward of such services. Diverse kinds of heroes have been spoken of in the scriptures. Listen to me as I expound to thee what the rewards are that they attain to. The rewards are fixed of a hero belonging to a heroic race. There are heroes of sacrifice, heroes of self-restraint, heroes of truth, and others equally entitled to the name of hero. There are heroes of battle, and heroes of gift of liberality among men. There are many persons who may be called the heroes of the Sankhya faith, as, indeed, there are many others that are called heroes of yoga. There are others that are regarded as heroes in the matter of forest life, of householding or domesticity, and of renunciation or sannyasa. Similarly, there are others that are called heroes of the intellect, and also heroes of forgiveness. There are other men who live in tranquility and who are regarded as heroes of righteousness. There are diverse other kinds of heroes that practice diverse other kinds of vows and observances. There are heroes devoted to the study of the Vedas and heroes devoted to the teaching of the same. There are, again, men that come to be regarded as heroes for the devotion with which they wait upon and serve their preceptors, as indeed, heroes in respect of the reverence they show to their sires. There are heroes in respect of obedience to mothers, and heroes in the matter of the life of mendicancy they lead. There are heroes in the matter of hospitality to guests, whether living as householders. All these heroes attain to very superior regions of felicity which are, of course, acquired by them as the rewards of their own acts. Holding all the Vedas in memory, or ablutions performed in all the sacred waters, may or may not be equal to telling the truth every day in one's life. 1,000 horse sacrifices and truth were once weighed in the balance. It was seen that truth weighed heavier than 1,000 horse sacrifices. It is by truth that the sun is imparting heat. It is by truth that fire blazes up. It is by truth that the winds blow. Verily, everything rests upon truth. It is truth that gratifies the deities, the pitris, and the brahmanas. Truth has been said to be the highest duty. Therefore, no one should ever transgress truth. The munis are all devoted to truth. Their prowess depends upon truth. They also swear by truth. Hence, truth is preeminent. All truthful men, O chief of Bharata's race, succeed by their truthfulness in attaining to heaven and sporting there in felicity. Self-restraint is the attainment of the reward that attaches to truth. I have discoursed on it with my whole heart. The man of humble heart who is possessed of self-restraint, without doubt, attains to great honors in heaven. Listen now to me, O Lord of earth, as I expound to thee the merits of Brahmacharya. That man, who practices the vow of Brahmacharya from his birth to the time of his death, no, O king, has nothing unattainable. Many millions of rishis are residing in the region of Brahma. All of them, while here, were devoted to truth and self-restrained and had their vital seed drawn up. The vow of Brahmacharya, O king, duly observed by a Brahmana, is sure to burn all his sins. The Brahmana is said to be a blazing fire. In those Brahmanas that are devoted to penances, the deity of fire becomes visible. If a Brahmacharan yields to wrath in consequence of any slight, the chief of the deities himself trembles in fear. Even this is the visible fruit of the vow of Brahmacharya that is observed by the rishis. Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, what the merit is that attaches to the worship of the father and the mother. He who dutifully serves his father without ever crossing him in anything, or similarly serves his mother or elder, brother or other senior or preceptor, it should be known, O king, earns a residence in heaven. The man of cleansed soul, in consequence of such service rendered to his seniors, has never even to behold hell. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 76. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O king, to hear thee discourse in detail upon those high ordinances which regulate gifts of kind, for it is by making gifts of kind, according to those ordinances, that one attains to innumerable regions of eternal felicity. Bhishma said, "There is no gift, O Lord of earth, that is higher in point of merit than the gift of kind. A cow, lawfully acquired, if given away, immediately rescues the whole race of the giver." That ritual which sprang for the benefit of the righteous was subsequently declared for the sake of all creatures. That ritual has come down from primeval time. It existed even before it was declared. Verily, O king, listen to me as I recite to thee that ritual which affects the gift of kind. In days of yore, when a number of kind, intended to be given away, was brought before him, King Mandathari, filled with doubt in respect of the ritual he should observe, and actually giving them away, properly questioned Vrihaspati, the preceptor of the celestials, for an explanation of that doubt. Vrihaspati said, "Duly observing restraints the while, the giver of kind should, on the previous day, properly honor the Brahmanas and appoint the actual time of gift. As regards the kind to be given away, they should be of the class called Rohini. The kind also should be addressed with the words Samaj and Vahul entering the fold where the kind are kept. The following shrutis should be uttered: the cow is my mother. The bull is my sire. Give me heaven and earthly prosperity. The cow is my refuge. Entering the fold and acting in this way, the giver should pass the night there." He should again utter the formula when actually giving away the kind. The giver, thus residing with the kind in the fold without doing anything to restrain their freedom, and lying down on the bare earth, without driving away the gnats and other insects that would annoy him as they annoy the kind, becomes immediately cleansed of all his sins in consequence of his reducing himself to a state of perfect similitude with the kind. When the sun rises in the morning, thou shouldst give away the cow, accompanied by her calf and a bull. As the reward of such an act, heaven will certainly become attainable to thee. The blessings also that are indicated by the mantras will also be thine. The mantras contain these references to kind. Kind are endued with the elements of strength and energetic exertion. Kind have in them the elements of wisdom. They are the source of that immortality which sacrifice achieves. They are the refuge of all energy. They are the steps by which earthly prosperity is won. They constitute the eternal course of the universe. They lead to the extension of one's race. Let the kind I give away destroy my sins. They have that in them which partakes in the nature of both Surya and Soma. Let them be aids to my attainment of heaven. Let them betake themselves to me as a mother takes to her offspring. Let all other blessings also be mine that have not been named in the mantras I have uttered. In the alleviation or cure of phthisis and other wasting diseases, and in the matter of achieving freedom from the body, if a person takes the help of the 5 products of the cow, kind become inclined to confer blessings upon the person like the river Sarasvati. Ye kind, ye are always conveyors of all kinds of merit. Gratified with me, do ye appoint a desirable end for me? I have today become what ye are. By giving you away, I really give myself away. After these words have been uttered by giver, the receiver should say, Kama, ye are no longer owned by him who gives you away. Ye have now become mine. Possessed of the nature of both Sudya and Soma, do ye cause both the giver and the receiver to blaze forth with all kinds of prosperity. As already indicated, the giver should duly utter the words occurring in the first part of the above verse. The regenerate recipient, conversant with the ritual that regulates the gift of kind, should, when receiving the kind in gift, utter, as already said, the words occurring in the latter half of the above verse. The man who, instead of a cow, gives away the usual value thereof or cloths or gold, comes to be regarded as the giver of a cow. The giver, when giving away the usual value of a cow, as the substitute of a cow, should utter the words, "This cow with face upturned is being given away. Do thou accept her." The man who gives away cloths, as the substitute of a cow, should utter the words Bhavatavya, meaning that the gift should be regarded as representing a cow. The man who gives away gold, as the substitute of a cow, should utter the word Vaishnavi, meaning, "This gold that I give away is of the form and nature of a cow." Even these are the words that should be uttered in the order of the kind of gift mentioned above. The reward that is reaped by making such vicarious gifts of kind is residence in heaven for 6 and 30,000 years, 8,000 years, and 20,000 years respectively. Even these are the merits, respectively, of gifts of things as substitute of kind. While as regards him who gives an actual cow, all the merits that attach to vicarious gifts of kind become his at only the 8th step, homewards, of the recipient. He that gives an actual cow becomes endued with righteous behavior in this world. He that gives the value of a cow becomes freed from every kind of fear. He that gives a cow, as a substitute in way for a real cow, never meet with sorrow. All the three, as also they that regularly go through their ablutions and other acts at early dawn, and he that is well conversant with the Mahabharata, it is well known, attain to the regions of Vishnu and Soma. Having given away a cow, the giver should, for 3 nights, adopt the vaccine vow, and pass 1 night with kind. Commencing again from that lunation, numbering the 8, which is known by the name of Kamaya, he should pass 3 nights, supporting himself entirely on milk and urine and dung of the cow. By giving away a bull, one attains to the merit that attaches to the divine vow, Brahmacharya. By giving away a couple of kind, one acquires the mastery of the Vedas. That man who performs a sacrifice and makes gifts of kind agreeably to the ritual laid down attains to many regions of a superior character. These, however, are not attainable by the person who is unacquainted with that ritual, and who, therefore, gives away kind without observing the scriptural declarations. That man who gives away even a single cow that yields a copious measure of milk acquires the merit of giving away all desirable things on earth collected together. What need, therefore, be said of the gift of many such kind as yield Havya and Kavya in consequence of their full utters? The merit that attaches to the gift of superior oxen is greater than that which attaches to the gift of kind. One should not, by imparting a knowledge of this ritual, benefit a person that is not one's disciple, or that is not observant of vows, or that is bereft of faith, or that is possessed of a crooked understanding. Verily, this religion is a mystery, unknown to most people. One that knows it should not speak of it at every place. There are, in the world, many men that are bereft of faith. There are among men many persons that are mean and that resemble Rakshases. This religion, if imparted unto them, would lead to evil. It would be productive of equal evil if imparted to such sinful men as have taken shelter in atheism. Listen to me, O king, as I recite to thee the names of those righteous monarchs that have attained to regions of great felicity as the reward of those gifts of kind which they made agreeable to the instructions of Vrahaspati, Usanara, Viswagaswa, Nriga, Bhajaratha, the celebrated Mandathri, the son of Uvanaswa, King Muchakunda, Bhajaratha, Nishada, Somaka, Kauravas, Bharata of imperial sway to whose race belongs all the Bharatas, the heroic Rama the son of Dasaratha, and many other celebrated kings of great achievement, and also King Dilapa of widely known deeds, all, in consequence of their gifts of kind agreeable to the ritual, attained to heaven. King Mandathri was always observant of sacrifices, gifts, penances, kingly duties, and gifts of kind. Therefore, O son of Pritha, do thou also bear in mind those instructions of Vrahaspati which I have recited unto thee, in respect of gifts of kind. Having obtained the kingdom of the Kurus, do thou, with a cheerful heart, make gifts of good kind unto foremost of Brahmanas. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Bhishma on the subject of properly making gifts of kind. King Yudhishthira did all that Bhishma wished. Verily, King Yudhishthira bore in mind the whole of that religion which the preceptor of the deities imparted unto the royal Mandathari. Yudhishthira from that time began to make always gifts of kind, and to support himself on grains of barley and on cow dung as both his food and drink. The king also began to sleep from that day on the bare earth, and possessed of restrained soul and resembling a bull in conduct, he became the foremost of monarchs. The Kuru king from that day became very attentive to kine and always worshipped them, hymning their praises. From that day, the king gave up the practice of yoking kine unto his vehicles. Wheresoever he had occasion to go, he proceeded on cars drawn by horses of good mettle. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 77. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, endued with humility, once again questioned the royal son of Santanu on the subject of gifts of kind in detail. The king said, Do thou, O Bharata, once more discourse to me in detail on the merits of giving away kind. Verily, O hero, I have not been satiated with hearing thy nectar-like words. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by King Yudhishthira the just, Santanu's son began to discourse to him once again, in detail on the merits attaching to the gift of kind. Bhishma said, By giving unto a Brahmana a cow possessed of a calf, endued with docility and other virtues, young in years, and wrapped round with a piece of cloth, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. There are many regions, in hell, which are sunless. One who makes the gift of a cow has not to go thither. That man, however, who gives unto a Brahmana a cow that is incapable of drinking or eating, that has her milk dried up, that is endued with senses all of which have been weakened, and that is diseased and overcome with decrepitude, and that may, therefore, be likened to a tank whose water has been dried up. Indeed, the man who gives such a cow unto a Brahmana and thereby inflicts only pain and disappointment upon him, has certainly to enter into dark hell. That cow which is wrathful and vicious, or diseased, or weak, or which has been purchased without the price agreed upon having been paid, or which would only afflict the regenerate recipient with distress and disappointment, should never be given. The regions such a man may acquire, as the rewards of other acts of righteousness performed by him, would fail to give him any happiness or impart to him any energy. Only such kind as are strong, endued with good behavior, young in years, and possessed of fragrance, are applauded by all in the matter of gift. Verily, as Ganga is the foremost of all rivers, even so is a Kapila cow the foremost of all kind. Yudhishthira said, Why, O grandsire, do the righteous applaud the gift of a Kapila cow, as more meritorious, when all good kind that are given away should be regarded as equal? O thou of great puissance, I wish to hear what the distinction is that attaches to a Kapila cow. Thou art, verily, competent to discourse to me on this topic. Bhishma said, I have, O son, heard old men recite this history respecting the circumstances under which the Kapila cow was created. I shall recite that old history to thee. In days of yore, the self-born Brahmin commanded the Rishi Deksha, saying, Do thou create living creatures. From desire of doing good to creatures, Deksha, in the first instance, created food. Even as the deities exist, depending upon nectar, all living creatures, O puissant one, live depending upon the sustenance assigned by Deksha. Among all objects mobile and immobile, the mobile are superior. Among mobile creatures, Brahmanas are superior. The sacrifices are all established upon them. It is by sacrifice that soma, nectar, is got. Sacrifice has been established upon kind. The gods become gratified through sacrifices. As regards the creation, then, the means of support came first, creatures came next. As soon as creatures were born, they began to cry aloud for food. All of them then approached their Creator, who was to give them food like children approaching their father or mother. Knowing the intention which moved all his creatures, the Holy Lord of all creatures, viz., Daksha, for the sake of the beings he had created, himself drank a quantity of nectar. He became gratified with the nectar he quaffed, and thereupon an eructation came out, diffusing an excellent perfume all around. As the result of that eructation, Daksha saw that it gave birth to a cow which he named Surabi. This Surabi was thus a daughter of his, that had sprung from his mouth. The cow called Surabi brought forth a number of daughters who came to be regarded as the mothers of the world. Their complexion was like that of gold, and they were all Kapilas. They were the means of sustenance for all creatures. As those kine, whose complexion resembled that of Amrita, began to pour milk, the froth of that milk arose and began to spread on every side, even as when the waves of a running stream dashing against one another, copious froth is produced that spreads on every side. Some of that froth fell, from the mouths of the calves that were sucking, upon the head of Mahadeva, who was then sitting on the earth. The puissant Mahadeva thereupon, filled with wrath, cast his eyes upon those kine. With that third eye of his which adorns his forehead, he seemed to burn those kine as he looked at them. Like the sun tinging masses of clouds with diverse colors, the energy that issued from the third eye of Mahadeva produced, O monarch, diverse complexion in those kine. Those amongst them, however, which succeeded in escaping from the glance of Mahadeva by entering the region of Soma, remained of the same color with which they were born, for no change was produced in their complexion. Seeing that Mahadeva had become exceedingly angry, Daksha, the Lord of all creatures, addressed him, saying, Thou hast, O great deity, been drenched with nectar. The milk or the froth that escapes from the mouths of calves sucking their dams is never regarded as impure remnant. Chandramadhavs, after drinking the nectar, pours it once more. It is not, however, on that account, looked upon as impure. After the same manner, the milk that these kine yield, being born of nectar, should not be regarded as impure, even though the udders have been touched by the calves with their mouths. The wind can never become impure. Fire can never become impure. Gold can never become impure. The ocean can never become impure. The nectar, even when drunk by the deities, can never become impure. Similarly, the milk of a cow, even when her udders are sucked by her calf, can never become impure. These kine will support all these worlds with the milk they will yield and the ghee that will be manufactured therefrom. All creatures wish to enjoy the auspicious wealth, identifiable with nectar, that kine possess. Having said these words, the Lord of creatures, Daksha, made a present unto Mahadeva of a bull with certain kine. Daksha gratified the heart of Rudra, O Bharata, with that present. Mahadeva, thus gratified, made that bull his vehicle. And it was after the form of that bull that Mahadeva adopted the device on the standard floating on his battle car. For this reason it is that Rudra came to be known as the bull-bannered deity. It was on that occasion also that the celestials, uniting together, made Mahadeva the lord of animals. Indeed, the great Rudra became the master of kine and is named as the bull-signed deity. Hence, O king, in the matter of giving away kine, the gift is regarded as primarily desirable of Kapila kine, which are endued with great energy and possessed of color unchanged from white. Thus are kine, the foremost of all creatures in the world. It is from them that the means have flowed of the sustenance of all the worlds. They have Rudra for their master. They yield Soma, nectar, in the form of milk. They are auspicious and sacred, and granters of every wish and givers of life. A person by making a gift of a cow come to be regarded as making a gift of every article that is desired to be enjoyed by men. That man who, desiring to attain to prosperity, reads with a pure heart and body these verses on the origin of kine, becomes cleansed of all his sins and attains to prosperity and children and wealth and animals. He who makes a gift of a cow, O king, always succeeds in acquiring the merits that attach to gifts of havya and kavya, to the offer of oblations of water unto the pitris, to other religious acts whose performance brings peace and happiness, to the gift of vehicles and cloths, and to the cherishing of children and the old. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of his grandsire, Pritha's son, viz., the royal Yudhishthira of Ajamata's race, uniting with his brothers, began to make gifts of both bulls and kine of different colors unto foremost of Brahmanas. Verily, for the purpose of subduing regions of felicity in the next, and winning great fame, King Yudhishthira performed many sacrifices and, as sacrificial presents, gave away hundreds of thousands of kine unto such Brahmanas. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 78. Bhishma said, in days of yore, King Sadesa, born of Ikshvaku's race, that foremost of eloquent men, on one occasion approached his family priest, viz., Vasishtha, that foremost of rishis, crowned with ascetic success, capable of wandering through every region, the receptacle of Brahma, and endued with eternal life, and put him the following question. Sadesa said, O Holy One, O Sinless One, what is that in the three worlds which is sacred and by reciting which at all times a man may acquire high merit? Bhishma said, unto King Sadesa, who stood before him with head bent in reverence, the learned Vasishtha, having first bowed unto kine and purified himself, in body and mind, discoursed upon the mystery relating to kine, a topic that is fraught with result highly beneficial to all persons. Vasishtha said, kine are always fragrant. The perfume emanated by the exudation of the Amitas Gallicum issues out of the bodies. Kine are the great refuge of all creatures. Kine constitute the great source of blessing unto all. Kine are the past and the future. Kine are the source of eternal growth. Kine are the root of prosperity. Anything given to kine is never lost. Kine constitute the highest food. They are the best havi for the deities. The mantras called Svaha and Vashat are forever established in kine. Kine constitute the fruit of sacrifices. Sacrifices are established in kine. Kine are the future and the past, and sacrifice rest on them. Morning and evening kine yield unto the rishis, O foremost of men, havi for use in Homa, O thou of great effulgence. They who make gift of kine succeed in transcending all sins which they may have committed and all kinds of calamities into which they may fall, O thou of great puissance. The man possessing 10 kine and making a gift of 1 cow, he possessing 100 kine and making a gift of 10 kine, and he possessing 1,000 kine and making a gift of 100 kine, all earn the same measure of merit. The man who, though possessed of 100 kine, does not establish a domestic fire for daily worship, that man who, though possessed of 1,000 kine, does not perform sacrifices, and that man who, though possessed of wealth, acts as a miser, by not making gift and discharging the duties of hospitality, are all three regarded as not worthy of any respect. Those men who make gift of Kapila king with their calves, and with vessel of white brass for milking them, kine, that is, which are not vicious, and which while given away, are wrapped round with cloths, succeed in conquering both this and the other world. Such persons as succeed in making gift of a bull that is still in the prime of youth, that has all its senses strong, and that may be regarded as the foremost one among hundreds of herds, that has large horns adorned with ornaments of gold or silver, unto a Brahmana possessed of Vedic learning, succeed, O scorcher of foes, its attaining to great prosperity and affluence each time they take birth in the world. One should never go to bed without reciting the names of kine. Nor should one rise from bed in the morning without a similar recitation of the names of kine. Morning and evening one should bend one's head in reverence to kine. As the consequence of such acts, one is sure to attain to great prosperity. One should never feel any repugnance for the urine and the dung of the cow. One should never eat the flesh of kine. As the consequence of this, one is sure to attain to great prosperity. One should always take the names of kine. One should never show any disregard for kine in any way. If evil dreams are seen, men should take the names of kine. One should always bathe, using cow dung at the time. One should sit on dried cow dung. One should never cast one's urine and excreta and other secretions on cow dung. One should never obstruct kine in any way. One should eat, sitting on a cowhide purified by dipping it in water, and then cast one's eyes towards the west, sitting with restrained speech. One should eat ghee, using the bare earth as one's dish. One reaps, in consequence of such acts, that prosperity of which kine are the source. One should pour libations on the fire, using ghee for the purpose. One should cause brahmanas to utter blessings upon one, by presents of ghee. One should make gift of ghee. One should also eat ghee. As the reward of such acts one is sure to attain to that prosperity which kine confer. That man who inspires a vaccine form made of sesame seeds by uttering the Vedic mantras called by the name of Gomathi, and then adorns that form with every kind of gems and makes a gift of it, has never to suffer any grief on account of all his acts of omission and commission. Let kine that yield copious measures of milk and that have horns adorned with gold, kine viz., that are Surabhis or the daughters of Surabhis. Approach me even as rivers approach the ocean. I always look at kine. Let kine always look at me. Kine are ours. We are theirs. Ourselves are there where kine are, even thus, at night or day, in happiness or woe, verily, at times of even great fear, should a man exclaim. By uttering such words he is certain to become freed from every fear. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 79. Vasishtha said, the kine that had been created in a former age practiced the austerest penances for 100,000 years with the desire of attaining to a position of great preeminence. Verily, O scorcher of foes, they said unto themselves, we shall, in this world, become the best of all kinds of dakshina and sacrifices, and we shall not be liable to be stained with any fault. By bathing in water mixed with our dung people shall become sanctified. The deities and men shall use our dung for the purpose of purifying all creatures mobile and immobile. They also that will give us away shall attain to those regions of happiness which will be ours. The puissant Brahman, appearing unto them at the conclusion of their austerities, gave them the boons they sought, saying, it shall be as ye wish. Do ye, thus, rescue all the worlds, crowned with fruition in respect of their wishes. They all rose up, those mothers of both the past and the future. Every morning, people should bow with reverence unto kine. As the consequence of this, they are certain to win prosperity. At the conclusion of their penances, O monarch, kine became the refuge of the world. It is for this that kine are said to be highly blessed, sacred, and the foremost of all things. It is for this kine are said to stay at the very head of all creatures. By giving away a Kapila cow with a calf resembling herself, yielding a copious measure of milk, free from every vicious habit, and covered with a piece of cloth, the giver attains to great honors in the region of Brahma. By giving away a cow of red complexion, with a calf that resembles herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Surya. By giving away a cow of variegated hue, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Soma. By giving away a cow of white complexion, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Indra. By giving away a cow of dark complexion, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Agni. By giving away a cow of the complexion of smoke, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Yama. By giving away a cow of the complexion of the foam of water, with a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to the region of Varuna. By giving away a cow whose complexion is like that of the dust blown by the wind, with a calf, and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of the wind god. By giving a cow of the complexion of gold, having eyes of a tawny hue, with a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one enjoys the felicity of the region of Kuvara. By giving away a cow of the complexion of the smoke of straw, with a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of the Pitris. By giving away a fat cow with the flesh of its throat hanging down and accompanied by her calf, one attains with ease to the high region of the Viswadevas. By giving away a gory cow, with calf similar to her, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to the region of the Vasus. By giving away a cow of the complexion of a white blanket, with a calf and a vessel of white brass, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to the region of the Sathyas. By giving away a bull with a high hump and adorned with every jewel, the giver, O king, attains to the region of the Merits. By giving away a bull of blue complexion, that is full-grown in respective years, and adorned with every ornament, the giver attains to the regions of the Gandharvas and the Apsaras. By giving away a cow with the flesh of her throat hanging down, and adorned with every ornament, the giver, freed from every grief, attains to those regions that belong to Prajapati himself. That man, O king, habitually makes gifts of kind, proceed, piercing through the clouds, on a car of solar effulgence to heaven and shines there in splendor. That man who habitually makes gifts of kind comes to be regarded as the foremost of his species. When thus proceeding to heaven, he is received by 1,000 celestial damsels of beautiful hips and adorned with handsome robes and ornaments. These girls wait upon him there and minister to his delight. He sleeps there in peace and is awakened by the musical laughter of those gazelle-eyed damsels, the sweet notes of their venas, the soft strains of their valakis, and the melodious tinkle of their nupuras. The man who makes gifts of kind resides in heaven and is honored there for as many years as there are hairs on the bodies of the kind he gives away. Falling off from heaven, upon the exhaustion of his merit, such a man takes birth in the order of humanity and, in fact, in a superior family among men. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 80. Vasistha said, Kine are yielders of ghee and milk. They are the sources of ghee, and they have sprung from ghee. They are rivers of ghee, and eddies of ghee. Let kine ever be in my house. Ghee is always my heart. Ghee is even established in my navel. Ghee is in every limb of mine. Ghee resides in my mind. Kine are always at my front. Kine are always at my rear. Kine are on every side of my person. I live in the midst of kine, having purified oneself by touching water. One should, morning and evening, recite these mantras every day. By this, one is sure to be cleansed of all the sins one may commit in course of the day. They who make gifts of 1,000 kine, departing from this world, proceed to the regions of the Gandharvas and the Apsaras, where there are many palatial mansions made of gold, and where the celestial Ganga, called the current of Vasu, runs. Givers of 1,000 kine repair thither, where run many rivers having milk for their water, cheese for their mire, and curds for their floating moss. That man who makes gifts of hundreds of thousands of kine agreeably to the ritual laid down in the scriptures attains to high prosperity here and great honors in heaven. Such a man causes both his paternal and maternal ancestors to the 10th degree to attain to regions of great felicity, and sanctifies his whole race. Kine are sacred. They are the foremost of all things in the world. They are verily the refuge of the universe. They are the mothers of the very deities. They are verily incomparable. They should be dedicated in sacrifices. When making journeys, one should proceed by their right, i.e., keeping them to one's left. Ascertaining the proper time, they should be given away unto eligible persons. By giving away a Kapila cow having large horns, accompanied by a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one succeeds in entering, freed from fear, the palace of Yama that is so difficult to enter. One should always recite this sacred mantra, viz., Kamakine are of beautiful form. Kine are of diverse forms. They are of universal form. They are the mothers of the universe. Oh, let kine approach me. There is no gift more sacred than the gift of kine. There is no gift that produces more blessed merit. There has been nothing equal to the cow, nor will there be anything that will equal her. With her skin, her hair, her horns, the hair of her tail, her milk, and her fat, with all these together, the cow upholds sacrifice. What thing is there that is more useful than the cow? Bending my head unto her with reverence, I adore the cow who is the mother of both the past and the future, and by whom the entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures is covered. O best of men, I have thus recited to thee only a portion of the high merits of kine. There is no gift in this world that is superior to the gift of trine. There is also no refuge in this world that is higher than kine. Bhishma continued, that high-souled giver of land, viz. King Sadesa, thinking these words of the Rishi Vasishtha to be foremost in point of importance, then made gifts of a very large number of kine unto the Brahmanas, restraining his senses the while, and as the consequence of those gifts, the monarch succeeded in attaining to many regions of felicity in the next world. Present you by HinduMonastery.com